Chapter 1013 Epic Personal Guard Quest. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1013 Epic Personal Guard Quest. When Shifeng heard the system notification, he was dazed for a long moment. He had never thought that he could obtain an advanced title like this. It was already difficult to obtain a basic title, let alone an advanced title. Now, just by spending 1,400 gold, not only had he dealt with the eyesores in the city, but he had also earned himself an advanced title. No one would believe this in the past. Many large guilds had willingly spent over 10,000 gold for an accurate clue that led to an advanced title, not to mention the method of obtaining one city protector. While Shifeng was relatively familiar with the basic titles throughout God's domain, his understanding of advanced titles was quite shallow. After all, advanced titles were extraordinary. Nobody would casually reveal information about them. City protector, advanced title, a hero that has protected the city from the dark forces' influence. Wielder enjoys the benefits of a major noble in every human city. At the same time, personal guards can accept one epic quest per week. In addition, personal guards receive a 5% increase to quest success rate as expected of an advanced title. It actually allows my personal guards to pick up one epic quest each week. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Personal guards' development speeds depended on the quests they accepted from the Adventurers Association. The higher the quest's rank was, the better the EXP and items it would award. However, there were not many personal guard quests to choose from in the Adventurers Association. Even Dark Gold quests only appeared about once a week, much less epic quests. One would be extremely lucky if they picked up an epic quest once a month. If his personal guards could complete an epic quest once a week, their improvement speed would be unimaginable. They also had a 5% success rate even if he allowed Dark Gold guards like Kite and Anna to challenge a Dark Gold quest. Their success rate was only 50%. If they were very well equipped, their success rate could top out at 80%, as Shifeng understood it. Even extremely well-equipped Dark Gold guards only had a 30% chance of completing an epic quest. Otherwise, ordinary Dark Gold guards only had a 20% chance for success. As for Fine Gold guards, even with top-tier equipment, they'd be lucky if they had a 10% success rate. Hence, the City Protector title's 5% increase to his guard's quest success rate was amazing. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately replaced his Spirit Slayer title with the City Protector title. He then summoned Kite and Anna to his side. Both Kite and Anna had leveled up significantly after some time away from Shifeng. The last time he saw the two NPCs, both were only level 60. Now, however, both had reached level 65. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, who stood beside Shifeng, were shocked upon seeing Kite and Anna. How are they so strong? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She had long since become a Viscount of White River City and could recruit her own personal guard. After mobilizing the guild's strength and Shifeng's guidance, she had managed to recruit a Fine Gold guard. Moreover, this Fine Gold guard was a Guardian Knight, which was an excellent match for her class. She had been overjoyed when she found this personal guard. After that, she had spared no effort to nurture her personal guard, helping the NPC accept all sorts of high-ranking quests. Her personal guard had only recently reached level 60. Who knew how many more quests the NPC had to complete to reach level 65? However, the NPC was already considered very high level. After all, the personal guards that other guilds' upper echelons recruited were usually around level 55 to 58. In terms of strength, those personal guards were nowhere near a match for hers yet. Right now, not only had both of Shifeng's personal guards reached level 65, but the NPC's auras felt like that of two level 65 Great Lords. Aqua Rose felt as if she were suffocating in their presence after summoning his two personal guards. He spent 200 gold for both of them to accept an epic quest. Together, the Adventurers Association's epic personal guard quests could be completed by more than one person. Moreover, by forming a party, the guard success rates increased. However, only personal guards that belonged to the same player could form a party. Multiple players' personal guards could not form parties together. With both Kite and Anna challenging the epic quest, the displayed success rate had increased substantially. Including the benefits from Shifeng's title, their current success rate was 37%. That percentage was high enough to excite many players, but Shifeng was not satisfied. Although a 37% success rate seemed relatively high, Shifeng knew that Kite and Anna might only succeed one of 5 attempts, rather than the theoretical one of 3. However, these NPCs could only accept 1 epic quest each week. In other words, it could take 5 weeks for Kite and Anna to complete 1 epic quest to Shifeng, who started in God's domain with nothing and had not had the support of any corporation. This efficiency wasn't favorable. It seems that I'll have to use it. Shifeng opened his bag and looked at the rainbow fruit that sat quietly inside as a divine artifact. The rainbow fruit could increase a player's potential, setting a sturdy foundation for challenging their Tier 4 and Tier 5 promotions. The boost might even help with one's Tier 6 promotion. After all, the 4 major hidden attributes were incredibly important. It was extremely difficult to increase any of those attributes by 1 point, not to mention improving all 4 by 15 points or more. However, using the rainbow fruit to nurture a near-invincible personal guard was also not a bad idea in the past. Despite Kite's growth potential of 92 points, he had been practically invincible among Tier 5 classes. Only Tier 6 God rank players could take him down a notch. If Shifeng nurtured a Tier 6 personal guard, he could stroll through God's domain unhindered. However, getting an NPC to Tier 6 was far more difficult than getting a player to Tier 6. It was not a problem that could be solved with money alone. Luck, opportunity, and strength were all necessary to raise a personal guard to Tier 6. Kite's potential is at 94, while Anna's is at 96. Although Anna is no match for Kite in a head-on fight, it will be safer to let Anna use the fruit. After giving it some thought, Shifeng decided to let Anna consume the rainbow fruit. After Anna ate the fruit, the room's mana grew rampant. However, this phenomenon was different from a high-tiered spell. It felt as if someone were deliberately controlling the surrounding mana. Right now, various elemental mana had come together to form a 7-colored mist that rapidly melded with Anna's body soon. The 7-colored mist formed a giant cocoon that enveloped Anna. The mist flashed again and again, releasing a 7-colored radiance and a frighteningly powerful aura with each burst. Shifeng paled in the face of this mighty aura, and even moving a finger was difficult. As for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, they were as stiff as statues. They could not move whatsoever if not for them being in the VIP hall on the Adventurers Association's 2nd floor with a magic array separating them from the outside world. Shifeng did not doubt that every player in the association would have been thrown to the floor after a minute passed. A crack formed in the 7-colored cocoon. When the cocoon shattered, Anna slowly emerged from within. However, unlike before, Anna seemed to have dominated elemental mana. The surrounding mana could not help but submit to her. Was it a success? Shifeng anxiously examined Anna's statistics. Chapter 1014, Promotion to Epic Guard. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1014, Promotion to Epic Guard. The frightening mana circulating in the room drove everyone's gazes to Anna despite having the same level in items. Anna's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. What's going on? Guild leader, what did you do? Aqua Rose's eyes widened in shock as she looked between Shifeng and Anna. She had no idea what Shifeng had done to transform his personal guard previously. She had felt Anna radiate a powerful pressure. Now, however, she felt nothing from the woman. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation, so she knew full well what had caused the change. The greatest danger was one that you couldn't sense. To put it simply, Anna's new strength was outside her range of perception, while Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked. Shifeng was extremely anxious. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact. It was likely that he would never obtain another. If Anna remained a dark gold guard after consuming the fruit, the loss would be tremendous. Shifeng took a deep breath before taking a look at Anna's statistics. Anna, Yifeng's personal guard, level 65 loyalty, 95 growth potential, 105. Epic rank. She reached epic rank. Shifeng was ecstatic. He had never heard of an epic guard. As to whether or not epic guards had existed in the past, he had no idea. He had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild back then. He had not been privy to many of God's domain secrets. However, He was certain of one thing even among epic guards. One would be hard-pressed to find one with a growth potential as high as 105 points in God's domain. The importance of an NPC's growth potential grew as they reached higher levels. At higher levels, even an extra point would result in a massive boost to the guard's attributes with each level up. Hence, even personal guards of the same rank and level could have drastically different attributes. Take Kite, for example. Although his growth potential was only 2 points higher than it had been, after he reached the same level and tier that he had been in the past, his strength would surpass his past self by a minimum of 10%. If it came down to a battle, the present Kite could easily suppress and defeat the past Kite within a short time. Moreover, this was only a 2-point difference for Dark Gold rank. There was even less need to mention epic rank. There had not been any clear standards in the past for epic guards. Any NPC whose growth potential exceeded 100 points was considered an epic guard currently, and his growth potential exceeded Kite's by a whopping 11 points. By the time Anna reached level 70 or 80, he had no doubt that she would defeat Kite even in a melee battle. In terms of combat power, even the current Anna could defeat Kite. As both NPCs continued to level, the gap between them would only grow wider. In the end, even Kite would have to look up to Anna. Amazing. Anna's promotion to epic rank has raised the epic quest success rate to 67%. I doubt even a full party of Dark Gold guards could achieve such a percentage. Feng was speechless with her promotion. Anna had learned many new skills. She now had 3 Tier 2 curses, one more than before. Most importantly, she had learned a Tier 2 domain skill. With this domain skill, Anna was practically invincible among Tier 2 classes. Unless the other party also possessed a domain skill, even 2 Kites were no match for Anna, following which Feng had Kite and Anna set out to complete their epic quest. The sooner they completed it, the more they could improve their strength. Guild leader, I've just received news that Blackwater has dispatched many of their top players. From the looks of it, it seems that they were sent to help those dark guilds. Meanwhile, the members of the various dark guilds have joined forces. Not only are they targeting parties, but they've also begun ambushing 100-man teams, Aqua Rose reported once she received this information. In addition, Blackwater has opened another shop in White River City and is selling cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures in large quantities. They've even reduced their prices. They've already lured a lot of players to their shop. They've also started purchasing rare herbs and ores at high prices from all over Starmoon Kingdom. It looks like they're getting serious. Getting serious, huh? Feng smiled. Since they want to play this game, then we'll get serious as well. Saying so, Feng purchased 100 cloaking scrolls from the Adventurers Association. The cloaking scrolls were unique to the Adventurers Association. Only 3-star adventurers could purchase them, and each scroll cost 20 gold. The cloaking scroll were considerably useful to players adventuring in the fields. When used, the scroll provided a cloaking buff to players within a 20-yard radius, which prevented them from being tracked, searched, and perceived. It also increased these players' movement speeds by 10% for 2 hours. This was a must-have tool for escaping and pursuing enemies. Unfortunately, only the person who purchased items from the Adventurers Association could use them. 2-star adventurers could purchase a scroll similar to the cloaking scroll, but the scroll was only effective on themselves, following which Feng gathered the Dark Gods Legion's members and Zero Wing's main force in the guild hall. He then used the Blood Aura Crystal and Cloaking Scroll. Everyone immediately obtained a buff. White River City region, Snowy Forest. The Snowy Forest was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. Usually, White River City's various large guilds came here to level. Now, however, this had become the main battlefield in the war between Zero Wing and the various dark guilds. Godfire, you really are amazing. You actually defeated that level 39 expert from Zero Wing in 3 moves. A level 39 mighty berserker in spiked armor gushed with admiration as he gazed at a level 40 emaciated youth wearing dark gray mage robes. As their dark guilds had agreed to work together, they no longer operated individually or in small parties. They now moved in large teams. After experiencing several battles together, everyone on this team admired this level 40 elementalist. It's nothing. Zero Wings experts are noobs. They couldn't dodge my great fire dragon technique. If I were fighting our guild's experts, they would have easily dodged an attack like that rather than succumbing to my chain attacks. The youth named Purgatory Godfire said, "Laughing Godfire, you're too humble. I've heard that you're the top 5th elementalist in your guild. Among the elementalists in Starmoon Kingdom, only a handful are as strong as you." Another level 40 masked assassin said others might not realize Godfire's strength, but he knew. After all, Godfire's Dark Guild was far from ordinary. The Elementalist was a member of Smiling Angel. It was a top-tier Dark Guild that operated in multiple kingdoms and empires. The guild was many times stronger than their Dark Guilds, which only operated in Starmoon Kingdom while everyone chatted with each other merrily. 5 streaks of blue light swept past the team in the blink of an eye. 5 of the team's 50 players died, transforming into light particles before vanishing and leaving behind a few pieces of weapons and equipment. The Dark Guild players finally reacted. They turned towards the blue light's origin. They were all experts, yet they had only noticed the ambush after 5 of their team members had died. This was unprecedented. Don't even think that you can escape with your lives after killing Zero Wings members. Chapter 1015, Initial Display of Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1015, Initial Display of Strength. As a deep voice echoed throughout the forest, over a dozen figures emerged from the woods. Every player bore a silver, 6-winged emblem on their chests. Moreover, the lowest level player among them was level 39, while many of them were level 40. These players also brandished awe-inspiring weapons and equipment. However, after these dozen or so players appeared, the anxious Dark Guild members calmed, wearing mocking grins, and here I thought Zero Wings members had surrounded us. It seems these people have only found us by coincidence. Indeed, it seems that we're quite lucky, though the same can't be said for them. With so few, we won't even break a sweat. A team of Zero Wings core members. If we get rid of them, we'll earn more excellent equipment. These are Zero Wings experts? With just a dozen or so players, they dare to ambush us? Their foolishness knows no bounds. Let's finish this quickly. If we waste any more time, Zero Wings' other members will catch up. While Zero Wings' sudden appearance had given them a scare, after a closer look, the difference in strength between them was clear based on each team's numbers. The outcome of this battle was obvious. Although they had lost 5 players, they still had more than 40 team members. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so Zero Wing members. These red names had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention, they also had a top-tier expert on their team leader. Leave that ranger to me. I'll use him as practice for killing Black Flame. I'll leave the others to you, Purgatory Godfire said, smiling as he focused on Minor Wind, the ranger that had fired the first 5 arrows at their team. He could sense that, among these dozen or so players, Minor Wind was undoubtedly the strongest. He was even stronger than the Zero Wing core members he had already killed. Minor Wind was the best practice target. All right, leave the rest to us, the mighty level 39 berserker who led the team replied. He realized that even he could not take down the level 40 ranger, Minor Wind. Leaving the ranger to Purgatory Godfire was definitely the best choice here. However, as soon as this mighty berserker finished speaking, his expression darkened before anyone realized it. A figure had appeared behind Purgatory Godfire, a snowy white dagger sinking into the elementalist's head and forcing him into a fainted state. Immediately, the player thrust another dagger towards Godfire's back. This sudden development even stunned the elementalist. He had failed to notice the sneaking assassin. However, Purgatory Godfire was no ordinary expert. In the moment of extreme peril, he activated Blink. Not only did he avoid the backstab, but he also canceled the fainted state and appeared 15 yards away from his enemy. Unfortunately for him, as soon as Purgatory Godfire used Blink, the black figure followed by using Shadow Steps and appeared behind him once more, the gleaming dagger resuming its attack scram. Panicking, Godfire used Flame Blast in an attempt to knock back his opponent. However, when Flame Blast struck the black figure, contrary to Godfire's expectations, the black figure stood steady. His Flame Blast had passed through the figure's body harmlessly. Crap. An afterimage. Godfire immediately realized that he had been fooled. Although he tried to rectify his mistake by casting Ice Wall to guard his back, the black figure landed a kidney strike, forcing him back into a fainted state before his Ice Wall could even take shape. The figure instantly followed up with an absolute strike, transforming into a shadowy streak that passed through Purgatory Godfire's body. When the figure reformed, it spun in the air and launched backstab on Purgatory Godfire's side, stealing the Elementalist's last strand of HP. How are you so fast? Could you be Zero Wings, #1 expert? Fire Dance. It seems that I truly have rotten luck. As Godfire's HP was about to reach 0, his eyes focused on the black-robed assassin. As far as he could remember, only Zero Wings Fire Dance possessed this kind of ability smiling angle. His Dark Guild had even labeled Fire Dance as a unique combatant. Should any of the guild members encounter her in battle, they were warned against taking her on alone. They should enlist the help of 3 or more people to deal with her, at the very least. The group must have an expert member, as well. Big Sis Fire doesn't need to dirty her hands with the likes of you. I, Flying Shadow, am more than enough. You're 10 years too early to think of fighting Big Sis Fire. The black figure expressed its disdain in response to Purgatory Godfire's words. However, Flying Shadow had not lied. Despite having reached the half-step refinement realm after much difficulty, when he had sparred with Fire Dance, he had not even had a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Purgatory Godfire had not even reached the half-step refinement realm. He was nowhere near good enough to be Fire Dance's opponent. Although Godfire wanted to say something, his vision began to gray. In the end, none of his words left his mouth. Godfire is dead. How could he be dead? The other Dark Guild members were stupefied when they watched the expert die. They had all witnessed Purgatory Godfire's strength personally. Even their Dark Guild's top experts were no match for him. Yet against Flying Shadow, Godfire had stood like a child before Master. These players even wondered if they were dreaming, although they had heard rumors of Zero Wings' many powerful experts. Flying Shadow's strength was insane while these Dark Guild members struggled to recover from their daze. Dozens of arrows and spells bombarded them. In the blink of an eye, another 7 died. Damn it. We've encountered some troublesome experts. Retreat, the leading berserker commanded. After examining the situation on the battlefield, he understood the difference between their teams. Although they had a numerical advantage, it was only temporary. If the battle dragged on, more Zero Wing members would arrive. This was an extremely unfavorable situation, however. As soon as he issued his command, Minor Wind fired 9 blue arrows from a distance, sealing his path of retreat. Don't even think about killing me that easily. As one of the Dark Guild's team leaders, he had the strength to earn the position. Immediately, he activated Whirlwind Slash to block the incoming arrows. Pong, pong, pong. However, when the Berserker's battle axe collided with the 4th arrow, the weapon was repelled. The remaining arrows then struck this team leader, eliminating his HP. Without a leader, the surviving Dark Guild members fell into chaos. After all, most of them were from different Dark Guilds. They were barely familiar with each other, much less in sync. Not that they lacked someone in command. Zero Wings members swat them down like flies. Although some had tried to escape, none could outrun Flying Shadow and Minor Wind. After a short moment, the Dark Guild team consisting of nearly 50 players died at the hands of Zero Wings' team at the same time inside Snowy Forest. A large number of teams formed by the various Dark Guilds were also being ambushed by Zero Wings' Dark Gods Legion and main force as the Dark Guild members died. Surephone posted their death count on the official forums in less than an hour. A total of 3,586 Dark Guild members operating near White River City died. Moreover, this number continued to climb by the minute. Chapter 1016, Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1016, Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Shortly after Surephone publicized the death count on the official forums, players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an uproar. The various guilds, who watched from the sidelines and planned to take advantage of Zero Wings' misfortune, were particularly stupefied. Dark Guilds were famous for their abstinence and resilience. Although they had few members, taking down a dark guild in a field battle was extremely difficult for regular guilds unless they wanted to invest far more players and resources into the endeavor. Unfortunately, that was just too costly. Furthermore, on the off chance that the operation failed, the guild would suffer. This was why most regular guilds avoided provoking dark guilds, yet not only had Zero Wing lured over half of the dark guild members into a death trap, but the guild had also begun to plow over the remaining members like a bulldozer. These dark guilds were toothless and clawless beasts against Zero Wing. They posed no threat to the guild whatsoever. Zero Wing's methods were truly incredible. Most importantly, until this point, Zero Wing had suffered little to no losses during its hunt for the dark guild members. At the end of the day, strength decided the field battle's victors. If the team Zero Wing had dispatched were not strong enough, they would never achieve such frightening results. This development inspired the various large guilds to re-evaluate their opinions of the strength of Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force. However, compared to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and players, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were fighting a headache over this situation. They could not understand how this had happened. They were famous for their stealth and evasion techniques in the fields, yet Zero Wing had arbitrarily slaughtered their forces. Moreover, according to the reports they received from their subordinates, Zero Wing's members moved like ghosts, capable of approaching. Giving away their present. Zero Wing must have possessed some sort of tool that could target them. Anyone that said otherwise was lying. If this were the only problem, they could deal with it. The crucial issue was how few members Zero Wing had dispatched. The guild had accomplished this terrifying win with only a fraction of its power. To dark guilds like theirs, who usually won their fights through quality over quantity, this was humiliating. They had become a laughingstock throughout the kingdom. What should we do now? Do we continue fighting Zero Wing? What else can we do? Don't forget our agreement with Blackwater. If we pull back now, everything we've done will be for nothing. Indeed, our only choice is to continue the operation. However, we don't actually need to fight Zero Wing. Our job is simply to keep them busy. As long as we pin down Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force, we will have fulfilled our part of the bargain. When the time comes, we simply need to watch as Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing can't afford to sustain its development. We can strike then. I want to see just how they plan to fight our dark guilds. That's right. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. I want to see their faces when they realize we're only bait. The various dark guilds' upper echelons held a secret meeting to discuss their current predicament as for facing Zero Wing head-on. That was just a dream. Blackwater had dispatched quite a few expert and elite players to assist them. White River City was Zero Wing's territory. A direct confrontation with the guild here was suicidal. Even if the Blackwater Guild were willing to pay the price for such a confrontation, it would only result in heavy damage to Zero Wing's strength and reputation. If Zero Wing wanted to stage a comeback, it had everything it needed. However, if Blackwater captured Stone Forest Town and severed Zero Wing's main source of income, Blackwater would only need to suppress Zero Wing financially, and it would eventually collapse into itself. When the Dark Guild representatives concluded their meeting, the various Dark Guild members around White River City split up, acting independently. With this, Zero Wing would have a harder time dealing with them after the Dark Guild's weak behavior. The various large guilds that had watched the situation began to withdraw to their own territories, afraid that they would suffer the same circumstances as these dark guilds despite Blackwater clearly being the mastermind behind all of this. Zero Wing had deliberately chosen not to target Blackwater's members. Rather, it had decided to teach the assisting dark guilds a vicious lesson. After realizing this, they had no desire to take that risk. Guild leader, your plan is brilliant. The guilds that have been watching from the shadows are too afraid of becoming our next target and have withdrawn, Aqua Rose said. She hadn't been able to hide her smile when she received the report. The players from the various large guilds have split up, although they are somewhat more bothersome to deal with now. If we invest a little more time, we'll eradicate them sooner or later. Even if the dark guilds intend to oppose us, I'm afraid they won't be able to. Not only had the dark guild's defeat increased Zero Wing's morale, but it had also improved the world's evaluation of Zero Wing's. Some major companies, which had been pessimistic about Zero Wing's chances, had begun to express their interest in cooperation. Only, Shifeng rejected all of these offers, however. He had not done so because he no longer lacked money. Rather, these corporations demanded a cut of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for their cooperation. Shifeng would not tolerate that. Crap. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they really think that a small guild like Zero Wing can stand against the Blackwater Corporation? Without our support, the Blackwater Corporation will, sooner or later, reduce Zero Wing to nothing. The various corporations' representatives were enraged when they received the blatant rejection. Guild leader, should I utilize my family's authority to invest some of the Star and Moon Group's funds? Aqua Rose asked somewhat worriedly. The Blackwater trading firm dropped its prices again and again. They were now taking a loss with almost every item they sold, however. Aqua Rose had to admit that it was quite effective. The Candlelight trading firm had been losing profits as a result. In addition, Zero Wing had recently established 2 more branch guilds. It cost a considerable amount of coins to maintain the additional main forces. Furthermore, a battle raged in Lake Heart City. No need. I'll find a way to earn more coins. Shifeng shook his head. He had already upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank. He had even filled the necklace's life force storage. This was a good opportunity to show what the necklace was capable of if he became a master forger. Not only would he have a higher success rate when forging the fine gold ranked Magic Light set equipment, but he would also unlock the next item in the advanced book of Magic, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Previously, the strongest armor kit Shifeng had been able to produce was the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. One of these kits could increase the wearer's attributes by over a dozen points. With 3, the total attribute boost was the equivalent of an additional piece of dark gold equipment. However, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit was more astounding. It was also the strongest item one could learn from the Advanced Book of Magic in the past. Countless players had gone crazy over the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. This kit was precisely the reason that a small guild had risen in the massive world of God's Domain. Chapter 1017, Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1017, Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Starmoon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Although the Dark Guild's defeat had significantly increased Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, this outcome had not affected Heaven's Burial in the slightest. There was still a long line of players queued up outside the guild's residence. Rather, things had become even more lively outside the guild residence after the majority of the Dark Guild members had been confined in White River City. Heaven's Burial announced its recruitment for a large number of lifestyle players. It had even publicly announced that lifestyle players who joined the guild could receive guidance from a few of the virtual gaming world's well-known lifestyle masters, easing the difficulty of reaching the master rank. In the future, the master rank was every lifestyle player's goal. It was also an opportunity for countless lifestyle players to get rich overnight. After God's Domain joined the virtual gaming world, the various large guilds had begun to place greater importance on lifestyle players. After all, many things in God's Domain required lifestyle players. This increased the value of well-known lifestyle players in a virtual gaming world. In God's Domain, some lifestyle player status could even rival that of top-tier experts. Many super guilds even began to compete to recruit lifestyle players who had a list of achievements in previous virtual reality games among them. The Super Guild Battle Wolves had paid an astronomical price to recruit one player who had been known as one of the top 5 Grandmaster lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Battle Wolves had made this Grandmaster their chief forger. Becoming one of Super Guild's forgers was already quite difficult, much less becoming the chief forger. A chief forger status was the equivalent of the vice guild leaderess, although they did not dream of such a lofty position. If they could become master lifestyle players in God's Domain, they would be set for life. However, reaching the master rank in God's Domain was easier said than done. If they were guided by someone with experience, though, it would be easier to become masters in the future. This was precisely the reason that Starmoon Kingdom's lifestyle players had flocked to join Heaven's Burial. Not only that, But other kingdoms' lifestyle players also began to rush towards the guild after hearing about its recruitment. Uncle 7, why are you in such a hurry to meet me? If you had something urgent to say, couldn't you have just called me? Why make the trip back? Singular Burial asked, chuckling as he looked at the 50-plus-year-old man as he frantically rushed into the guild leader's office. If this were something that could have been conveyed in a call, I would have done so. This is important enough to make the trip. I also have a surprise for you, Seven Treasures said, laughing. A surprise? Singular Burial responded skeptically. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look. What do you think this is? Seven Treasures retrieved a design from his bag and placed it on the table. This is... Singular Burial was stunned after reading the design's introduction, although the design was very common. The words Lightstone attracted Singular Burial's attention as the guild leader of Heaven's Burial. Not much surprised him. Even an epic weapon wouldn't faze him. However, he had to admit that the Lightstone forging design that Seven Treasures had laid before him had been a surprise. The Lightstone was practically the Candlelight trading firm's symbol, despite Heaven's Burial and Blackwater working together. Neither of their guilds had been able to damage the Candlelight trading firm overmuch. This was due to the Lightstones, who in God's domain did not want to level up faster. However, when darkness fell over God's domain, the fields became much more dangerous. If one were not an elite or expert player, they would struggle. And if one were unfortunate enough to lose their life, their progress would go to waste. Hence, Lightstones were a must-have item to level up at night in God's Domain. In addition, as the Lightstone's price was quite low, it became a must-have tool for ordinary players. This secured the Candlelight trading firm's position, leaving no room for competition. However, now that Heaven's Burial had the Lightstone forging design, the Candlelight trading firm would no longer hold the monopoly over the Lightstones. Uncle 7, where did you find these? Singular Burial asked. Only one forging player could learn from a single forging design, and the number of Lightstones one person could produce was limited. The Heavenly trading firm still wasn't a threat to the Candlelight trading firm. This would barely impact Candlelight's business in the Towers of Death. One of our guild's teams obtained one by accident while grinding monsters there, Seven Treasures said, laughing merrily. After obtaining this design, I immediately notified the guild's elite teams to grind in the Towers of Death. Soon, we'll have far more Lightstone forging designs. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. Uncle 7, I'll leave the rest for you. If you lack manpower, just say the word. Singular Burial was ecstatic. As long as they knew which monsters dropped the design, with Heaven's Burial strength, it would only be a matter of time before they had a stockpile. Once we have enough designs, we will extinguish Candlelight. Without the financial support from both the Candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing will be finished. Isn't that why I'm here, trying to borrow some of the Funeral Legion's members? The monsters are too high-leveled. Our ordinary elite's grinding speed is too slow. They need experts to lead them, Seven Treasures explained, nodding. The Funeral Legion was Heaven's Burial's strongest player force. It was similar to Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion. Heaven's Burial had invested the majority of its resources in nurturing this legion, and every member was extremely powerful. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were definitely experts. However, only the guild leader could command the Funeral Legion. They would ignore anyone else's orders. Sure, no problem. I'll give you command of 400 members. Without hesitation, Singular Burial notified the Funeral Legion's commander, instructing him to dispatch 400 members to the Towers of Death immediately. Inside one of the Candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms in White River City. After sacrificing 500 units of life force to activate Icarus's Heart's God's Blessing skill, Surefoam began forging advanced mana armor kits. One after another, not only had Surefoam forcefully raised his forging standard to master rank, but the effect also lasted 3 full hours. Meanwhile, God's Blessing's cooldown was only 4 hours. With this buff, he was practically a bona fide master lifestyle player. The only downside was that God's Blessing cost too much life force to sustain regardless. Surefoam was satisfied with this result. As a master forger, he could learn the advanced mana armor kit's production method. By utilizing various tools, he also increased his success rate with the advanced mana armor kits to 41%, which allowed him to succeed 1 out of 3 tries in 3 short hours. Shifeng had successfully forged 31 advanced mana armor kits. Although the production volume could not compare to the intermediate mana armor kits, the advanced version's attributes trampled over the intermediate versions. Chapter 1018, Master Forger. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1018, Master Forger. There were many kinds of armor kits in God's domain, however. Few armor kits were suitable for high-tier players. The Advanced Mana Armor Kit was one. Armor kits suited for high-tiered players also had another, named Extraordinary Armor Kits. While armor kits, such as the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit and the Castile Armor Kit, were acceptable for Tier 1 and Tier 2 players, to Tier 3 players and above, the attributes those armor kits provided were simply too pitiful to the point of being negligible. After all, as players reached higher tiers, they received far more free attribute points with each level. At Tier 0, players received 4 free attribute points with each level, while at Tier 1, they received 8 points. After reaching Tier 2, however, players would receive 15 points. The difference was obvious at a glance. Because of this, the earlier players completed their promotion to a higher tier, the more of an advantage they had. If a player completed their Tier 1 class promotion 3 or 4 levels later than others, they would have fallen behind by over 10 free attribute points. This gap would widen if the same situation occurred at Tier 2, and beyond this was where the Extraordinary Armor Kits came in. Even among Extraordinary Armor Kits, the basic attributes, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit's basic attributes, were on the higher end of the spectrum. Hence, many high-tiered players preferred these. It seems my luck is quite good. The attribute increases are all above the standard. Shifeng was very satisfied with the Advanced Mana Armor Kits. He had forged Advanced Mana Armor Kit. When Physical Armor Kit is equipped, Defense plus 600, Strength increased by 3%, Endurance increased by 4%, Agility increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character. 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below when Magical Armor Kit is equipped. Defense plus 240, Intelligence increased by 3%, Endurance increased by 4%, Vitality increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character. 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below. When 3 kits were equipped, they would increase each of a player's basic attributes by roughly 10%. This was a considerable increase for ordinary players, not to mention expert players, who wore full sets of excellent equipment. A 10% increase to a player's basic attributes could increase one's combat power by roughly 20% to 30%. With such a huge boost to combat power, a player with 3 Advanced Mana Armor Kits could easily defeat a player possessing the same combat standards, weapons, and equipment who did not have any armor kits equipped. Hence, many high-tiered players would flock to purchase the Advanced Mana Armor Kits. What a pity. Shifeng felt a twinge of sadness as he looked at the Advanced Mana Armor Kits he had produced. Although the Advanced Mana Armor Kit was very good, its flaws were obvious. These armor kits took significantly longer to produce than the Intermediate Mana Armor Kits. Moreover, only he could produce them. Its production volume was fated to be low. He'd be lucky to produce enough for 0 Wings Corps members at most. He could use the Advanced Mana Armor Kits to attract players to the Candlelight trading firm. These kits were not profitable products right now, following which Shifeng waited for an hour to pass before he used another 500 units of life force to activate God's Blessing. Continuing to craft the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, once Shifeng had made 100 armor kits, he switched to forging the Magic Light set equipment. While the Advanced Mana Armor Kit provided a powerful increase to a player's attributes, its true purpose was to help high-tiered players. To current players, its increase was extremely limited. After all, current players' basic attributes were still relatively low. Compared to the armor kits, the Magic Light set equipment was far more valuable to current players as a level 50 fine gold set equipment. The attributes it provided were far superior to a level 45 dark gold equipment. The set's total attributes could even put a Tier 1 set equipment to shame. Although Shifeng had obtained the Magic Light set equipment forging design, he had been an advanced forger. He had been confident of successfully forging the level 50 fine gold set equipment. Only after reaching the master rank was he confident of succeeding if a player could equip the Fine Gold ranked Magic Light set as soon as they reached level 50. Aside from players who own multiple epic items, they would surpass every player of the same level. If the Magic Light set were Dark Gold rank, even a player with multiple epic items would be no match. Moreover, players were not necessarily required to reach level 50 to equip the Magic Light set, as long as they possessed weapons or equipment that reduced level requirements. They could equip the set below level 50. This was one of the benefits of owning epic or growth-type equipment. Xianxia possessed the 7 Luminaries Ring and the even more powerful Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which decreased items' level requirement by 5 and 10 levels, respectively. Xianxia was currently level 44. He was fully capable of equipping the level 50 Magic Light set. Right now, there were also a few players within the guild that possessed weapons, equipment, or tools that lowered level requirements. Although none of those items were as impressive as the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, they still enabled their owners to equip the Magic Light set before reaching level 50, gaining overwhelming attribute. Xianxia was incredibly pleased, following which Xianxia went into action. While he had been in the Trial of God, the Candlelight trading firm had purchased plenty of emeralds in Emerald City. He had more than enough to make numerous Magic Light sets aside from the emerald requirement, which was a powerful mana conductor. The Magic Light set also required mana stones, hence Xianxia took out a pile of magic crystals and began his alchemical synthesis. After the 1-hour cooldown of God's Blessing ended, Xianxia stood before a large mound of mana stones. He then activated God's Blessing once more and began to forge the Magic Light set equipment. Compared to the advanced mana armor kit, forging the Magic Light set was significantly more difficult. Even with his various tools, Xianxia barely managed a 45% success rate. He needed roughly 3 attempts to produce a complete set. However, Xianxia was satisfied with this result. If any other master forger attempted to craft a set, they'd be lucky if they achieved a 35% success rate. Rather than producing 1 set out of 3 tries, they should thank the high heavens if they produced 1 set out of 5 tries. Forging 1 complete Fine Gold ranked Magic Light set required 18 mana stones. Meanwhile, 50 magic crystals were needed to synthesize 1 mana stone. According to Magic Crystal's current market price, each Magic Light set would need 225 gold's worth of magic crystals. With the other materials, crafting the Magic Light set was abhorrently costly. If an ordinary master forger tried to forge the set, their production cost would be well over 1,000 gold. There were not many guilds throughout God's domain who could afford such a steep price. Fortunately, Xianxia had a sufficiently high success rate. When he was lucky, he could forge 1 set every 2 tries. With his normal luck, he produced 1 set in 3 tries. By crafting these himself, Xianxia saved hundreds of gold after 3 hours. Maybe due to his high luck attribute, he produced a total of 5 Magic Light sets with his 9 attempts. As for the remaining 4 sets, they were defective products at Secret Silver rank. Even so, he could still make decent money from these defective products. After all, once players reached level 50, Secret Silver set equipment would still be relatively rare. Even guild elites would generally wear level 50 mysterious iron equipment. As Xianxia had nothing better to do while he waited for God's Blessings cool down, he took out the epic treasure chest he had obtained from the Trial of God. He hadn't carried any mana stones on him while he had been in the trial. Now that he had a pile of them, he could use this opportunity to open the treasure chest. The last epic treasure chest Xianxia had opened had surprised him. It was especially true for the Beastmaster's Compendium. Now that he had obtained another epic treasure chest, Xianxia grew nervous. Silently, he began to pray, "Please don't be an epic item. Please don't be an epic item." Epic items were the most worthless items one could obtain from an epic treasure chest. The truly valuable items were designs and recipes. Following which, Xianxia sacrificed 200 units of life force and activated Divine Providence, instantly increasing his luck by 70 points. He then activated the epic treasure chest. Chapter 1019, Unbelievable Luck. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1019, Unbelievable Luck. When Xianxia opened the epic treasure chest, A purple radiance enveloped the forging room. Had he opened the chest in the middle of White River City, he would have attracted everyone's attention as the purple light faded. The room's mana density increased significantly and remained that way for quite some time. There were a total of 3 items in the epic treasure chest. One item was luxurious red armor fashioned with white detailing. The armor was encrusted with 7 gemstones, neatly arranged to form a miniature magic array. The surrounding mana gathered around this magic array, condensing into a thin layer of 7-colored mist, which made the armor extraordinarily eye-catching when he saw the finished product. Even Shurfone was shocked. This was definitely the most visually appealing armor he had ever seen. What kind of armor is this? Shurfone wondered. This was the first time he had seen equipment that could increase the surrounding mana density. Despite not wearing the armor, his mind felt much clearer than before. The special forging room's mana was even denser than the basic meditation room. If a player's mind could be this clear all the time, it would massively help their training and battles. Following which, Shurfone clicked to check the armor's introduction. 7 Luminaries Battle Armor. Chestplate. Fragmented Legendary Rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 1000 class requirement. Berserker when equipped. Defense increased by 100 * player's level. All attributes increased by 3 * player's level. Strength increased by 60%. Agility increased by 40%. Endurance increased by 60%. Magic resistance increased by 30%. Ignore levels +20. All Berserker skills +5 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill 1. 7 Luminaries Protection. Decreases incoming damage from players of a lower tier by 70%, players of the same tier by 40%, and players of a higher tier by 20%. Grants immunity to control skills. Additional passive skill 2. Magic Reinforcement. Increases the strength of wearer's attacks by 50% and improves wielder's physique by 30%. Additional active skill 1. Sky God's Glory. Grants immunity to all magical damage. Decreases physical damage received by 80% and increases movement speed and attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Additional active skill 2. 7 Luminaries Domain. Effective radius of 50 yards. Decreases all enemies' reaction speed within affected area by 30%, movement speed by 40%, and attack speed by 40%. Wearer can also control up to 3 7 Luminary Spears. Each spear contains 200% of wearer's strength and causes 500% holy damage. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 5 hours. Skill is currently tier 1. Skills tier will increase with player's tier. The 7 Luminaries Battle Armor was a legendary item created by the blacksmith god, Soros. During the Great Ancient War, it had been greatly damaged by the Lord of the Abyss. However, as the battle armor's core remained intact, its repair only requires 10 God Crystals. Current number of absorbed God Crystals, 0/10. Shurfone was dazed for a long moment. After reading the armor's introduction, he had never thought that it was possible to obtain a fragmented legendary item from an epic treasure chest. It was even a considerably powerful fragmented legendary item. Whoever equipped the 7 Luminaries Battle Armor would watch their combat power soar. Unfortunately, only Berserkers could equip this armor. If he could equip it, it was very likely that he wouldn't find a single player throughout God's domain that could match him. After all, if he had 2 fragmented legendary items equipped, not only would he have an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes, but he would also possess absurdly powerful skills. If his opponent didn't have a similar lineup of equipment, he would be invincible. Although the battle armor had its own glaring flaws, repairing it would be easier than repairing other fragmented legendary items. There was a much higher chance that he could repair it and transform it into a true legendary item. Aside from the battle armor, 2 plain, old books lay within the epic treasure chest. As Shurfone was already satisfied with the 7 Luminaries Battle Armor, he hadn't paid much attention to the 2 old books. However, when Shurfone read their introductory texts, he was shocked once more. Icarus's Heart's effects are unbelievable. Shurfone was speechless as he held the 2 books of the 2 books. One was an alchemy secret journal, while the other was the design for the Magic Tower in God's Domain. Both books were treasures that could only be obtained with luck. Among the two books, the Alchemy Secret Journal recorded the recipe for an exotic potion. However, only a maximum of 10 alchemists could learn the recipe. There were many types of potion in God's Domain. Most generally lasted only 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, the effects would disappear upon death. However, exotic potions were different. Not only did they have long durations, but their buffs would remain after the player died and resurrected. Furthermore, these were only exotic potions. Side effects: exotic potions were the product of the hard work of God's Domain's craftsmen alchemists. Every exotic potion was extremely powerful. The secret journal Shipyard held contained the recipe to produce an exotic potion named Exotic Stamina Potion. When consumed, the potion increased players' maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery rate by 80%. For 10-hour stamina was indispensable for players. Regardless of whether players fought or ran, they consumed stamina. Only the amount consumed was different. If players ran out of stamina, even if their HP were full, they would lose the ability to move. Hence, most players generally took a break after grinding monsters for a certain time, using the opportunity to recover their stamina. If a player's stamina recovery rate and maximum limit increased, they would become far more efficient when grinding. Hence, in God's Domain, all items capable of increasing a player's stamina or their stamina recovery rate were extremely valuable. Although the exotic stamina potion was not as effective as the blood refining crystal's life essence, its effects were still considerably good. It was useful to both expert and ordinary players. With this Alchemy Secret Journal, the Candlelight trading firm's business would reach a whole new level. However, compared to the Alchemy Secret Journal, the Magic Tower construction design was truly useful to Zero Wing. Right now in God's Domain, players could purchase defensive weapons in the Adventurers Association after capturing a town successfully or while constructing a town. Defense turrets were one of the most common defensive weapons. Not only did they possess massive firepower, but their attack range was also relatively large. However, turrets were the most basic defensive weapons. There were many others that players could find elsewhere. The basic mana pulse cannon was one example. Unfortunately, it was very expensive. Moreover, not only did it possess a very long cooldown, but it was also costly to operate. Even so, its attacks were a force to behold. A single blast could almost rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The defense turrets could not compete with it. However, there was something even more advanced than the two aforementioned defensive weapons. The Magic Tower. Not even 8 defense turrets were a match for the defensive capabilities of a single Magic Tower. This was precisely the reason that the basic tower had become a mainstream building in Feng's past. Unfortunately, constructing a Magic Tower was very difficult. Now that Feng had the design, he would need a lot of resources to build it. Chapter 1020, Soaring Attributes. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1020, Soaring Attributes. Feng looked at the tattered Magic Tower construction design in his hands. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited right now. In reality, the Magic Tower was not very valuable to God's Domain's current guilds. It wasn't even worth as much as the Alchemy Secret Journal. To Feng, however, its value far surpassed that of a fragmented legendary item. If he constructed a city in Starmoon Kingdom, the city's potential profits would even be enough to tempt super guilds to strike against them, disregarding all cost to themselves. After all, a city was much larger than a town. No measly town could compare to the population a city could hold. One could also construct a larger variety of buildings in a city. Most importantly, players seeking entertainment would flock to the city, which could impact its economy in a massive way. Then there was the Mana Tower, which would allow resident players within the city to accumulate the double EXP buff with Zero Wing's current strength. Going up against super guilds was suicidal. Once the city's protection period ended, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to defend the city with its own strength. When the time came, others would take the city from them. Feng didn't want to see that happen. That was the reason that Feng wouldn't construct the city right now, regardless of whether or not he could afford to without sufficient strength. Excessive wealth only invited disaster. would not naively believe that those super guilds would kindly offer to cooperate with Zero Wing. To begin with, these existences were playing virtual reality games to earn money, not to have fun. If they were fully capable of reaping the benefits by themselves, why would they share? If Zero Wing wanted to cooperate with super guilds, there was a precondition. The guild needed to be able to protect the city it constructed. Otherwise, there was no point. It was similar to the encounter with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Shifeng had been worried about his city's defense. Acquiring the Magic Tower design was undoubtedly good news. Once he constructed his city, he simply needed to construct a few magic towers to protect it. At that time, with Zero Wing's constantly rising strength, defending a single city should not be a problem. However, like a teleportation magic array forging design, the Magic Tower design had limited uses. Up to 5 magic towers could be constructed with one design. This was enough for Shifeng. I had planned to add several more turrets to stabilize Stone Forest Town's safety. It seems that won't be necessary now. Shifeng smiled. He then contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her to collect the necessary materials and lifestyle players to construct the Magic Tower in Stone Forest Town. Unlike other items production, the Magic Tower's construction did not require specific lifestyle classes. In fact, any player could construct the Magic Tower. It was only a matter of speed and efficiency. However, to construct the Magic Tower's core, players needed to be capable of drawing an intermediate magic array. After all, the tower's most important components were the magic array and the mana circuit. For Shifeng, who was capable of manufacturing intermediate magic arrays, constructing the Magic Tower's mana circuit would be a piece of cake. As for the Magic Light set equipment, Shifeng put the project on a temporary hold. In any case, no one else in the guild could equip the set right now. The number of sets he had already produced was more than enough for the moment. Shifeng then replaced his Tier 1 set equipment with a fine gold ranked Magic Light set equipment, following which he replaced all 3 of his intermediate mana armor kits with the advanced versions. Immediately, his basic attributes soared to a new level. His strength instantly broke past the 1,200 point threshold. He was significantly stronger than a lord of the same level. His HP also soared to 32,550, while his defense could probably render even Zero Wing's number 1 MT, Cola, speechless. With this set of equipment, I can likely solo an ordinary level 50 lord without any berserk skills. When Shifeng clenched his fist, he could feel that his combat power had reached a new realm. He had to admit that there was a massive difference between level 50 and level 45 equipment in terms of attributes. After Shifeng switched into his new equipment, he used the Demon Mask to alter the Magic Light set's appearance, using his previous appearance. This way, outsiders would not notice any changes to his weapons or equipment, and they would not be able to gauge his strength without fighting him. As Shifeng arrived downstairs and was about to rearrange the counters in the Candlelight trading firm's first floor hall, he noticed that the number of players in the hall had decreased significantly. Moreover, a few of the players here scoffed at the trading firm's products. The Candlelight trading firm is unreasonable. Both the Heavenly trading firm and the Blackwater trading firm are selling their light stones for 80 copper each, yet Candlelight is still selling them for a silver each. I think I'll be better off shopping at the other 2 trading firms. Isn't the light stone supposed to be the Candlelight's specialty product? What? You don't know? Not long ago, both the Heavenly trading firm and the Blackwater trading firm announced that they are selling light stones. Moreover, they're selling each stone for only 80 copper and have declared that they will never raise its price, unlike a certain Blackheart trading firm, who only wants to wring us dry. What? They're so cheap. If I had known, I wouldn't have purchased so many light stones from Candlelight. While these several players chatted loudly, the surrounding players that overheard their conversation promptly changed their minds about purchasing light stones from the shop. They began to filter out of the Candlelight trading firm in search of a better deal. It was obvious that they were going to investigate the Heavenly trading firm and Blackwater trading firm's new products. Even 20 copper coins was a significant sum of money to ordinary players. If they used 5 light stones in a day, they could save up to 1 silver coin each day. That was enough money for independent players to buy themselves several drinks at the bar. If they saved up for a few days, they could also afford a nice piece of bronze or mysterious iron equipment. They sure are quick to extend their hands. Shifeng glanced at the several independent players who conversed with each other. He then called up the shop's system interface and teleported these players out of the shop. He banned them permanently from all of Candlelight's shops. It was very obvious that these people had no intentions of purchasing anything from Candlelight. They were either hired by Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to come here and steal customers. Otherwise, why would these people bother coming to Candlelight if they knew that the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm sold lightstones? Instead of blabbering on in the shop, showing no signs of leaving, anyone who heard the news would likely rush out of the shop as the previous customers had crap. Why can't I enter the shop? What kind of trading firm is this? They dare to chase away their customers. I'm never coming back. After Shifeng banished several independent players from the Candlelight trading firm, those players stood outside the shop, cursing in indignation. Very quickly, they attracted passers-by's attention. The Candlelight trading firm is outrageous. How can they randomly kick people out of their shop? Isn't there some saying stating that customers are akin to God? They dare to kick God out of their shop. They must want to go out of business. In my opinion, Candlelight is no longer a friend to players. Hearing those words, the crowd on the street began to discuss the Candlelight trading firm, their discontent rising as the discussion stretched on. However, Shifeng didn't pay any attention to the situation outside of the shop. Instead, he opened a new counter in the first floor hall. He then placed 10 advanced mana armor kits on display inside the counter's cabinet. Chapter 1021. Astronomically priced armor kit. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1021. Astronomically priced armor kit. I can't wait to see what the Candlelight trading firm plans to do now. As several players felt triumphant, thinking that their actions would damage the Candlelight trading firm's business, they noticed that the player traffic entering the firm gradually began to increase, rather than decrease. Moreover, among these players, there were even members from various large guilds. A flood of advanced horse carriages also began to stop near the shop's entrance. Quick! If we're late, they will sell out. One after another, guild players alighted from the carriages. What's going on? The independent players who had been banned from the shop realized that something was off, but they had no idea what was wrong. Although they wanted to enter the shop to investigate the situation, no matter how hard they tried, they could not take one step into the building. They could only stare at the establishment from outside. Fellow brother, do you know what's going on inside the Candlelight trading firm? It seems that Candlelight has revealed a new product in the first floor hall. After hearing what a friend told me, I stopped what I was doing and hurried over immediately. The new product is called the Advanced Mana Armor Kit, and I heard that its attributes trump the intermediate version. However, the production volume is much lower. Hence, Candlelight intends to hold an auction in a few minutes. If I can get my hands on one, I'll definitely make a fortune by reselling it later. Advanced Mana Armor Kit. The several players that Shifeng had chased out were stupefied. They had been tasked to observe the Candlelight trading firm and to cause some trouble while they were at it. Yet, as soon as they had been kicked out of the shop, the Candlelight trading firm began to sell the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom and the several surrounding countries knew about the mana armor kits. However, due to their rarity, very few players could actually get their hands on them. For the intermediate mana armor kits, only Zero Wings members had reliable access to them with their guild contribution points. Even then, elite members were only allowed to purchase one kit, while only core members were allowed to purchase 3. Because of this, the various large guilds were forced to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits from Zero Wings members secretly and at a high price. Moreover, only their guild's top-tier experts qualified to use the kits. Now that Zero Wing was selling the superior Advanced Mana Armor Kit, it would cause an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. It was no wonder why the various large guilds had frantically dispatched their representatives to Candlelight. Even the large guilds who had come to White River City to grind abyssal monsters surged into the Candlelight trading firm. Thinking up to this point, these spies contacted Blackwater's upper echelons immediately, hoping these upper echelons would send representatives to purchase the kits. If they could make it in time for the auction, the guild might decide to forego their punishment. However, as soon as they began to contact their upper echelons, they heard a cheer from inside the Candlelight trading firm, following which a loud, clear voice echoed down the street, "Welcome, everyone, to the Candlelight trading firm. The auction for the advanced mana armor kits will now begin." When the announcement ended, some new arrivals rushed into the shop with eager smiles upon hearing news of the advanced mana armor kits auction. They immediately teleported to White River City and rushed over in an advanced horse carriage. Had they waited a minute longer, they might have lost their chance to purchase the armor kits at this moment. The several incognito Blackwater members were stunned. They no longer had a way to explain themselves to their superiors. Even if someone from White River City's Blackwater trading firm headed this way now, they wouldn't arrive for at least another 10 minutes. By then, the auction would be over. As for having their guild send the money, although the funds would arrive in time, they couldn't enter the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight trading firm, the various guild members and independent players began to yell out their bids. The advanced mana armor kit's starting bid was 10 gold. Everyone was surprised. No one had expected the Candlelight to sell these kits so cheaply. Even the intermediate mana armor kits cost more than 10 gold per piece. Every player here had seen the advanced mana armor kit's attributes for themselves. If a player equipped 3 of the kits could increase their basic attributes by roughly 10%. This might not be a lot to Tier 1 players, but once players reach Tier 2 or above, the boost would be massive when everyone thought about how they could use the advanced mana armor kit after reaching their Tier 4 and Tier 5 classes. The passionate light in their eyes blazed as they looked upon the kits this time. A total of 10 armor kits were up for auction, with each lot containing 1 kit. The various large guilds inwardly cursed the Candlelight trading firm for this despicable decision. The benefits of a single advanced mana armor kit were barely noticeable. If one wanted the most benefits out of the kits, they had to collect 3 of them. In other words, if one managed to obtain 2 kits in this auction, they would have to purchase the 3rd kit, regardless of the cost. The competition in this auction would be fierce, although the starting price of a single kit was 10 gold. Shortly after the auction began, the price quickly soared, surpassing everyone's imaginations. 50 gold. The 100 Flowers Palace wants it. Cleansru, who wore vermilion red mage robes, declared softly. Everyone instantly shifted their gaze towards Cleansru, gasping, however. Their shock was not due to Cleansru's beauty or elegance, but her bid. With 50 gold coins, one could purchase a relatively valuable piece of level 35 dark gold equipment. Suddenly, an indifferent youth emerged from the crowd and said, "What arrogance from the 100 Flowers Palace! Isn't your offer just a measly 50 gold? The secret pavilion bids 100 gold." This youth was none other than the secret pavilion's genius newcomer, Cold Autumn. The youth had already reached level 40 and was fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment. Many guild members were stunned when they saw Cold Autumn 110 gold. Cleansru unhurriedly announced she must obtain the advanced mana armor kit. If Zero Wing had only held the auction after some promotion, the 100 Flowers Palace might not have had a chance to purchase the armor kit. This auction was too sudden. As a result, not many guilds had made it in time. She, on the other hand, just happened to be in White River City to purchase land for a guild residence. Hence, she had plenty of coins on hand. She definitely had what it took to compete with the secret pavilion. However, Cold Autumn did not give up as he shouted his next bid. Within a short moment, the advanced mana armor kit's price rose to 150 gold, causing most players to give up on the item. Although the advanced mana armor kit was impressive, one would only have around a 10% increase to their basic attributes after gathering 3 kits. It was not worth that much money. Just as everyone thought that the advanced mana armor kit would go to the 100 Flowers Palace, a woman wearing green mage robes raised her hand and called out, "I bid 200 gold." Chapter 1022, Candlelight's Large-Scale Auction. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1022, Candlelight's Large-Scale Auction. 200. She's insane. With that much money, I'd rather buy a level 40 dark gold weapon. Everyone inside the hall looked towards the woman who had placed the latest bid. What they saw, however, stunned them. The woman who placed the bid was level 41. Among the crowd in the hall, there were only a handful of players who had reached level 40. Meanwhile, Every one of these players was an expert from a powerful guild, such as Cleansed Rue from the Hundred Flowers Palace and Cold Autumn from the Secret Pavilion. Even among their own guilds, these people were top-ranking personnel. Even so, they were relatively far from level 41. Yet this woman had surpassed them. More importantly, such a powerful expert did not wear a guild emblem on her person, which was truly surprising. Alluring Summer. Who is she? When she saw the woman, who was no less attractive than herself, Cleansed Rue was astonished. She had practically memorized all of the well-known experts' names in Starmoon Kingdom. She also knew about many powerful experts who hid from the public eye in the various large guilds. However, logically, it was impossible for an ordinary expert to be able to reach level 41 at this stage of the game, much less an independent player. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one surprised by Alluring Summer's presence. Even Cold Autumn was shocked. The Secret Pavilion's information network was extensive. However, despite his search, he found no information relating to Alluring Summer. Not only did this woman feel dangerous, but she was also clearly wealthy. Logically, a person like this should not be able to hide from the public. The Secret Pavilion's records even included the notable achievements players from some cities had accomplished, yet they included nothing about Alluring Summer. This was too strange to Cleansed Rue and Cold Autumn. 200 gold was not much money. However, neither of them was a fool. At this point, the advanced mana armor kit's price was already way above its actual value. Hence, in the end, they decided to let Alluring Summer have it, following which the auction for the advanced mana armor kits became a bidding competition between these three players in the end. However, Alluring Summer purchased the second and third armor kit for 200 gold each, astounding everyone who took part. It would have been fine if a guild player had purchased the armor kits for such a high price. After all, large guilds like the Hundred Flowers Palace and the Secret Pavilion had many members. Naturally, they could get their hands on a lot of money. To ordinary players, however, 200 gold was undoubtedly astronomical. Even expert players could not produce that much money yet. An independent expert like Alluring Summer had spent 600 gold on just 3 advanced mana armor kits. Her wealth invoked questions about her origins. Moreover, judging by the woman's expression, it did not seem as if she particularly minded spending 600 gold. For a time, everyone was concerned about Alluring Summer's identity. They were very curious about this woman's identity. Some large guild representatives even messaged Alluring Summer secretly, stating that they wished to recruit her into their guilds and that they were willing to offer any benefits that she wanted. However, without exception, Alluring Summer deleted every message. She showed no interest whatsoever in these guilds after Alluring Summer bought the first 3 advanced mana armor kits. Cleansed Rue and Cold Autumn split the remaining 7. In the end, the other guilds and players had wasted a trip to the Candlelight trading firm just when everyone thought that the auction was over and was about to leave the premise. A voice resounded through the hall once more, arousing everyone's excitement. Our auction for today has officially come to an end. In 4 days, Candlelight will hold its first large-scale auction. This will be the venue for that auction as well. However, the auction will not be limited to the advanced mana armor kits. Many other valuable items will be available. Bronze mounts will be among those items. As for the grand finale, we will be auctioning entrance slots to the holy city of Titan. We hope that you all will spread the news of our upcoming auction. As the announcement faded, everyone in the hall had chills. Although they had no idea what the holy city of Titan was, they knew what bronze mounts were. Many top-tier experts in God's domain had already reached level 40. This hinted that the era of mounts had officially begun. Unfortunately, they weren't easy to obtain. Ordinary players had a hard time obtaining common mounts, not to mention bronze mounts. Any guild that had their own would prioritize their own experts. A guild would never sell their bronze mounts yet. The Candlelight trading firm had publicly declared that it would sell bronze mounts in its large-scale auction. How could they not be excited? After the announcement, many independent experts started to consider joining the competition for the bronze mounts. After all, even ordinary experts only found one if they were lucky. However, if it were only a matter coins, then independent experts had a chance. At this moment, Some independent experts were even considering to purchase coins with credits. Bronze mounts were different from common mounts. Not only were they faster, but they could also assist players in battle. This small difference might not be much to ordinary players, but to experts, it was extremely important. More often than not, that small difference could decide whether or not they could solo a powerful monster. Moreover, if they had the assistance of a bronze mount, their survivability and hunting capabilities in the fields would increase significantly. Hence, even if they had to spend a lot of credits to get their own bronze mount, they would do so. This was the equivalent of investing into one's business. What? Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? They're even selling the Titan City slots? The announcement surprised Cold Autumn. The majority of the players present might not know what the Holy City of Titan was, but he knew. After all, Pantheon had exposed the truth about the Holy City to God's domain's various superpowers. So he understood how valuable the slots to Titan City were. What an interesting guild. Everyone believes that Zero Wing will succumb to Blackwater's attack. It seems that they have underestimated Zero Wing's foundations. Cleanse Rue smiled upon hearing this announcement, her interest in Candlelight's large-scale auction growing. After the auction, players left the Candlelight trading firm, one after another. However, once outside the shop, they found that a group of level 39 expert players radiating killing intent had surrounded the trading firm's entrance. Every one of these players wore Blackwater's guild emblem. Seeing this, ordinary players moved out of these players' way, afraid of attracting their attention suddenly. A tall, robust man wearing silver battle armor stepped into Alluring Summer's way and asked sternly, "Are you the one who purchased the advanced man armor kits?" Chapter 10:23 Intense Battle at the Entrance. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 10:23 Intense Battle at the Entrance. When Blackwater's members blocked Alluring Summer's path, the people on the street turned to watch what was happening. Setting aside Alluring Summer's great beauty, her level 41 drew everyone's admiration. Between that and Blackwater's menacing players, this group had no difficulty attracting attention. So he's laughing drunkard of Blackwater. Cold Autumn's gaze chilled when he saw the leading silver-armored man. Laughing Drunkard was one of the few experts who had risen to prominence in the Blackwater Guild. Although his battle record was limited, he had, single-handedly, defeated the Star Alliance's Purple Eye and a dozen or so experts, wounding the first-rate guild. He already ranked within the top 1,000 on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, it was obvious that Laughing Drunkard had not used his full strength in his last battle. Due to this, the Secret Pavilion had investigated this man thoroughly. Even now, Cold Autumn could remember Yuan Tiexin's words, warning him that, should he encounter Laughing Drunkard in the fields, caution would be best. His safest option was to step aside and take a long way around now. After observing Laughing Drunkard in detail, Cold Autumn discovered that the man radiated quite a pressure. Laughing Drunkard wore a full set of excellent level 40 dark gold equipment. The man also carried a snow-white spear across his back. Overall, the man looked like a daunting general on a battlefield. However, with his current strength, he shouldn't need to fear Laughing Drunkard to the point of avoiding contact. This left Cold Autumn confused about Yuan Tiexin's warning. While Cold Autumn watched Laughing Drunkard, the man shot the youth a look, revealing a sneer, as if he had sensed Cold Autumn's gaze. He then ignored Cold Autumn and returned his attention to the woman before him, watching Laughing Drunkard and the others. Alluring Summer nodded and said, "That's right. What business do you have with me?" "Good. We'll give you 150 gold. Sell us all of your advanced mana armor kits," Laughing Drunkard said in a commanding tone after confirming that he got the right person. "Of course, you can choose not to sell them, but I can't guarantee you will leave White River City with your life." As soon as Laughing Drunkard made the threat, the dozen or so level 39 players beside him encircled Alluring Summer, sneering at the woman. Laughing Drunkard had not spoken softly. Almost every player watching his group had heard him clearly. Many players instantly voiced their complaints that woman spent 600 gold to buy those 3 kits. Yet he wants to buy them all for 150 gold? Blackwater's members are too much. Has Blackwater lost its mind? They dare extort others in broad daylight. Are they not afraid of the guards? Sure enough, independent players shouldn't stand out. I've heard that Blackwater members even dared to attack Ouroboros' guild leader, Gentle Snow, in the middle of the city. That beauty has no choice but to concede. Many players began to pity Alluring Summer. Everyone understood that, rather than targeting Alluring Summer specifically, Blackwater's true intention was to demonstrate its might in White River City. Blackwater was currently engaged in an all-out war against Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing had declared its large-scale auction in 4 days, Blackwater had to do something to suppress Zero Wing, preventing the guild from making a comeback. An independent player like Alluring Summer, who had purchased the Candlelight trading firm's items and wasn't particularly strong, would undoubtedly be Blackwater's best target for a demonstration. Whether Alluring Summer handed over the items willingly or they took the items by force, the act would send a message that anyone who purchased items from Candlelight would suffer the consequences. You're going to attack me if I refuse? Narrowing her eyes, Alluring Summer smiled as she said, I want to see if your Blackwater is strong enough to do so, then. You must want to die. A level 39 black-robed assassin suddenly appeared behind Alluring Summer, his eyes containing bloodlust. The assassin thrust his dagger towards the back of Alluring Summer's head, giving the woman no room to dodge or counter. Despicable. Cleansru, who stood by the side, inwardly cursed this sight while Laughing Drunkard had been talking. He had sent an expert assassin to approach Alluring Summer stealthily and attack her should the negotiations fail. This was truly despicable behavior, as everyone thought that Alluring Summer was done for. They watched the level 39 assassin's dagger pass through the woman's body harmlessly. Rather than finding its target, the assassin's attack struck Alluring Smiles. Afterimage reaction time is so fast. Cold Autumn's eyes widened, shocked at Alluring Summer's speed. If he faced such a sneak attack, he would likely lose his life. Then and there, yet Alluring Summer had dodged the attack, as if she had predicted it. However, these players from Blackwater weren't ordinary players either. Everyone was an expert. After realizing that his attack had failed, that assassin turned to where Alluring Summer had aimed her blink. After discovering the woman, he used shadow steps. In the blink of an eye, the assassin appeared behind Alluring Smile once more. With a backhand swing, he sent a backstab at Alluring Smile, the fluidity of his movements impressing many of the guild experts who watched the fight pump. Before anyone realized it, an ice wall had appeared behind Alluring Summer. When the dagger struck the wall and subsequently slowed, Alluring Summer tilted her body forward slightly, deftly dodging the assassin's backstab. Following which, she turned and, before anyone realized it, completed chanting and tracing the runes for another spell. She then pointed her finger at the assassin immediately. An arc of blue lightning shot from Alluring Summer's extended finger and struck the assassin before her. However, the assassin was no fool. Understanding that the lightning attack was quite powerful, he immediately activated Vanish, utilizing the brief 1-3-second invulnerability to block the attack. It seems this chick is quite strong. Seeing that Alluring Summers was extraordinarily strong, Laughing Drunkard turned to one of the swordsmen beside him and said, Bullet, go, help take care of that chick. After this, I'll ask the boss to help you apply for training at the main headquarters. Thank you, leader. I'll take care of her. The swordsman named Bullet licked his lips before activating Windwalk and charging toward Alluring Summer. Cleansru frowned when she saw the expert assassin and expert swordsman working together against Alluring Summer. She could tell that both the assassin and the swordsman could easily rank near the top of 100 Flowers Palace's players with their combat standards. If their coordination was good, even Cleansru herself was not confident of defeating them. When Bullet arrived before Alluring Summer, the latter turned suddenly once more and pointed her finger at the swordsman Shio. Another arc of lightning flew from Alluring Summer's finger. Moreover, the lightning was even faster than before. The attack was far more powerful this time. Before anyone realized it, 3 ice walls had appeared around Bullet, preventing him from moving sideways or backward and leaving him with no choice but to defend against the attack. Bullet quickly activated Parry to block the attack. However, the instant his weapon met lightning, his body was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the ice wall behind him and landing over 20 yards away. The massive power within Alluring Summer's attack made everyone shudder involuntarily. Such skilled double casting. Alluring Summer's performance surprised Cold Autumn. It's no wonder why you dare to challenge us. So, you have a few tricks up your sleeves. Ghost, join them. I want to see how long she can hold up. Laughing Drunkard ordered. Understood. At this time, a large, tan berserker named Smoking Ghost stepped forward. Without hesitation, he used charge on the fatigued Alluring Summer just when this level 39 berserker's weapon was about to hit Alluring Summer. A 3-meter-tall skeletal claw appeared beside the berserker without so much as a sound. Catching Smoking Ghost by surprise, the skeletal claw grabbed the berserker before squeezing him, releasing a loud crunch. Smoking Ghost's body transformed into a pile of ash that fell through the skeletal clawed fingers. Every spectator was stupefied. They could not figure out what had happened. That had been a level 39 berserker. Even Cold Autumn and Cleanse Rue were shocked. They could not believe that such an expert had died in a single move suddenly. A clear voice resonated down the street. This is Zero Wings territory. Do you people from Blackwater think you can do whatever you want here? The crowd turned towards the voice's owner. They were speechless. The person who had spoken was none other than Zero Wings' Vice Guild leader, Aqua Rose. Chapter 1024, Mage God. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1024, Mage God. So strong, as expected of Zero Wings Goddess. Aqua Rose's Tier 1 curse, Soul Annihilation, shocked every player on the street. Many female players were even mesmerized. She's Zero Wings' Vice Guild leader. Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock as she saw Aqua Rose. Although she had been in White River City for a time and had seen photos of Aqua Rose and watched many of the woman's videos, this was the first time she had seen her in person. However, the Aqua Rose she stared at was different from her guild's reports based on the information her guild had provided. Although Aqua Rose was very strong, the woman's combat power was only slightly stronger than the Star Alliance's Red Feather. Although Aqua Rose had improved as time progressed and had even defeated Thousand Blades, one of the Glorious Lions battle team's apex experts, in the Dark Arena, she was not strong enough to kill a level 39 top-tier expert. With a single attack, ordinary players might not realize how strong that level 39 berserker was. But as the Vice Guild leader of a first-rate guild, Cleanse Rue did this level 39 berserker's timing was even better than the assassin and swordsman who had attacked first. He was definitely a half-step refinement realm expert. Moreover, based on Laughing Drunkard's tone, it was obvious that he was relatively confident in this berserker's strength. A half-step refinement realm expert was no noob. In a first-rate guild, said expert would rank near the top of the guild. Said expert might even become the guild's strongest player yet. Aqua Rose had killed such an expert instantly. Cleanse Rue began to wonder if Zero Wing had bribed her information department. Had only been a short time since she had received the report on Aqua Rose. How could one person improve so quickly? Suddenly, the masked level 40 female assassin beside Laughing Drunkard asked, "Drunkard, why don't we gang up on Aqua Rose? If we kill her, it will deal quite a blow to Zero Wing. Guild leader and the others will have less resistance when they strike." "Forget it. We should save some of our cards for later." Lethal Gale suffered precisely because he grossly underestimated Zero Wing, Laughing Drunkard said, shaking his head as he glanced at Aqua Rose. He then said in the team chat, "Bullet, you two go all out and deal with Aqua Rose. I want to see how strong this Vice Guild leader is." Laughing Drunkard had planned to put on a dominant show in front of the Candlelight trading firm to suppress Zero Wing's recently rising prestige. Now, however, it seemed as if that were no longer possible now that Bullet and the level 39 assassin had actively attacked someone inside the city. The NPC guards would kill and jail them upon arrival. It was also obvious that the two were not capable of killing the woman named Alluring Summer. Rather than lose their lives pointlessly, they might as well use this opportunity to test Aqua Rose's strength no matter what was said or done. Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader. A VIP if they could collect some information on Aqua Rose now. It would be easier to deal with the woman in the future. This war between guilds would not be determined with just one or two big battles or several dozen minor skirmishes. Aside from an economic war, information gathering was extremely important. Information could determine a war's outcome if used during a crucial moment. Understood. After Bullet and the assassin received their command, they activated their berserk skills before turning and dashing towards Aqua Rose. Like machines, there wasn't a shred of hesitation in their eyes. Both players' attributes rose significantly, and their dangerous auras resembled that of wild beasts. The surrounding players instantly felt death loom over them, and they started to back away from these two players after the two activated their berserk skills. Each temporarily gained the combat power of a lord of the same level, yet, as if the pressure these two players radiated were a spring breeze, Aqua Rose remained unfazed as she stood before the Candlelight trading firm's entrance, watching the two players charge at her. Aqua Rose simply waved her staff. The ground beneath her feet turned pitch black, and as if this black shadow were contagious, it spread quickly, covering the ground around her. The shadow then enveloped the assassin and swordsman, and they instinctively jumped into the air to avoid the attack begun. Aqua Rose did not even bother to look at her assailants as she swiped her right index finger across the air. The pitch-black shadow rose from the ground, transforming into a pillar of black light that shot into the air. Even players several streets away saw the pillar of black light, giving neither of the players a chance. The black pillar devoured them whole. Despite the two players activating their life-saving skills, they screamed in agony from inside the pillar. They felt as if they were trapped in hell. The spectators even began to pity them after hearing the screams. When the pillar of black light finally disappeared, only Aqua Rose and two pieces of top-tier equipment remained on the battlefield. They died. How did she do that? This scene left everyone gasping. Unlike the Berserker, who had died without any display of strength, Blackwater's assassin and swordsman had shown off their combat standards against Alluring Summer. Thus, everyone watching the battle had a clear grasp of how strong those two experts were. A laughing drunkard, who watched from afar, wore a dark expression. Aqua Rose was a lot stronger than he had expected. Until now, she had only used two skills. This wasn't enough for him to judge her current standard. Moreover, the information he gleaned from the pillar of black light was not enough to reach a conclusion. The assassin and swordsman had died for nothing. After Aqua Rose finished collecting her loot, she looked towards laughing drunkard and said, "If you still want to fight, attack me together. I don't have time to waste on fighting you one by one." Currently, she was in a relatively good mood. She had only used two skills to earn 2 pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. She could probably make close to 100 gold if she sold these 2 items. Unfortunately, Blackwater's members had swiftly retrieved the equipment the Berserker had dropped. Otherwise, she could have earned more money. When Blackwater's players heard Aqua Rose's provocation, they all wanted to jump into action. Although Aqua Rose's skills were indeed powerful, skills like those generally had very long cooldowns. If they charged at her now, they would be more than capable of defeating the Curseman Sirwiri. Leaving. Laughing drunkard extended a hand to stop his teammates. Now is not the time to fight them. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Saying so, Laughing drunkard led his team away from the Candlelight trading firm's entrance, earning jeers and mocking gazes from the surrounding players for his trouble. At the same time, the bystanders began to admire Zero Wing even more than before. White River City's native players cheered in their eyes. Zero Wing was a local guild, while Blackwater was the enemy. Naturally, they would celebrate when Zero Wing suppressed Blackwater. Aqua, isn't your transformation a little too intense? It's only been some time since we've seen each other, yet I nearly failed to recognize you. As everyone left the venue, Alluring Summer, who had silently stood by the side, smiled and greeted Aqua Rose. Not here. Let's continue our conversation inside. Aqua Rose responded to the greeting with a smile of her own. She then led Alluring Summer into the Candlelight trading firm. The remaining players on the street were stunned. They had never expected Alluring Summer to be acquainted with Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Aqua Rose, they know each other. Why doesn't the secret pavilion know anything about this? Cold Autumn was similarly shocked. Alluring Summer's strength could not be ignored. After seeing the speed of her double casting, Cold Autumn knew that the woman was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose had ended the battle too abruptly, giving Alluring Summer no opportunity to display her true strength. If Sherphone were present, he too would have been surprised. After all, he was extremely familiar with a woman named Alluring Summer. Sherphone wasn't the only one. Practically every player in God's domain had heard of her in the past. Her fame had all been due Alluring Summer's past nickname, the Lightning Mage God. Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. After the auction for the Advanced Mana Armor Kit ended, news of the Candlelight trading firm's plans to hold a large-scale auction spread like wildfire. It quickly became the hot topic throughout Starmoon. Kingdom Zero Wing is so amazing. I never thought that it would even sell bronze mounts. I have to collect enough money to join the auction myself. Stop dreaming. Those are bronze mounts we were talking about. Even large guilds only have a few. If Zero Wing really intends to sell them, independent players like us won't be able to afford their price. Even if I can't afford it, visiting the auction is still be a good idea. I heard that, aside from the bronze mounts, they'll be selling rare items. The majority of the players eagerly anticipated the Candlelight auction in 4 days. Even if they could not buy themselves a bronze mount, they would be more than satisfied with a good weapon or piece of equipment, as the public disregarded this as just another normal auction. God's Domain's various large guilds immediately took action, secretly gathering funds to ordinary players. The most attractive item up for auction was the bronze mount. To large guilds, however, the entrance slots to the Holy City of Titan and the Advanced Mana Armor Kits were far more important. The entrance slots were particularly valuable to super guilds. After all, they had the master lifestyle players that other guilds did not. Only, these lifestyle players had yet to familiarize themselves with God's Domain's lifestyle system. As long as these players had enough resources, they would easily become true master lifestyle players with Super Guild's expansive network of connections. They could easily earn a ton of coins with these master lifestyle players' advanced products. Hence, when the various Super Guilds and Super First-Rate Guilds heard the news of Zero Wing selling the Holy City's entrance slots, they immediately began to gather funds. As I expected of a number 1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom, to think Zero Wing still had such a move. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Others might only see Zero Wing holding a simple auction, but he knew the true value of the Holy City's entrance slots. Those slots would attract a large number of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. There is also the Advanced Mana Armor Kit to consider. A 10% increase to one's basic attributes was no trifling matter. If one could equip a 100-man expert team with the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, raiding large-scale team dungeons would be much easier. This was especially true for level 50 large-scale team dungeons, as the saying went, once ahead, always ahead. Level 50 was a major turning point for God's Domain's players. If a guild compiled a stock of level 50 top-tier equipment ahead of its competition, when the time came, the guild's experts could complete their Tier 2 class changes ahead of others as well. Guild leader, what should we do? If we let Zero Wing move unhindered, by the time the auction is over, they will resolve their funding problem. It doesn't matter. We'll proceed as planned. Fog and her group should finish constructing the magic array in less than 4 days. Even if Zero Wing collects enough coins, it will be powerless to change the situation. Collect some money for the auction. We need to join in on the fun as well. Singular Burial was not worried about Zero Wing making a comeback with a Candlelight auction. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had already prepared to take down Stone Forest Town. No matter how hard Zero Wing struggled, nothing would change. Inside the Candlelight trading firm's VIP guest room, the 7-story Candlelight trading firm was at least the equivalent of a 10-story building in the real world. On the top floor, one could see the beauty of White River City past the French windows and the ant-sized players wandering through the streets in White River City. Aside from the Candlelight trading firm's 3-star shop, no building offered such scenery. Most of the high-class restaurants throughout the city were at most 3 stories tall. Even NPC and other player-owned shops were not as tall. Alluring Summer, who currently sat by the French windows, glanced at the city before turning back to Aqua Rose and saying enviously, "Aqua, you really are getting by a lot better than I am. After not seeing each other for some time, your strength has improved so much. What have you been doing recently? You couldn't be training deep in the mountains, right?" Aqua Rose had hidden her level during the scuffle on the street. After entering the VIP lounge, however, she had no reason to level 44. When Alluring Summer saw this, her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. She had barely reached level 41 after encountering several miracles and spending most of her time cooped up in her home playing God's Domain. Yet Aqua Rose, who was busy as Zero Wing's vice guild leader, had managed to reach level 44. It was truly inconceivable Alluring Summer could clearly remember that when Aqua Rose had resided in the Storm Empire and one of Twilight Echo's honorary elders, the woman's level and equipment had been on par with hers. If she had lost her friend only in levels and equipment, she wouldn't have minded. The biggest issue was that Aqua Rose had also improved her combat techniques. Coupled with the woman's equipment, she was not confident that she could defeat Aqua Rose. Right now, what are you talking about? Aqua Rose covered her mouth and grinned. She had known Alluring Summer since she was young, as their families were friends. However, Alluring Summer was a far more talented gamer than herself. Due to that, this woman had always bullied her. Now that Alluring Summer had said such a thing, the little vanity inside her was quite satisfied. She felt even happier than when she had defeated the Star Alliance. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Look at that smile on your face. Alluring Summer rolled her eyes at her friend. Eagerly, she asked, "Speak. What have you been doing recently? How did you improve so quickly?" All right. I'll talk." Aqua Rose nodded. "To be honest, I've asked you here for a reason. I'm sure that you have heard about Zero Wing, even in the Storm Empire. I invited you here today to ask you to join Zero Wing. Join a guild." Alluring Summer shook her head straightforwardly and said, "Forget it. I'm used to moving alone. I hate being bound by guild's restrictions more than anything. Don't even try to persuade me. I refuse to join any guild." "Don't you want to improve your combat techniques?" Aqua Rose had predicted this reply. Smiling, she said, "Hasn't that always been your goal? If you are always alone, I'm afraid that you'll never catch up to that person. I've heard that that person is getting by pretty well in God's domain. His strength has already reached an unimaginable realm." Chapter 1026, Top 10. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1026, Top 10. Alluring Summer fell silent at Aqua Rose's words. Others might not know why she had started playing virtual reality games, but Aqua Rose knew her in-goal eye know how that person is doing. "I'm still nowhere near his strength. However, I recently accepted a hidden class quest. If I can complete the quest and obtain a hidden class, I might have a chance of catching up in the future," Alluring Summer said seriously. "I believe that you are familiar with the standards. Can you say with certainty that I can surpass that person by joining Zero Wing?" Before she arrived in Starmoon Kingdom, she had researched Aqua Rose's guild thoroughly. She had to admit that it was miraculous that a small, unknown guild had grown to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. However, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't much when compared to the whole of God's domain. There were hundreds of kingdoms. Starmoon Kingdom was only slightly above average kingdom. Meanwhile, empires stood far above kingdoms. Based on what she knew, there were other small, unknown guilds that had taken control of entire kingdoms. There was even a third-rate guild that dominated an empire. Though said third-rate guild possessed an extraordinary background on the other hand, Zero Wing had yet to take control over Starmoon Kingdom fully. Among the many rising small guilds in the game, it merely ranked among the top. It did not rank #1. Furthermore, the recently established Blackwater Guild was an extremely tough opponent for Zero Wing. In the real world, the Blackwater Corporation had begun to gather all sorts of resources. It was clear that the corporation planned a major move in God's domain to seize some of the shares in God's domain's market as an international corporation. The amount of resources the Blackwater Corporation wielded was beyond imagination. Even without any tricks, it could easily defeat first-rate guilds. To put it bluntly, Zero Wing was having a hard time staying afloat right now. How could a guild possibly help her improve? When Alluring Summer had expected Aqua Rose to hesitate and fail to answer her question confidently, Aqua Rose revealed a dauntless smile and responded, "If you work hard enough after joining Zero Wing, I assure you that you will achieve your goal." If Alluring Summer had asked this question in the past, she wouldn't have been so certain after all. She knew full well how powerful Alluring Summer's target was. It was not just a matter of being strong. That person was on an entirely different level. Only someone as talented as Alluring Summer could dream of surpassing such a person. As for herself, she had only been able to look up to him, however. Things were different now in the past. She had been barred from that person's world. However, thanks to Sure Feng, she was beginning to enter it. With Alluring Summer's frightening talent, it was incredibly likely that she would surpass that person in the future. Hearing Aqua Rose's resolute answer, Alluring Summer was stunned. If Aqua Rose were not her best friend, she would suspect the woman of some trick. Seeing Alluring Summer's hesitation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath and said, "I understand your thoughts. How about this? Join Zero Wing. If you think remaining in Zero Wing won't help you reach your goal, I'll ask the guild leader to let you go personally. How about it?" In reality, she had not asked Alluring Summer here only because she wanted to add her strength to Zero Wing, but also because she wanted to help her friend realize her dream. Firstly, she planned to recruit Alluring Summer as a Zero Wing core member and expose her to the guild's training. This was the greatest concession she could offer right now. After all, Zero Wing was not hers. She could not selfishly offer the guild's resources to an outsider, really. Alluring Summer asked warily. She knew that as players were given access to more resources in a large guild, they would be bound by more restrictions. It was impossible to up and leave for no reason. Take Aqua Rose, for example. If not for the Sun and Moon Group position as one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, she wouldn't have been able to leave the guild so easily. Don't you believe me? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. "These are your words. Don't regret them later. If I sense that there is no point to remaining in Zero Wing, I won't hesitate to walk away." Alluring Summer stated seriously. "That's fine," Aqua Rose said, smiling bitterly. "If you don't have any other issues, sign this contract. Once you sign it, you'll be one of Zero Wing's core members and can enjoy all of the benefits that come with the position." Alluring Summer then read the system-approved contract. Indeed, as Aqua Rose had said, the conditions were lax. She could leave the guild anytime she wanted. However, she would not be permitted to share any information relating to Zero Wing with others. Otherwise, she would be banished from God's domain. Alluring Summer understood the clause. After all, every guild had its secrets. After finding no faults with the contract, she signed at the bottom. After Aqua Rose confirmed that the Mage God system had acknowledged the contract, she sent her friends several battle videos. "Since you're a core member, you are allowed to learn from these. As for how much you learn, that depends on you. If you wish to enhance your learning speed, you can fight for the 100-berry wine. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can also apply to join Zero Wing's training grounds in the real world. There are dedicated experts there to offer pointers. If you rank within the top 10 in Zero Wing's rank matches, you may apply for the Black Card. With that, you can train in the simulation training system." "Black Card? What's that?" Alluring Summer could not help but ask. "I am not allowed to offer any concrete information. You can only learn more if you rank among the top 10 in the matches," Aqua Rose said, chuckling. She had been using the Black Card Sure Feng had sent her. She had never dreamed that Sure Feng would get his hands on something so valuable. Before this, she had not realized how frightening super guilds were. Despite her previous participation in a super guild's training camp, she felt like she was learning about super guilds for the first time. During the several days she had spent in the secret pavilion's training system, she had improved significantly. "Don't be so stingy. Do you think that I can't rank among the top 10 with my strength?" Alluring Summer curled up her lips into a sneer. "I believe that you can in the future. However, you won't make it in the upcoming rank matches," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. "Aqua, do you think that I used my full strength against those bastards on the street? I'm not trying to brag, but if I used my full strength, very few people in Zero Wing could stand against me," Alluring Summer said, annoyed. She had experienced many hardships in the Storm Empire. She had even disguised herself and defeated many well-known experts. Among them, Some are even top-tier experts ranked on the God's Domains experts list. With her standards, aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, she would easily rank at the top of any large guild. I knew you would say that. However, take a look at these videos. Once you're done, you'll understand what I mean, Aqua Rose said, not bothering to explain further. If you still think that you're strong enough, I will find someone to spar with you. If you can defeat that person, I'll help you apply for a black card immediately. What do you think? These are your words, not mine. Don't regret them. Seeing Aqua Rose's resolution, Alluring Summer decided to humor her friend, and she started to watch one of the videos she had been given. She was curious to find out what gave Aqua Rose such great confidence. Chapter 10:27, Overwhelming Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 10:27, Overwhelming Strength. Only Zero Wings core members could view the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent to Alluring Summer God's domains. Various large guilds usually had their own intelligence departments that specialized in information gathering and videos of various battles. Battle videos of Apex experts were not unique to Zero Wing. However, the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent were somewhat special. These battle videos could not be found anywhere on the market. The majority of these videos were of Sure Feng fighting other Apex experts. Moreover, they had been recorded from Sure Feng's point of view, not from a third party's. In addition, they had been recorded with the holographic simulation mode. Rather than watching the video on a flat screen, one could experience the fight themselves. Among the recorded opponents, the weakest were in the refinement realm, while the strongest had been an old monster in the domain realm. One could say that this was the classical collection of Sure Feng's battles. As for opponents that had not reached the refinement realm, those had not qualified. After all, there were too many expert players who had yet to reach the refinement realm. Those videos were easy to find. Referencing those videos had no value aside from Sure Feng's PvP battle videos. Alluring Summer also had access to his battle videos from the Secret Pavilion's Battle Tower. The Battle Tower was the most direct method of testing a player's combat standards. These videos could help a player summarize their deficiencies. These videos were precisely the reason that Zero Wing's core members improved so quickly. Alluring Summer had not paid much attention when she had started to watch the videos. However, when the fight began, she couldn't pull her eyes from the recording before she realized it. She had already watched all of the videos Aqua Rose had sent her. After Alluring Summer finished watching the videos, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Excitedly, she turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked, "Aqua, do you have other videos like these?" Although she had only watched a few and none of these videos lasted long, she had to admit that they were inspiring. Sure Feng's battles gave her a glimpse of an entirely new world. She had never thought that players could fight in such a way. These videos are the best we have. There are some others stored in the guild's database. The most exciting of those are the battles between core members. However, regarding combat standards, they're no match for the videos you just watched. Aqua Rose said they're no match. Alluring Summer was disappointed. Although she had only watched the videos for a short time, she already felt that she had improved in a way. If she could watch more recordings of such high combat standards, she could improve faster than relying on trial and error. Are you disappointed? Aqua Rose asked, giggling. Of course. I usually collect battle videos of God's domains experts, too. However, compare what you have given me. Those experts are no more than children playing house. At this moment, Alluring Summer still couldn't get enough of those videos. To be honest, you don't need to feel so disappointed. If you fight your way into the top 10 in the rank matches and obtain a black card, you'll develop even faster. Aqua Rose chuckled. One could fight all sorts of experts in the simulation training system. Experience would help one grow stronger much faster than watching videos. Really? Alluring Summer's excitement was immediate. Didn't you say that if I defeat a particular person, I can apply for a black card immediately? Call them here. I want to find out what this black card is. After watching the battle videos, while she admitted that she was absolutely no match for Sure Feng, she did not believe that, with her current strength, she could lose to anyone else in Zero Wing. After all, she had secretly defeated the 766th ranked expert on the God's Domains experts list. Furthermore, Although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose had grown stronger after watching her friend fight, she believed that she had roughly a 40% chance of defeating the Vice Guild leader right then. "I'll contact them," Aqua Rose said, smiling helplessly. She knew full well how confident Alluring Summer was of her own strength. She also knew that Alluring Summer was a capable expert had Alluring Summer visited a few days earlier. With her current strength and techniques, she likely would have ranked among the top 10. In addition to her status as Vice Guild leader, it shouldn't be hard to get Alluring Summer a black card. Now, however, things had changed some time ago. Gentle Snow joined Zero Wing with a bunch of Ouroboros's top players, increasing Zero Wing's strength significantly right now. She was not certain of how well Alluring Summer would fare in Zero Wing. After all, she was not particularly familiar with the strength of Gentle Snow's people, however. Since her friend was eager to fight, she might as well accommodate the woman. She could use this opportunity to determine how much her friend had improved while they had been apart. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Violet Cloud and led Alluring Summer to the Divine Coliseum Aqua. "You're kidding me, right? You're having me fight a cleric? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much?" Alluring Summer frowned at the young Violet Cloud before arriving. She had thought Aqua Rose would find some middle-aged uncle to face her. She never thought that her opponent would be such a young girl. It was common knowledge that improving one's techniques in virtual reality games was not as easy or convenient as improving one's weapons and equipment. One needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate combat experience. Aside from those extremely talented youths, very few youths became experts. Most of the famous experts in God's domain were over 25 years old. Violet Cloud was also a cleric. Alluring Summer's victory was practically guaranteed. "Just fight her. You'll understand soon," Aqua Rose said. Smiling meaningfully, she had already promised that, as long as Alluring Summer defeated the person she called upon, she would help her apply for a black card. If she chose someone like Flying Shadow or Cola, her application might not be accepted. However, if Alluring Summer could defeat Violet Cloud, get her access to the simulated training system would easier. Her application would definitely be accepted. After all, defeating Violet Cloud meant that Alluring Summer was already strong enough to rank among the guild's top 10 with no other choice. Alluring Summer helplessly entered the arena. She decided to put an end to this pointless farce quickly as soon as the timer reached 0. Alluring Summer immediately began to double cast. Moreover, both of her chosen spells were Tier 1. Lightning and Chain Fireball first. She intended to use the numerous fireballs to block her opponent's paths, keeping the girl in one place. Afterward, she planned to attack Violet Cloud's weak point with lightning. Even an expert on her level would struggle to cope with such a combination. As soon as Alluring Summer finished chanting, she hurled 5 fireballs at Violet Cloud. Each fireball was just as powerful as a full-powered attack from a berserker of the same level. Moreover, the fireballs were extremely fast. Even an assassin of the same level would find them difficult to dodge. This spell should kill a cleric instantly, even if Violet Cloud survived the attack. Alluring Summer still had the more powerful and faster lightning. This was the spell she had used to throw Bullet, the swordsman from Blackwater, over 20 yards away. It was overkill against a magical class, however. Just as Alluring Summer thought that the battle was over, dozens of mana balls appeared around Violet Cloud under Violet Cloud's control. These mana balls transformed into a beam of black light that struck the 5 fireballs. Alluring Summer was stunned the instant the 5 fireballs encountered those mana balls. Not only had they been destroyed, but over a dozen more mana balls continued toward Alluring Summer despite using lightning and ice wall to defend herself. The mana balls adjusted their attack trajectories as if they were alive, avoiding her lightning and ice wall, and surrounding her. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena. As Alluring Summer's body fell to the ground, the system then displayed the victor's name above the arena. Violet Cloud. Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. As soon as Alluring Summer resurrected outside the arena, she turned to look at the young girl walking out of it. Her face filled with shock. Of all the experts she had encountered before, not one had ever managed to instantly kill her in a single move. She also had not believed that such a person existed. Not to mention, said person was a little girl. Why is there such a huge gap? Alluring Summer was baffled by this outcome, standing to one side. Aqua Rose could not help but reminisce when she saw the stunned look on her friend's face back. When she had seen the strength her phone displayed, she had been thoroughly stupefied. Now, Alluring Summer was experiencing a similar situation. The outcome of this match came as no surprise whatsoever to Aqua Rose. Although they were all playing the same game, the disparity in strength had made her wonder whether they were truly playing the same game. Alluring Summer was most likely pondering this same question at the moment, utterly confused by this situation. However, this was reality, an extremely cruel reality. This was the most unreasonable aspect of games in ordinary virtual reality games. The gradual accumulation of attributes made it very easy for a gap to appear between players. Meanwhile, God's Domain was even more special than the usual virtual reality games. Not only was there the gap of attributes, but there was also the gap of combat experience and technique, reaction speed, observation power, skill utilization, grasp of timing, and many other aspects. If one was just a tad stronger than their opponent in all these aspects, in a situation where both fighters possessed the same attributes, there would still be a massive difference in the combat power displayed. This battle was undoubtedly the best proof in terms of attributes. Violet Cloud, who is currently level 44, completely surpassed Alluring Summer. In terms of combat techniques, Violet Cloud, who had already entered the refinement realm, was also superior to Alluring Summer, who was only at the half-step refinement realm. The result of this combination of advantages was a one-hit KO. After falling into a daze for quite some time, Alluring Summer turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked curiously, "Aqua, tell me honestly, what's her rank within the guild?" This was Alluring Summer's first time encountering such a powerful cleric. Since she started playing God's Domain, she did not believe that Violet Cloud ranked only within the top 10 of Zero Wing. Based on her estimation, the girl should be among the top 3 at the very least. If a guild could have 3 of such experts, it was no wonder Zero Wing was considered Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, probably within the top 5. Aqua Rose could not say for sure. As far as she knew, Shifeng had not held back in nurturing Gentle Snow and the others after they joined Zero Wing. Moreover, Aqua Rose had heard that Gentle Snow had already entered the refinement realm even before she joined Zero Wing. The weapon she wielded was even a magic weapon. She also had a hidden class that enabled her to use twofold berserk. In addition, there was Thoughtful Rain, who did not participate much in guild activities. The girl was very strong and was another one who had a special legacy. She's so strong, yet she's only ranked within the top 5? Alluring Summer exclaimed in shock. "You're kidding me, right?" She truly found it hard to imagine what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were actually 4 more monsters like Violet Cloud in the guild. Just how are other guilds supposed to go up against Zero Wing? What benefit do I get from lying to you? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. Grumpily, she added, "Now you know how powerful Zero Wing is, right?" Although Aqua Rose was acting somewhat smug, Alluring Summer was paying no attention to her words whatsoever. Instead, she directly rushed up to Violet Cloud, hoping to continue challenging the young girl. Before this, she had extreme difficulty finding a powerful expert to fight against. Now that this little monster was right before her eyes, how could she possibly let this chance get away? To a battle maniac like Alluring Summer, this situation was equivalent to placing fresh meat before a hungry wolf. At the same time as Alluring Summer had joined Zero Wing, a huge incident had occurred over at the distant Starmoon City. A short while ago, monsters had captured an NPC town belonging to Starmoon City, massacring every player within the town and reducing a town with a population of nearly 20,000 players to a town of death. In response, Starmoon City had announced that players could launch a crusade against this town. As long as they managed to clear out the monsters from this town, they would obtain generous rewards, including direct promotion to a Count of Starmoon City in God's Domain. The importance of reputation to players spoke volumes for itself. The higher a player's reputation was, the easier it would be for them to obtain a high-ranking or rare quest. Players could also receive discounts on their repair fees and teleportation fees. Most importantly, the number of personal guards they could hire would increase. At the Viscount rank, players were only allowed 2 personal guards. At the Count rank, however, players could have 4 even if a player themselves was not strong. If they had 4 high-quality personal guards around them, even expert players would have to give them a wide berth. Moreover, grinding field bosses would also become a very simple task. Only, it was extremely difficult to find high-quality personal guards currently. Even a mysterious iron guard would go for an astronomical price, not to mention secret silver and fine gold guards, however. Players were no fools, either. Currently, even the various large guilds had managed to find only a few mysterious iron guards, much less secret silver guards. Anyone who obtained one would definitely treat the NPC as their family heirloom. They would not sell the NPC no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the rewards for the town crusade just so happened to be an opportunity to select a personal guard from the King's Royal Guard. The King's Royal Guard. That was the gathering place of Star Moon Kingdom's elites. Only the most outstanding guards could join the Royal Guard. Their growth potential would naturally be significantly better than that of the NPCs players could find on the streets. Even if an ordinary player managed to obtain only a mysterious iron guard, they could immediately resign from their jobs in the real world and rely solely on God's domain to sustain themselves. If one obtained a secret silver guard and directly sold the NPC to a large guild, they would no longer have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives hence. The moment news of this was released, the entire Star Moon City went into an uproar. Both independent and guild players formed teams one after another and embarked on an expedition to take back the town. Many guilds and workshops even started preparing siege tools. Guild leader, should we send some men over as well? In any case, that town is not very far away from Stone Forest Town, Blackie suggested softly as he looked at Shifeng, who was currently overseeing the construction of the magic tower. No need to hurry. It'll be fine even if we head out after the tower is constructed, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. In reality, though, even he was greatly tempted by this reward. The NPCs in the Royal Guard were dragons among men generally. Only players who had reached the Marquis rank had the opportunity to choose a personal guard from the Royal Guard. Even then, they would be required to complete a quest whose difficulty was no less than an epic quest. Extremely few players were capable of completing it. Fortunately, this quest belonged to the category of pure reward quests, so players would not incur any punishment even if they failed. At most, they would lose their opportunity to recruit a Royal Guard yet. Now, players only needed to capture a town in order to receive such a reward. Shifeng was somewhat puzzled by this situation. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Upon hearing Shifeng saying so, Blackie had no choice but to give up on taking a look at the monster town. After all, Zero Wing was truly very busy right now. The guild's expansion had driven home to Blackie its dire manpower shortage, setting aside the ongoing war with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Just Stone Forest Town itself required a lot of people to manage it in the past. As he had not been responsible for managing Stone Forest Town, he had not thought that the job was particularly difficult. Recently, however, Shifeng had handed him some of the responsibility for the town, which finally made him realize how wrong he was. While the town had still been in its protection period, the task of maintaining the town's security could be left fully to the NPC guards to handle. After the protection period was over, however, problems started cropping up one after another. The first headache was the matter of patrolling the town, a daily task in player towns. Zero Wing needed to arrange for some players to patrol Stone Forest Town and maintain its security. However, this need was not because of players but NPCs. Ever since Stone Forest Town's protection period ended, a constant flow of NPC visitors from other towns had started trickling in. Among them included merchants, adventurers, and various other kinds of NPCs. This situation triggered the true development of the town's economy, which was the root of the second headache. A town's promotion relied mainly on its economy and degree of prosperity. Meanwhile, these two factors depended on the number of resident players and NPCs. In terms of players, Stone Forest Town had long since exceeded the target requirement and was already qualified for promotion to a medium-sized town. In terms of NPCs, however, Stone Forest Town was not even close to reaching the required number of 10,000 NPCs. Moreover, this number did not include the NPC guards brought over or higher by the guild meanwhile. The town security was critical to attracting more NPCs to a town, hence guilds needed to dispatch players every day to maintain the security within their town and inspect the NPCs in town to prevent the spies of dark forces from creating local mischief. In addition, guilds had to dispatch a lot of members to maintain the security of the trade routes between towns, which faced threats from players, as well as from hostile NPCs and monsters. If the security of a town's trade routes was not maintained, then merchant NPCs would not dare to visit said town to develop at all. Hence, managing a town was not as easy as Blackie had imagined it to be. Fortunately, these security tasks were considered guild quests, which also provided relatively good rewards, so quite a number of guild members were fighting over these quests every day. Only, these quests were a little costly to the guild. While the system supplied the EXP rewards these quests provided, the monetary rewards came from the guild itself. Moreover, the longer the trade route that needed coverage, the more players that had to be dispatched, which would, in turn, raise the expenditures. Just a single day's maintenance fees already cost the guild 300 gold. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the protection period of the town had just recently ended, there was only a single trade route leading to Stone Forest Town right now. Once the number of trade routes increased, the guild's expenditures would rise significantly. Guild leader, is it true that we really won't have to patrol any trade route near the town after we construct this magic tower? Blackie asked curiously as he looked at Feng, who was continuously manipulating magical runes at the moment. Of course. Otherwise, why would I pay such a huge price to build this tower? Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. The magic tower was the mainstream defensive building used in the later stages of God's domain. Just the cost of construction already exceeded 7,000 gold. If one included the many materials wasted due to production errors, the total cost could exceed 10,000 gold. Reducing wastage was also the reason why guilds would usually have master lifestyle players construct the magic tower. With the rarity of the design for the magic tower and the sheer expense of actually constructing one, if the magic tower only had great destructive power, it would never have become the mainstream defensive building of God's domain. The key point that made the magic tower valuable was its defensive range. The tower had a detection range of 10,000 yards. Hence, after constructing a magic tower in the town, there would be no need to worry about hostile NPCs intruding upon the trade routes within 10,000 yards of the tower, as these NPCs would know that they would be discovered very quickly. The construction of a second magic tower would extend the defensive range of the towers by an additional 5,000 yards. This range was extendable to a maximum of 30,000 yards. In other words, the magic towers would reach maximum efficiency when there were 5 of them in a town or city. However, Stone Forest Town was not a commercial town. It would not have many trade routes that needed guarding. Hence, having a single magic tower was sufficient. Any more would just be a waste of resources. After all, its construction design was available in limited quantities. If he weren't limited by the designs, though, Feng would not mind building a few more towers and turning Stone Forest Town into an iron fortress. The current Stone Forest Town was no longer the same as it was in the past when the majority of its residents were guild players. On the contrary, independent players currently outnumbered the guild players within the town. This was because the various large guilds had all shifted their focus to the Undead Gorge, as not only was the map there massive, but the monsters there were available in greater numbers as well. Whether one was trying to grind for levels or magic crystals, the Undead Gorge was an excellent choice. Most importantly, guilds wouldn't have to submit to Zero Wings exploitation by grinding at the Undead Gorge. If they grinded at the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would have to contribute a significant share of the magic crystals they earned to the repair fees and accommodation fees at Stone Forest Town. However, there would be no need to do so if they grinded at the Undead Gorge. Although it took more time to travel to the Undead Gorge, as mounts became more commonplace, going from the nearest NPC town to the Undead Gorge would get whittled down to only around 2 hours. Hence, the various large guilds had placed all their focus on the Undead Gorge. However, independent players were different. Firstly, Their levels were not comparable to those of elite members of guilds. Secondly, they would suffer at the hands of the guilds grinding at the Undead Gorge. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the best option for them currently. If one looked at the streets of Stone Forest Town, one would find that nearly 70% of the players there were independent players. The town was even more prosperous than it was in the past. During the time Feng was completing the runes for the Magic Tower, news regarding the various large guilds' crusade against the monster town had spread all over the official forums. A level 60 mythic monster had actually appeared in Black Ridge Town. All guilds participating in the crusade were defeated. What? Aren't mythic monsters tier 4 monsters? If only you had seen how powerful that monster was for yourself. With just a single move, it instantly annihilated over 10,000 of the players that had gone to recapture the town. Nobody could defend against that monster's attack. Even magic barriers were useless against it. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that the monsters in that town all possess extremely high combat standards. Even ordinary players might not be able to defeat the common monsters there in a one-on-one. Most importantly, I've heard that players killed by those monsters aren't able to log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, those monsters would also grow in strength after killing players. How are we supposed to recapture that town, then? The more people that go there, the stronger those monsters become. Plus, there's even a tier 4 boss guarding the town. That's as strong as the strongest NPCs in major NPC cities. Who could possibly do anything about those monsters? I've heard that the monsters inside the town have already begun spreading out into the surroundings. They aren't just staying in Black Ridge Town. They've even ambushed many players grinding in that map. Now, no player dares to approach that map anymore. It's no wonder the system is offering such generous rewards. The difficulty of this quest is simply ridiculous. Luckily, I didn't go there. Do you think those monsters will continue taking over the nearby towns? That might actually be possible. I think Stone Forest Town is in one of the maps closest to Black Ridge Town. If those monsters head over to Stone Forest Town, we'll have an interesting show to watch. Many players were merrily discussing the monster town on the forums. At the same time, the various large guilds also suddenly realized that something joyous was going to happen. If those monsters really continued extending their reach into the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town encountered trouble. Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. The news of the Monster Crusade failure spread rapidly throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Immediately after, the safety of Stone Forest Town also became a topic of discussion. Many players were delighted at this situation, particularly the members of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. They never thought that even the game would side with them as long as Zero Wing lost its possession of Stone Forest Town. The guild would lose a major source of income. Afterwards, with the capital their guilds possessed, they could easily crush Zero Wing. Moreover, to fan the flames, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial started deliberately purchasing the Candlelight trading firm's lightstones in bulk and selling them together with the lightstones they produced cheaply, quickly solving their shop's shortage of lightstones. Although this would increase the Candlelight trading firm's income in the short term, as well as incur losses for their own guilds, doing so would encourage Candlelight's customers to gradually transition to shopping at the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm in the long run due to this sudden development. The elite players originally planning to join Zero Wing started hesitating after Aqua Rose received word of this development. She immediately conducted her own investigation. The joy she felt from successfully recruiting Alluring Summer vanished in an instant, following which Aqua Rose contacted Feng, saying, "Guild leader, this is our overall situation as of now." In less than an hour since news of the crusade failing had spread, the Candlelight trading firm sales of the Lightstones had increased by nearly 5 times. As a consequence, both the Heavenly and Blackwater trading firms had managed to plunder the popularity Candlelight had garnered through the advanced mana armor kits. As for the number of players trying to join Zero Wing, that had directly fallen by half. This was not good news for Zero Wing, which was currently in urgent need of manpower. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial sure are good. Only they would dare to do something like this. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the Candlelight trading firm's income and traffic situation guild leader. You're still in the mood to joke around? If they really start mass-producing lightstones, we will be in so much trouble, Aqua Rose said, pouting. Moreover, you've also seen for yourself how bad Stone Forest Town situation is by now. Based on our investigations, those monsters' numbers are continuously increasing. Current estimates put them at over 100,000 already. Moreover, they've also begun spreading out. It won't be long before they come attacking Stone Forest Town. Shifeng took a look at the report sent over by Aqua Rose. In one of the video recordings, he had spotted a familiar figure. This figure was none other than the one-horned humanoid monster. Only, it had improved significantly compared to when he first saw it. At this point, it had already reached level 53. Its HP had undergone a qualitative transformation as well, rising from being over 1 million to 6 million. Now, the humanoid monster was at the standard of a level 50 lord. Back then, it had only been at the standard of a level 40 chieftain. Its improvement speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, these one-horned monsters were very few. The majority of the monster army consisted of level 50 to level 60 wild beast-type monsters. Their intelligence and combat standards were clearly beneath the humanoid monsters. Even so, these wild beasts already possessed the combat standards of ordinary players. This situation was a disaster for ordinary players if these monsters continued developing. Shifeng did not doubt that the entire Starmoon Kingdom would fall into danger since the Blackwater Corporation wants to hit us while we're down. Let's fulfill their wishes. Any player who purchases 2 or more stacks of lightstones will have to pay 2 silver per lightstone. If players only buy 1 stack, they'll receive the normal rate of 80 copper per piece, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for those monsters, just ignore them for now. We'll continue doing what we need to do. It still isn't certain who will have the last laugh. If this situation had happened before he had obtained the Magic Tower design, he really would have worried about those monsters, which are nurtured by the evil god's temple now. However, things were different. As long as Stone Forest Town's Magic Tower got constructed, aside from NPC cities and some of the more fortified NPC towns, Stone Forest Town would definitely be the safest place in Starmoon Kingdom if the monsters from the evil god's temple were to spread throughout the entire Starmoon City region. The one crying tears of regret at that time definitely would not be him. We really going to ignore them? Aqua Rose was still very worried, although she knew that Zero Wing still had other sources of income. The magic crystal income of Stone Forest Town was very important to them. Without a supply of magic crystals, the guild's development would very quickly come to a standstill. Relax, Shifeng said confidently. The Magic Tower was no trifling matter. Otherwise, it would have never become the mainstream defensive building in God's domain. Time passed quickly. After spending most of his day working, Shifeng finally completed the construction of the Magic Tower. The instant the tower was done, Shifeng's EXP rose tremendously. His forging proficiency also increased directly by 500 points. To an advanced forger like Shifeng, raising his proficiency by even a single point was a very difficult task. He needed to make multiple advanced items for that to happen. Normally, an advanced forger would have to spend the entire day working in order to gain 500 proficiency. At the same time as the construction was completed, the Magic Tower, which he had situated in the center of Stone Forest Town, released a blue pulse that gave everyone within the town the feeling they were under observation. What's this thing? Players throughout the town quickly noticed the lofty Magic Tower. At the top of the tower sat a gigantic crystal glowing a faint blue. The crystal was like the moon illuminating the night sky. This scene piqued everyone's curiosity about the tower previously. While Shifeng was building the Magic Tower, a layer of fog had shrouded the tower itself and the area around it. Others couldn't see what was going on beyond the fog. They only knew that something was under construction after seeing this tall building. Everyone was fascinated by the Magic Tower's appearance. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself was currently standing atop the Magic Tower, one hand resting on the giant crystal. He then started activating the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower had a total of 3 functions. The first function was attacking distant targets. The power of the Magic Tower's attacks rivaled that of the basic mana pulse cannon. However, unlike the latter, the Magic Tower's attacks had a very short cooldown, roughly similar to that of defense turrets. The second function was reconnaissance. The tower was capable of locating any target within a 10,000-yard radius. The third function was also the favorite function of the various large guilds: mana density improvement. The Magic Tower's mana density improving capabilities were far from comparable to those of a mana tower, which could be constructed only in cities. The total effectiveness of 5 Magic Towers was not even 1/3 of that of a mana tower. Even so, this result was already plenty good for a town. After all, the process of promoting a town to a city was a long and arduous one. The Magic Tower was equivalent to a transitional building system. Do you wish to activate the Magic Tower? Activating the tower will cost 1,000 magic crystals, while maintaining the tower's mana gathering function for a day will cost 500 magic crystals. Activate. Sure Phone clicked the Activate button without hesitation. Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Sure Phone tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag immediately. The gigantic crystal atop the Magic Tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire Stone Forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Everyone could not help but start discussing the Magic Tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah, now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait, take a look at your status windows. There's an extra buff in mine. As experts voiced their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Haha, this is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours, once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing. You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. After the players in the town realized the effects of the Magic Tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lag behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players disliked the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle as well as the exciting adventures God's Domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly at the same time. The originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed that the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain after all. After resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap. This is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay, so why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Haha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before this situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild Leader, this magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more. Blackie reported, smiling originally, renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver, 50 copper, the many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although hotels seemed to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels. A large sum of money to ordinary large guilds, but to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands originally. The reason why Shifeng had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money. The battle arena. The battle arena was a place where players could fight against each other due to the magic tower. The mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players, just like in the Trial Tower of the Divine Colosseum. Under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena when the time came. The 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotel's aisle. Get it done right away. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Starmoon City, Blackwater's residence. Damn it, to think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinate standing beside him and commanded, Immediately notify Singular Burial Side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time. Chapter 1032. Independent Players Holy Land. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1032. Independent Players Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked when they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought, Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing. But now, the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain to current guilds. Magic crystals were incredibly important if a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly. Sending them to the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals in Blackwater. There was no lack of talented players as long as they had enough magic crystals. They could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas have been limited, now they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's domain. Boss Wave, we still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sis Ling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies which had doubted Zero Wing's future began to regret their decisions due to the Magic Tower. Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially to companies like theirs. Nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Surephone. Happily, she said, Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you. Previously, she had worried that Surephone had been too arrogant and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. Oh, they sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Surephone instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, He had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper Training Center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold if not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center shares, which allowed her to mark down the price. He wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double, right? Guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked Phoenix Rain. Shurfong was slightly surprised. He then said, "All right, call her." Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Shurfong. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 Guardian Knight tanked the boss by himself. Boss, I heard that we could get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there? Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team's strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Starmoon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. All right, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town, then. After the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Starmoon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains for a time. Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams as the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town. Shurfong finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Shurfong was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room. Even so, the 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold, and this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city of the 5 floors. Players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana estate throughout the building. Hence, Shurfong had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Shurfong intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment, as well as coins. Shurfong also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena in the past. Many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world now. Not only had Feng obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller. In the past, a super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days, whether it was for fame or wealth. Many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Feng had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane, following which, Feng used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, it became the focal point of Stone Forest Town. I sent this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? Don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public. I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. The town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration only. The cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge cost 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower for a time. News about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, Only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC cities' underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more when they heard the news. These companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now, Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments as everyone discussed Stone Forest Town. Shifeng finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Shifeng discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds all around. He could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts at the very least. This situation confused Shifeng slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Shortly after Shifeng left the teleportation hall, a team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest level player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 Guardian Knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back, and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this longsword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was seen from afar. The man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in the spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous, yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here?" I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass either, Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. Ancient ruins? An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously, "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside. However, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way. Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet now they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls. Cuttlefish instructed Uncle Cuttlefish. Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal, so long as we say the word? A level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran, super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now, their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land, yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have Poison head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. All right, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. The female elementalist, named Poison Wine, silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she, too, felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shifeng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Shifeng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC receptionist asked respectfully. I wish to hire some advanced managers. Shifeng replied, all right then. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away. The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Shifeng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a Viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Shifeng enviously as he walked upstairs. Shortly after Shifeng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, the NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Shifeng was shocked. In God's Domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence will be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna, for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Shifeng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible generally. NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Shifeng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Shifeng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order now. However, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Shifeng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages. Chapter 1035, Times Have Changed. Chapter 1035, Times Have Changed. Before Shifeng realized it, he had already spent half an hour inside the serene and elegant lounge, reading through the files. The more he read, the more shocked he felt high-wisdom NPCs, which were usually difficult to encounter, were now available to him in the thousands. Shifeng had even found an NPC with 80 wisdom if not for the main god system stipulating that NPCs hired from the Adventurers Association could not be made into players' personal guards. Shifeng would very much have considered taking all these NPCs back with him to form an army of personal guards. I'll choose these 10, then. After Shifeng was done going through the name list, he selected the names of 10 advanced NPCs. 9 had over 70 wisdom, while 1 had 82 wisdom in God's domain. An 82 wisdom NPC's intelligence was already equivalent to that of a Tier 3 NPC, although Shifeng still wished to hire more. He had already reached his hiring limit. A small-sized town could hire at most 10 advanced NPCs. Moreover, hiring advanced NPCs was not a simple task. Unlike ordinary NPCs, which could be hired without limit and would only cost 2 gold coins a month in wages, one had to satisfy not only the salary demanded by these NPCs, but also their conditions. Just the conditions of the 82 wisdom NPC Shifeng had pointed out could choke an ordinary guild to death. This was because said NPC actually demanded a salary of 10 gold coins per day. Shifeng also needed to pay a 1-month deposit in advance. In addition, the shop the NPC managed had to have at least 500 other workers to an ordinary shop. Having around 20 NPCs managing it would already be more than enough. One could run more than a dozen shops with 500 NPCs. Fulfilling this condition would be impossible for a single, ordinary shop. Fortunately, Shifeng was running a large-scale battle arena. He needed to hire a lot of ordinary NPCs to run the establishment. Otherwise, there would be no way to cope with a large number of players visiting the arena every day. After Shifeng confirmed his choices, the NPC beauty beside him happily tallied the bill and very quickly provided him with a figure, saying, "Lord Spirit Slayer, you have chosen to hire 10 advanced managers and 500 normal managers. You will need to pay a 1-month deposit for all of them. The total is 4,000 gold. Once you complete the payment, we will have them sent to Stone Forest Town within an hour. May I know if Lord Spirit Slayer has any other requests?" "That will be all." Shifeng nodded. He then paid the 4,000 gold deposit, his heart feeling a slight sting. The average level of players had risen considerably by now, and the money they could earn was much higher than before. However, copper coins still possessed quite a significant purchasing power, not to mention gold coins. Most likely, there was not a single guild in the entire God's domain that was as generous as himself, directly spending 4,000 gold to hire NPCs to manage just a single establishment. However, Shifeng knew that this was a necessary expenditure. It was simply impossible for players to keep up with the management of a battle arena. After Shifeng was done hiring the NPCs, he checked the time. Seeing as there was not much time left before his meeting with the representatives of those major companies, he promptly left the Adventurers Association and took an advanced horse carriage to the Candlelight trading firm. inside the VIP room on the Candlelight trading firm's 7th floor. The representatives of the various major companies had already been waiting here for quite some time now. However, none of them showed any signs of indignation. On the contrary, expressions of shock filled their faces at this point. White River City was the most populous city in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm was situated in the central business district of White River City. Aside from NPC-run establishments, the Candlelight trading firm's building was the tallest one in this area. From the top floor of the building, their view of the city streets was unobstructed. They felt as if they were kings overlooking the entire city. However, this unique scenery was still only secondary when compared to the report they had just received. During this period, the number of players residing in Stone Forest Town had already hit the 500,000 mark. In the future, that number was sure to double. A player population of 1 million was equivalent to the population of a major NPC city. If they could set up a virtual store in this bustling town, said store would definitely have no lack of customers. The only problem was that Stone Forest Town was too small. If the town were a medium-sized town, then that would be perfect. However, Stone Forest Town's protection period had ended just recently. The town was only beginning to attract NPCs. It would still take a considerable amount of time to get promoted. Furthermore, Zero Wing was simply asking for too much money. With 1 billion credits, these major companies could establish a large guild of their own or invest into a second-rate guild. With the latter option, they could even obtain a considerable number of shares. By cooperating with Zero Wing, however, they would only get priority in investing into a town. They would only receive a guarantee that they could directly rent a golden land in one of the towns Zero Wing captured. The rent of these lands would be gradually deducted from this 1 billion deposit. This condition was truly a little outrageous, of course, after they signed the agreement. If they did not wish to continue renting land from Zero Wing, they could get back their remaining deposit after half a year. However, the representatives of the various major companies still intended to negotiate this price. After all, the current situation in Starmoon Kingdom was not particularly stable. There was also the Blackwater Guild persistently plotting against Zero Wing. Hence, they intended to use this opportunity to reduce the price just as everyone was pondering how they should go about negotiating with Zero Wing. The doors to the lounge suddenly opened. A woman with an extraordinary figure walked into the room. Although she had hidden her face with a black cloak, judging from her graceful figure, her countenance was no doubt heavenly, as well could this beauty be trying to cooperate with Zero Wing as well. Everyone in the room immediately started quietly discussing this beauty's identity among themselves. However, they very quickly discovered that this woman's seat was right next to the seat of honor. One could just imagine how much importance Zero Wing placed on this peerless beauty. Meanwhile, this peerless beauty was none other than Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain entered the room, she too was momentarily surprised. She had never imagined that there would be so many companies interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, these companies all possessed extraordinary backgrounds that rivaled even Aqua Rose's Sun and Moon group. After she entered, she also discovered that Aqua Rose had become significantly stronger. Although the Cursemancer had hidden her level, the aura she radiated was indubitable. In addition, Violet Cloud, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was even more amazing. Phoenix Rain herself felt a significant amount of danger coming from the young lady. As for Alluring Summer, on the other side of Aqua Rose, she too was relatively powerful. A level 41 elementalist could easily rank at the top of any guild. Moreover, Alluring Summer looked to be rather young, so she should still have great potential for growth. Is this really the Zero Wing I know? After Phoenix Rain observed Violet Cloud further, she suddenly noticed that the young lady's every motion looked very natural, and this discovery shocked her greatly. She had seen Violet Cloud fighting at the Dark Arena before. Although the young lady had not moved much at that time, Phoenix Rain could still tell that Violet Cloud had yet to reach the Refinement Realm. Nevertheless, after just a short time, Violet Cloud had gone directly from the half-step Refinement Realm into the Refinement Realm. Violet Cloud was clearly only a teenager, yet she had actually managed to reach the Refinement Realm at such a young age. If she were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she would definitely be considered one of the pavilion's top geniuses and nurtured heavily. After all, even a genius like Blue Phoenix had not reached the refinement realm at Violet Clouds, aged shortly after Phoenix Rain took her seat. Shifeng entered through the doors Hellscythe. Chapter 1036 Zero Wings Foundations Chapter 1036 Zero Wings Foundations. As soon as Shifeng set foot inside the room, everyone there automatically shifted their gaze towards him currently. Shifeng had already disguised himself as Black Flame using the demon mask. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor and wore a black cloak. Two dazzling, blood-red swords hung from his waist, glowing a faint red. The aura his body radiated resembled that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and dangerous. The feeling he gave off was as if it wasn't a human walking into the room, but a demon that had just escaped the abyss. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly grew heavy upon his appearance. When Shifeng's gaze swept over the representatives of the various major companies, they instinctively lowered their heads, due to the mental oppression they felt, none of them daring to make eye contact. Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame? Isn't he a little too strong? Alluring Summer could not help but gasp upon seeing Shifeng. He's practically a monster. Haven't I already told you this before? Our guild leader is very strong, Aqua Rose said somewhat pridefully. As long as you develop yourself in Zero Wing, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that dream of yours. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes had also widened in shock as she looked at Shifeng, slowly walking over to her. Just how much has he improved again? During her last encounter with Shifeng, the latter only gave her the feeling of a sheathed sword. Now, however, his aura was entirely different. It was utterly overpowering, impressing on others the presence of a steamroller. Rather than calling him a player, he was practically a humanoid. Lord Shifeng did not pay much attention to Phoenix Rain's shocked reaction. He had on a level 50 fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. His basic attributes were far superior to those using level 40 or level 45 dark gold equipment. After all, level 50 equipment was meant for tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain was naturally no match for him in terms of attributes, not to mention. He also wielded a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons, and equipment strength-wise, he had long since surpassed Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. Hence, it was only normal for Phoenix Rain to feel a massive sense of oppression when he did not suppress his aura. However, Shifeng's grandiose entrance had made the various company representatives lose their composure. Now, they were no longer as confident as before. After taking his seat, Shifeng took another look at everyone present before saying straightforwardly, "Since you all wish to cooperate with Zero Wing, I believe you should have already read the agreement given to you, correct? If you have any problems, ask away. However, take note that Zero Wing will not make any changes to the conditions of cooperation, no matter what." Guild leader Black Flame. Although Stone Forest Town indeed has excellent prospects, the conditions you require are simply excessive. You could even say that they are far above Stone Forest Town's potential value. Moreover, 1 billion is no small number. If we invest that kind of money into a second-rate guild, we can take control of a significant portion of said guild shares. Hence, after discussion among ourselves, we believe that 100 million credits should be a more suitable amount. This way, we'll have a much better time cooperating with each other in the future. After all, the current Stone Forest Town is only that big. Its value is extremely limited. There won't be a single company that will agree to your price of 1 billion. We hope that guild leader Black Flame can reconsider this matter. Our companies are sincerely trying to cooperate with Zero Wing. The representatives of the 20 major companies all expressed their reluctance to pay such a high deposit. Moreover, they also firmly believed that no company would foolishly agree to this condition. However, in order to get a head start in occupying the virtual market, their companies were still willing to pay a certain price. It seems you all are operating under a misconception. Zero Wing's offer of a 1 billion deposit is only the threshold for cooperation. In addition, Zero Wing is providing only 10 slots. This doesn't mean that anyone with 1 billion credits will qualify for this offer. Feng then chuckled and added, "If you're dissatisfied with this offer, Zero Wing won't try to force you into accepting it." Before everyone could refute his words, Feng took out an old book from his bag and placed it on the table, staring at the book on the table. Everyone was greatly confused at Feng's intentions, and then clicked to check the book's information magic tower design. Could this be? Phoenix Rain immediately thought of the tower in Stone Forest Town upon seeing the name of this book. That's right. Just like you've surmised, the tower constructed in Stone Forest Town is indeed a magic tower. It is also the cause of Stone Forest Town's mana density increase, Feng explained, smiling. I believe you all should have already seen for yourselves the effects of the magic tower, correct? Now, do you still think this 1 billion threshold is a little too high? Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent. Shock plastered over their faces as they looked at the magic tower design. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in their eyes. Everyone had attributed the change in Stone Forest Town to the newly constructed tower. Hence, the people from the various large guilds, as well as those from companies and corporations, had immediately launched investigations into the tower. They all sought to obtain a magic tower for themselves. Unfortunately, they could not find any information regarding the magic tower whatsoever. They only knew that Zero Wing had built the tower. There were also rumors floating about that the magic tower might be a one-time use quest reward. Hence, Zero Wing had chosen to set up the tower at Stone Forest Town, using the opportunity to raise the town's value. However, they never imagined that players could actually build this thing. If Zero Wing could truly build as many magic towers as it wished and only needed to pay the production cost, then the guild potential was indeed immense in the future. As long as the guild captured town, it could directly construct a magic tower in it and use the higher mana density in the town to attract large numbers of players. With this, Zero Wing would have another brand new Stone Forest Town. As for Stone Forest Town being too small, that would no longer pose a problem, either at that time. Even obtaining a significant portion of the virtual market share would not be a dream for their companies. No wonder he's so confident. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was eyeing the magic tower design enviously. At the same time, she also felt fortunate that she had made this trip here with the magic tower. Trying to gather players and earning money would both be extremely easy to accomplish. Standing beside Feng, Aqua Rose noticed the unflinching gazes of the various company representatives, as well as their expressions, which stated that they would become Zero Wing's collaborator, no matter what. She nearly let out a laugh, although Feng had revealed the magic tower design. All everyone could see was the item's name. They could not open the book and view its actual contents. In the end, everyone had mistakenly believed that one could construct an unlimited number of magic towers with the design and did not know about the magic tower design's limitations. Of course, this could not be considered as Zero Wing being deceitful. This was simply a beautiful misunderstanding under the fanatic gazes of everyone. Feng stored the magic tower design. Smiling, he said, "You've seen the item for yourselves. As for the qualifications for cooperation, 1 billion is the minimum requirement. Or to put it more precisely, 1 billion will only get you a plot of golden land in a town. Also, Zero Wing doesn't necessarily need 10 collaborators. If none of you have any problems, let's start the auction for the first slot." Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Feng's words caused another commotion in the room. None of the representatives had expected him to have such intentions from the very beginning. This sudden announcement truly caught them by surprise. The various company representatives, who were originally sitting close together, immediately started eyeing the people next to them, a wary expression appearing on their faces. At the same time, they were also secretly contacting the directors of their companies, hoping to get a quick reply from them. Nobody present was a fool. They knew just how much was at stake here. Just the value of a single town with a magic tower could practically rival that of 8 player-owned towns. Moreover, capturing 8 towns was easier said than done. Even if one managed to seize so many towns, the investments needed to develop these towns were not something an ordinary large guild could support. Most likely, only entities like super guilds will be able to operate 8 towns simultaneously at this stage of the game. However, Buying a plot of land in the towns owned by super guilds was nigh impossible for their companies. That was no longer a problem that could be solved with enough money. Super guilds operated differently from ordinary large guilds. They were playing virtual reality games with the intention of monopolizing a large share of the virtual industry, and were more than capable of doing so. Hence, why would they want to split their profits with someone else? On the other hand, Zero Wing only needed to capture one town to gain the economic benefits of 8 towns. If their companies could gain priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns, they might be able to establish themselves in God's domain's virtual industry. How could they possibly let this opportunity get away? Seeing Shifeng remaining silent for some time after his announcement, Aqua Rose could not help but ask softly, "Guild leader, are you still not going to start the auction?" "Wait a little. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll let them digest this information first. When the time comes, they'll compete with even greater ferocity," Shifeng replied, smiling as he looked at the company representatives busy contacting their superiors originally. This matter of cooperation had been relatively urgent. He had even made plans to risk exposing the city-building order just to gather enough funds to purchase Ouroboros's training center. The existence of training center was simply too important to a guild. This relevance was akin to that of the current dojos. The experts nurtured in dojos would go on to participate in all sorts of competitions. Training centers were similar in this respect, where the experts nurtured in training centers would go on to participate in all sorts of virtual competitions. The only difference was that virtual competitions possessed much greater influence and competitiveness. Moreover, if Shifeng had his own training center, he could do things much more conveniently. He would have less to worry about in other matters. Most importantly, he could recruit and nurture members en masse rather than in limited numbers. He could also attract many more people to Zero Wing. This was also one of the reasons why super guilds would never have a lack of recruits each year. After all, nobody would wish to spend their entire life fighting for a half-dead guild that did not even have a proper workplace in the real world. Due to this reason, second- and third-rate guilds would often be a flash in the pan in the virtual gaming world, while first-rate guilds and above remained as steady as a mountain in the industry. After Shifeng waited for a short while, the various company representatives finally completed their tasks. They then turned to look at Shifeng, their eyes filled with appreciation for his patience. "Seems you all have prepared yourselves already. Let's begin then," Shifeng said after getting silent confirmation from everyone present. "The starting bid for the first cooperation spot is priced at 1 billion credits. Every increment must be no less than 10 million, 1 billion 20 million, 1 billion 30 million, 1 billion 40 million. At this moment, the various company representatives no longer hesitated as they began frantically calling out bids one after another. There were only 10 slots available. Even in the best-case scenario, only 10 companies could cooperate with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, there were 20 companies present. If some companies were slightly greedy and were willing to pay the price and gamble on Zero Wing's future, a single company might purchase 2 or even 3 slots. After all, however small a town was, there should still be no problem if it had 2 or 3 of the same virtual stores. The stores should not affect each other too greatly. Most importantly, the money they invested could still be taken back. They were merely placing a deposit for renting lands right now. Moreover, judging by the popularity of God's domain, they could already tell what the future of the virtual industry would look like. Most likely, it would be even more profitable than the real estate industry. Hence, the various companies intended to obtain as many cooperation slots as they could right now very quickly. The first cooperation slot's price had risen to 1 billion 200 million. Moreover, the bidders still showed no signs of stopping. "Aqua, your guild leader is simply too good at doing business. He's practically robbing them at this point," Alluring Summer said, smacking her lips. This was not her first time seeing such large transactions taking place. After all, just the construction of a single 5-star hotel in the real world cost nearly 10 billion credits. It was even more expensive for 6- and 7-star hotels. However, this was definitely her first time seeing a virtual store selling for such a high price. "This is nothing. Those who want to cooperate with us in the future will have to pay an even higher price," Aqua Rose said, unfazed by this situation. Although the towns in God's domain were good, they were a far cry from being comparable to a city, particularly the first player-owned city in God's domain. If not for the fact that they could not publicize the matter of the city building order yet, these companies wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with Zero Wing. During the brief moment Aqua Rose was chatting with Alluring Summer, the prize for the cooperation slot had hit 1,300 million. However, as the bids continued increasing and were approaching 1,500 million, the number of people calling out offers started dwindling. At this moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the lounge: 2 billion. Everyone instantly turned to look at the bidder in shock. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. This woman has lost her mind. She actually bid 2 billion. Who is she? Everyone was stunned by Phoenix Rain's bid. Although they also had that kind of money, the more they could save, the better. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Shifeng asked for confirmation as he swept a glance at everyone present. He was not particularly surprised by Phoenix Rain's bid. After all, she was someone capable of obtaining a battle team slot for the Dark Arena. How could her origins be ordinary? After Shifeng sought confirmation 3 times, he sent the first official contract to Phoenix Rain. Afterwards, she simply needed to place her signature on it. When all the representatives present laid eyes on the contract, envy surfaced on their faces. They then made preparations to bid for the second contract. However, as soon as Shifeng announced the bid for the second contract, Phoenix Rain again said softly, 2 billion. Silence fell once more. The representatives all felt hatred and frustration towards Phoenix Rain's actions. What the hell is with this woman? She is simply insane. There are 10 slots available. I refuse to believe she could take down a third one. Everyone initially thought that Phoenix Rain would hit her limit after purchasing a single slot for 2 billion. They never imagined that she would repeat her feat. However, in their opinion, Phoenix Rain should have run through the funds she had on hand after spending 4 billion. She should no longer be a threat in the following bids. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far crueler than these representatives thought. Without the slightest hesitation, Phoenix Rain bought 7 slots in succession, each for 2 billion credits. Her actions thoroughly frightened all the company representatives. They even started to suspect that Phoenix Rain was merely putting on an act for Zero Wing right now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Phoenix Rain suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Guild Leader Black Flame, there's no need to continue this auction. I want all the remaining slots. I hope that the two of us can sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation further instead of continuing to waste time here." Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Although Phoenix Rain did not speak loudly, everyone was still dumbfounded by her words. As for the matter of Phoenix Rain being Zero Wing's puppet, they had long since flung that idea out of their minds. Is this the background of a super first-rate guild? Aqua Rose was greatly shocked as she looked at Phoenix Rain's calm and composed demeanor. Although she had known that a very wide gap separated first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds in terms of overall strength, number of experts, and financial strength, she never imagined that the disparity was this massive. Phoenix Rain was actually capable of purchasing all 10 slots, as if she was shopping for vegetables at the market, just as the various company representatives were about to refute Phoenix Rain's words. Shifeng got the jump on them, saying, "Since you're going to buy the remaining slots, we can naturally proceed with the discussions. Guild Leader Black Flame, you shouldn't make such a hasty decision. That's right. There's still 3 more slots left. How would you know if we can't outcompete this lady?" The other companies immediately grew anxious. Previously, they had intended to wait until Phoenix Rain had exhausted her funds in order to purchase a slot for themselves as cheaply as possible. They never expected something like this to happen halfway through the auction. "I can choose to give up if any of you can offer more than 4 billion for any of the 3 remaining slots." Phoenix Rain said. The entire venue fell silent once more. The various company representatives all gnashed their teeth in anger as they looked at Phoenix Rain. They could not help but admit that Phoenix Rain was simply too accurate in her calculations. Although the various companies present were willing to pay a huge price to cooperate with Zero Wing, a 4 billion deposit was beyond their budget. Moreover, nobody could tell what kind of future awaited Zero Wing. If things went sour, all that money would be frozen for half a year. It was too great a risk, altogether a lunatic. This woman really is a lunatic. If the Blackwater Guild topples Zero Wing, I'd like to see just how she salvages the situation. At this point, the only thing the various company representatives could do was stand up and leave in a huff. As for Shifeng, he was inwardly ecstatic. He had never imagined that Phoenix Rain was actually this wealthy. With this, Ouroboros' training center was practically in the bag. He could even start the second phase of his plan, which was the construction in other cities of training centers that were open to the public, in the hopes of attracting players to go there and improve themselves. With this, he could earn money and recruit more newcomers with great potential into his guild. This was a business model that many major guilds adopted in the later stages of God's domain. This method had uncovered many top-tier experts in the past among them. The most famous one would be the Tier 6 Berserker god, Half Madness. Initially, Half Madness had only been an unknown, ordinary player. However, one day, he went to a training center run by the Super Guild Battle Wolves to play around, and the instructors there discovered that he had great potential. In the end, Battle Wolves recruited him, and everything else was history. His strength improved rapidly by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became one of Battle Wolves' mainstays. Of Zero Wing could construct such God's Domain training centers in various major cities in the real world early on. It could snatch some high-potential players for itself rather than let super guilds monopolize all the good stuff. Guild leader Blackflame, I've already signed the contracts. Now that all the outsiders are gone, isn't it about time we discuss the matter of cooperation? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling as she looked at Shifeng truthfully. She had not expected to spend so much money on this visit originally. She had only thought that Stone Forest Town had potential for development and was planning to invest in the town. Doing so would also help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion establish a foundation in the local industry. However, the Magic Tower was frankly too tempting. Hence, she had invested practically all the funds she had on hand right now into Zero Wing as the manager of a guild. She knew full well just how difficult it was to develop a town currently. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion controlled 5 towns in total. However, none of them were particularly attractive to players. At best, players used them as a rest stop or a temporary base to save up on travel time to high-level maps. Once the protection period of these towns ended, their expenditures would definitely increase. At that time, not to mention making a profit, it would be great if the towns did not incur a deficit. If one were to compare economic benefits, all 5 of the towns combined did not even equal 1/10 of Stone Forest Town. However, if these towns also had a magic tower, players would no longer treat them as just a simple rest stop. Instead, the towns would become a mecca for players who wanted to improve their strength. Seeing as Phoenix Pavilion Master has spent so much money, I believe that your goal isn't just gaining priority in investing in Zero Wings towns. Instead, it should be the Magic Tower, correct? Shifeng said, that's right. I am indeed doing this for the Magic Tower. As long as you can construct a Magic Tower in a town I manage, I can give you 40% of the town's profits. How about it? Phoenix Rain said and nodded, her words replete with temptation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Be it the ability to capture a town or to develop one, there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed to construct a single magic tower in order to receive 40% of one town's profits. This offer would tempt anyone. I want 50%. I will also help you construct only one magic tower. Moreover, the location of the town you choose must not be in any of Starmoon Kingdom's neighboring countries. Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. He could build only 4 more magic towers right now. Meanwhile, he needed at least 3 to protect a city. Hence, the most he could spare was 1 magic tower if possible. He was more than willing to construct a few more towers for Phoenix Rain. After all, that was free money they were talking about. Moreover, the magic tower design was not unique. It was only a matter of time before other players obtained the design for it. Once the various guilds all possessed the design, the tower would no longer be valuable. Hence, he had to earn as much money off it as possible right now. As for nurturing competitors, This was simply an unnecessary worry. God's domain was just too massive. There were also countless people playing the game. On the other hand, how many players could a single town possibly contain, or even a single city? If he kept the magic tower for himself, the most he could use it for right now was as a decoration. Rather than do so, it would be much better if he converted the tower into sustained revenue. Moreover, it was much harder to operate a city than a town. The current Zero Wing would barely be able to afford the manpower and resources required. This was also the reason why he was mass recruiting members. Once he built his city, he would not have any energy to spare for managing any additional towns, all right then? However, I have another condition. You need to get it done within 3 days. Previously, Phoenix Rain still wanted to renegotiate. However, seeing Shifeng's determined demeanor, she knew that was not going to happen. However, at the very least, she had secured one magic tower for herself. Achieving her initial goal, that won't be a problem. Send the town's coordinates to me. When the time comes, I'll send some people over to build it. Shifeng did not mind this condition. Constructing a magic tower took only half a day, after which he would have one more source of income. Then he also would not have to worry about the construction fees for his city after the two of them signed a contract reflecting their agreement. Phoenix Rain sent a set of coordinates to Shifeng's Savage Wildland, Town of Beginnings. You've actually discovered the Savage Wildland. Shifeng was momentarily surprised upon seeing the coordinates. Chapter 1039, Humanity's Origins. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1039, Humanity's Origins. Shifeng's reaction astonished Phoenix Rain. The Savage Wildland was a massive, mysterious island discovered by one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters while he had been working on an epic quest. The Pavilion had investigated the island in depth, and they only uncovered part of the island's secrets after much difficulty. She hadn't expected Shifeng to react as if he knew the Savage Wildland's secrets. When she had sent him the location, "Do you know about the Savage Wildland?" Phoenix Rain asked curiously. Only after browsing the library in the Apocalypse Empire's imperial capital had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found some information about the Savage Wildland. However, the information was very vague. The only thing it mentioned was that the Savage Wildland was the birthplace of humans, which is why the town on that massive island had been named the Town of Beginnings. Even the weakest monsters on the island were level 40. Moreover, the monsters exhibited considerably high combat standards. Even guild elite players could not solo the area's elite monsters of the same level. They needed to form groups of 3 to take one down. Furthermore, it was very easy to come across special elite and chieftain ranked monsters. These monsters mostly moved in groups, making it considerably difficult to level up. This also made it difficult to attract players to the Town of Beginnings, yet the Town of Beginnings was too important to her to utilize the town's true function. It needed to be promoted to a medium-sized town. She had been incredibly worried about this now that she had the magic tower, though attracting players would be much easier. Yes, I've read about it in a book. I have heard it's humanity's birthplace. Shifeng nodded, though he did not reveal the frightening secret the Savage Wildland hid in the past. When the Savage Wildland had first appeared, it had not attracted any attention whatsoever. First, it was simply too difficult to level up there. Rather than relying on the monsters, one would be better off grinding the useless monsters in low-resource areas. Moreover, the Savage Wildland's monsters were quite stingy. How stingy? Even after killing over 100 monsters, they wouldn't drop garbage or a single material item. One could only obtain a handful of copper coins or cheap materials by killing chieftain-ranked monsters or above. As for obtaining weapons and equipment, that was a pipe dream, yet nobody had imagined that this stingy island was actually a transit point connecting to other worlds. In the island's deeper regions, one sometimes came across spatial cracks that allowed players to explore other worlds. These spatial cracks were like random dungeons. However, one had to be lucky to find one. Meanwhile, these spatial cracks were only one of the Savage Wildland's benefits. The true value of the Savage Wildland was the Otherworld transfer gate in the heart of the island. Players were only required to pay some magic crystals to utilize this gate. Unfortunately, players could only use the gate once per week. Due to this, A large number of players had swarmed the Savage Wildland in the past. However, back then, the Savage Wildland had already fallen under the Super Guild Pantheon's control. Anyone who wished to utilize the transfer gate had been required to pay an exorbitant fee. Despite the many other Super Guilds' complaints, none of them have been able to do anything about it, as the Pantheon ruled over the Town of Beginnings. The other Super Guilds could only watch as Pantheon regulated the area and collected massive amounts of money hence. The fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had taken the Town of Beginnings had truly surprised Shifeng initially. Shifeng had thought of searching for the Savage Wildland in this life. However, activating the island had many conditions. He also did not know which conditions he would need to trigger. Hence, he had no choice but to leave the island alone for now. He had never expected this opportunity to present itself in Otherworld could effectively train players and help them improve their techniques. Clearing Otherworld also granted bountiful rewards. This was the reason why transfer tools to Otherworlds were so precious and expensive. If he could take control of the transfer gate to an Otherworld, it would undoubtedly provide a special training location for Zero Wings Members Guild leader Blackflame is quite knowledgeable. The pavilion has searched high and low for this information. If I had known earlier, I could have just asked you. Phoenix Rain could not help, but Saishi had mobilized all of the guild's power to learn about the Savage Wildland. Only after a 2-day search had they found anything Phoenix Pavilion Master. You think too highly of me. I just like to read books about God's Domain's history in my free time, Shifeng said. Laughing, it seems I'll have to read about God's Domain's history more often. Then Phoenix Rain replied, smiling. She felt that Shifeng's habit of reading books was a wise one, particularly books related to God's Domain's history. If she did so as well, she might learn something that could come in handy in the future following which. Phoenix Rain said her goodbyes and returned to gather the funds she owed for Shifeng. He immediately notified Gentle Snow about purchasing Ouroboros's training center, having her make the necessary arrangements. After Shifeng finished assigning the necessary tasks, he secretly traveled to the teleportation hall, intending to make a trip to the Savage Wildland. The Savage Wildland wasn't currently valuable because the Town of Beginnings wasn't yet a medium-sized town. It couldn't yet activate its repellent magic array. The Savage Wildland's monsters were extremely concentrated. It was very difficult to reach the heart of the island. However, once the repellent magic array was active, the area's monsters would spread out generally. Monsters in the Wildland's outer region ranged between level 40 and level 70, while the inner region had monsters ranging between level 70 and level 100. As for the island's core, monsters around level 100 to level 120 called it home. Moreover, due to the high concentration of monsters, players could only reach the island's heart after clearing the monsters in their way. However, once the repellent magic array activated, as long as players were careful, they could enter the island's inner region without trouble. There, players could randomly encounter spatial cracks that allowed them to enter other worlds to build their strength. Hence, once the Town of Beginnings became a medium-sized town, the town's popularity would experience a qualitative change despite the closest NPC town in the Apocalypse Empire being nearly 20 hours away from the Town of Beginnings. Countless players still made the journey. Stone Forest Town was nothing in comparison now that Shifeng knew that the Savage Wildland was active. He couldn't let this opportunity get away. Others might not be able to reach the Savage Wildland's core, but he could. He had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could use space movement to travel directly there. Only if he accidentally came across monsters over level 100 in the core region, it was highly likely that he would die. However, Shifeng was willing to take the risk as long as he could set coordinates for a teleportation magic array in the core region. Zero Wings members could just teleport there in the future, easily entering an Otherworld to improve their strength with one Otherworld transfer gate serving as Zero Wings training grounds, in addition to the special training in the training center. What guild could possibly compete with Zero Wings development speed? Chapter 1040, Maritime Business. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1040, Maritime Business. Starmoon City, Blackwater's Guild residence. Currently, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, sat inside the guild leader's luxurious office. Among them, one man was Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, while the woman was Qin Miyun, who had been tasked with managing Blackwater's affairs in the Black Dragon Empire. However, these two VIPs of the Blackwater Guild had their eyes locked on the man before them. The man wore a black cloak and had tightly wrapped bandages around most of his face, preventing others from seeing his appearance or level. Moreover, he felt as if he were an illusion, as if the man would vanish if one did not pay him careful attention. Yuri saying that Zero Wing can construct as many of those magic towers as they want. Abandoned Wave asked, his brows raised in suspicion. He found this information somewhat hard to believe. Everyone throughout Starmoon Kingdom had likely discovered how powerful the Magic Tower's effects were in Stone Forest Town. The Magic Tower was precisely the reason that players had overcrowded the town. When Abandoned Wave saw the number of players traveling to and from Stone Forest Town, he could not help his jealousy. After all these players were walking sacks of coins. Although the Blackwater Corporation was wealthy, its coin income was very limited. With just the income of Stone Forest Town, it was no impossible for Blackwater to wear down Zero Wing. If what the Bandage Man had said was indeed true, once Zero Wing captured another 1 or 2 towns, Blackwater would not be able to compete with the guild's financial strength. I can assure you that this news is true. Moreover, Zero Wing has found a powerful financial backer. I'm afraid that within this short period, Zero Wing's strength will rise explosively once more, the Bandage Man declared confidently. If we don't get rid of Zero Wing soon, we will have endless trouble in the future. I understand. I'll send some men to help Heaven's Burial with the sealing magic array's construction immediately. But how are preparations coming along? Abandoned Wave understood that this matter could no longer be delayed. If they did not remove Zero Wing soon, it would become increasingly harder to defeat the guild in the future. Moreover, young Master Jing had grown somewhat impatient and instructed him to conclude the matter swiftly. Otherwise, Blackwater would soon have another guild leader. It won't take too long. A day at most. Even if the guild dispatches every player it has, nothing will save Zero Wing when the time comes. The Bandaged Man laughed coldly. However, once this matter has been resolved, don't forget about our agreement. You are aware of the consequences should you forget. Rest assured, I'm always a man of my word. When it is time, I'll give you what we agreed upon, Abandoned Wave said. Hearing the Bandaged Man's tone, Abandoned Wave's confidence grew. The main force attacking Stone Forest Town this time would not be from Blackwater or Heaven's Burial at all. Rather, it would be this Bandaged Man. Before him, guild leader Big Sisterling just sent a message stating that the situation with Pantheon is a done deal. Now, we only need to decide a date for the operation. Qi Miyun suddenly reported. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic upon hearing this. Good. Miyun, lead a team to assist Heaven's Burial right away. Once the magic array is complete, we'll attack Stone Forest Town. Although capturing Stone Forest Town was already in the bag, Pantheon's help would be icing on the cake, depriving Zero Wing of every last shred of hope. Apocalypse Empire, Imperial Capital's Teleportation Hall. As soon as Feng arrived in the Apocalypse Empire's capital, he discovered a crowd of players filling the teleportation hall as they lined up to use the teleportation arrays. It was even more crowded than Stone Forest Town. There sure are a lot of people here. Feng could not help but sigh as he surveyed his surroundings as one of the most ancient empires still in existence in God's domain. The Apocalypse Empire had a lot of players. Ordinary empires simply could not compete. The quality of the players in the teleportation hall made this clear. Among the players lining up, many were high-level independent players currently. God's Domain's mainstream players were only level 35. However, most of the independent players here were level 37 or above, with some already at level 40. Even the Black Dragon Empire paled in comparison to the Apocalypse Empire's prosperity. However, this was also the reason that 3 major powers contested over the Apocalypse Empire, with 2 being super first-rate guilds, while the third was a super guild. Of the 2 super first-rate guilds, one was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the other was the Miracle Guild. Battle Wolves was the super guild. Due to these 3 major powers, even first-rate guilds were forced to watch from the sidelines with the Apocalypse Empire's massive population, Whichever guild managed to take control of the empire would enjoy an explosive development speed. After all, only with more people could a guild easily recruit talented players. Even now, the three major powers fought each other constantly, dispatching many of their elite and expert members to the Apocalypse Empire to develop. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's choice representative to preside over the struggle for the Empire was none other than Phoenix Rain this time. Phoenix Rain had resolved to bet all of her cards on Zero Wings cooperation. Shipyard had to admit that Phoenix Rain had bet correctly. If the Town of Beginnings had a magic tower, not only could she rake in a fortune, but she could also hasten the town's promotion to a medium-sized town. The Town of Beginnings would become the cornerstone that would allow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take over the Apocalypse Empire. Compared to the potential profits, the initial cost was nothing. Unfortunately, while focusing on a narrow goal, Phoenix Rain had neglected an even greater opportunity. Even without taking control of the Town of Beginnings, there was a way to access the Savage Wildlands benefits, following which Shifeng teleported to Ocean Viewing Town. Ocean Viewing Town was the closest coastal town to the Savage Wildland. However, due to the Wildland's location in the middle of the sea, players generally rented boats for the journey. The sea was far more dangerous than land. Players had to be extremely careful when venturing across the sea. If a player carelessly allowed their boat to be destroyed, they would have to rely on their own strength to swim the rest of the way. Compared to walking, swimming in the ocean was much more taxing on a player's stamina. It was also much slower. After running out of stamina, players would ultimately drown due to this. Despite Ocean Viewing Town's close proximity to the Savage Wildland, the trip generally took around 20 hours. When Shifeng reached Ocean Viewing Town, he did not immediately rent a boat. Instead, he visited the town hall in the past. Due to the many players rushing to the Savage Wildland, Ocean Viewing Town had also prospered. Eventually, it had even been promoted from a town to a city. The value of the town's lands had risen like crazy. However, trading these lands had not been the most profitable business. The true profits were from boat rentals. Boats were different from ordinary mounts. Although they were another mode of transportation and engineering players could construct them, their designs were exceedingly rare. Generally, players who wanted a boat of their own would use the designs that came with a shipyard. A shipyard also increased the speed of crafting boats. There were a total of 5 shipyards for sale in Ocean Viewing Town in the past. Those who had purchased these shipyards early had made a fortune when the Savage Wildland became popular. This was because the boats shipyards crafted were unlike the fishing boats that NPCs rented out. Fishing boats were slow and could only carry a few players at a time. The boats also had very low durability, and mishaps occurred easily. Hence, when traveling to the Savage Wildland, players generally rented boats that other players had crafted. With this, the normal 20-hour travel time could be cut in half. Not only could one save a lot of time, but it was also much safer to rent a player-made boat. However, it was not easy to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. The first requirement was a high enough reputation. Without that, the mayor would refuse to sell. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which had only recently discovered the Savage Wildland, didn't have enough reputation to purchase one. Even if it realized the value of shipyards, it was simply impossible for the pavilion to collect enough reputation points to become an Ocean Viewing Town baron within this short period. However, Shifeng was different. Upon entering the town hall, Shifeng switched to the city protector title. The title allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a major noble, which was the equivalent of a viscount in every human town and city. He now qualified to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. Chapter 1041, Medium Shipyard. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1041, Medium Shipyard. When Shifeng entered the town hall, there were only a few other players in the building. They were all independent players, not guild players. The lands in God's domains NPC cities were very expensive. Generally, only guilds could afford them. It was practically impossible to find a lone player who could afford these lands as well. However, it was a different story for NPC towns. The lands here were many times cheaper. Take Ocean Viewing Town, for example. Its normal lands only cost 200 to 300 gold, while the lands around the town center cost 500 to 600 gold. Even the most expensive land, which had an excellent view of the ocean, cost around 900 gold. Generally, expert players of considerable skill could afford these lands after their Tier 2 promotion in the past. Many players who could not afford houses in NPC cities would build their houses on lands in towns with a good view or in prosperous towns as a port town. Even without access to the savage wildland, ocean viewing towns' lands were a valuable investment. After all, as players reached higher levels, players would unlock more in-game systems in God's Domain, for example. The Maritime merchant system in God's Domain. One could earn money from other players as well as NPCs. Helping NPC merchants transport their goods was one way to do so, earning a sizable income. If one managed themselves properly, obtaining their own fleet of ships and gaining popularity among NPCs, they could make far more than expert players. This was precisely the reason that port towns have become so popular among independent players, particularly merchant players, in the past due to such systems. Even players who were weak in battle could make a living in God's Domain. Sometimes, if one were lucky and encountered some miracle, one could obtain weapons and equipment that even expert players would envy currently. Independent players capable of purchasing ocean viewing towns' lands were either merchants with some achievement or representatives from small-scale workshops that planned to invest when the several cloaked players who were choosing lands noticed Sure Feng enter the building. They all turned with cautious expressions. They looked at Sure Feng as if he had come to steal their prey suddenly. An NPC administrator in a suit and tie approached Sure Feng. The NPC administrator then asked respectfully, "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" "I want to purchase a shipyard," Sure Feng said. "Please follow me to the second floor. The information regarding the available shipyards will be brought to you right away." Upon hearing Sure Feng's request, the administrator led Sure Feng to the second floor's lounge. Showing Sure Feng as much respect as the town's mayor, the several merchant players who had been wary of Sure Feng were stupefied. "Who is that? Why is Administrator Joseph showing so much respect? Is he already a baron in Ocean Viewing Town? That can't be right. Joseph wouldn't even treat a town's baron like that." To win over Senior Administrator Joseph, they had tried all sorts of methods to raise his favorability of them. They had done so to persuade the Senior Administrator to show them more lands, yet Senior Administrator Joseph immediately led Sure Feng to the second floor. When he arrived at the second floor, despite their struggles to become nobles of Ocean Viewing Town, they still didn't qualify to explore the second floor. These several merchant players could not help but envy Sure Feng like anywhere else. One needed sufficient reputation to purchase Ocean Viewing Town's lands. Ordinary nobles had to remain on the first floor and choose from the town's most basic lands. Even then, not all ordinary lands would be available. Only by raising one's favorability with the senior administrator would the latter present more strategically situated lands generally. Only the town's barons qualified to climb the stairs to the second floor. On the second floor, most of the town's lands were available for purchase. As a baron, one would even receive discounts. Shortly after Sure Feng entered the second floor lounge, Senior Administrator Joseph brought all documents relating to the town's shipyards. "Lord Protector, Ocean Viewing Town has a total of 6 shipyards. Here are the related documents," Joseph said as he carefully placed the documents before Sure Feng. He then retreated to the side, not daring to disturb Sure Feng in the slightest. 6 shipyards? Weren't there only supposed to be 5? Sure Feng was somewhat surprised. He was relatively familiar with Ocean Viewing Town. In the past, he had visited the savage wildland multiple times. He could clearly remember that there had only been 5 shipyards. "Lord Protector, there were only 5 shipyards before. However, due to the Far Ocean trading firm's bad luck and recent shipwreck, the firm had been forced to sell its shipyard to recuperate financially. The firm has asked us to help sell its shipyard. The mayor has stated that if this shipyard has not sold after a month, he will take the shipyard as collateral and issue the Far Ocean trading firm a loan. I have heard that the trading firm recently built this shipyard to produce its new cargo ship." Joseph explained in detail. "New cargo ship?" Sure Feng's interest was immediately piqued. Ship designs were almost as rare as fragmented legendary items. Moreover, owning a design was one thing, but producing the ship was another. Constructing a common ship wasn't a big deal. However, for high-quality ships, construction was extremely troublesome. Finding the raw materials alone was costly in both time and money. Most importantly, ship designs were similar to the Magic Tower design, in which both were limited-use items. Usually, one could construct 10 ships from one design even after 10 years. High-quality ships had still been considerably rare. God's Domain's ocean was expansive. Moreover, many miraculous encounters and treasures were available on the ocean's islands and secret areas. Without a ship of considerable quality, death was likely when exploring the sea due to these two reasons. Players in the past have been very willing to rent, even purchase high-quality ships, even for an absurd cost. Following which, Feng began to browse the document. Feng took 10 minutes to look through all of the information. As Joseph had said, the Far Ocean trading firm had researched a new cargo ship. Although the ship was only common rank, it was 15% faster than the other 5 shipyards' cargo ships. Moreover, its carrying capacity and durability were 20% higher. Aside from bronze or higher-rank cargo ships, this was the best choice for merchant players. The only problem was the price. Although this was a town, a shipyard was different from lands. Even a small shipyard could sell for 10,000 gold, not to mention a recently built medium shipyard in God's Domain. The size of a shipyard determined the types of ship it could construct. Not only could a medium shipyard produce small ships, but it could also construct medium ships. For example, a cargo ship was a medium ship. The Far Ocean trading firm's asking price was 30,000 gold. At this price, Feng could purchase 3 plots of golden land in a major city. Chapter 1042, Bronze Speedboat. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1042, Bronze Speedboat. Feng had to admit that the Far Ocean trading firm's price was quite high normally. Medium shipyards only went for 20,000 gold. He could purchase another small shipyard with the additional 10,000 gold. 30,000 gold was almost everything Feng had on him. Previously, he had spent quite a bit to deal with the Dark Guilds. Afterward, he had constructed the Magic Tower, the large-scale battle arena, and hired hundreds of NPC managers. The money he earned in the past several days had vanished in an instant. Feng had only planned to spend 20,000 gold to buy a medium shipyard, while leaving the remaining 10,000 gold to start the Magic Tower's construction in the Town of Beginnings. Now, his plans have been disrupted. However, even if the price were high, Feng steeled himself to make the purchase. He had encountered a golden opportunity. This time Feng could clearly remember that in the past, Ocean Viewing Town only had 5 shipyards. A 6th hadn't existed. Moreover, based on Joseph's explanation, this shipyard would be available for 1 month. If a player did not purchase it within the month, this new shipyard would no longer be up for sale. In the past, players had likely missed out on this opportunity. As for the Far Ocean trading firm's recent shipwreck, in Feng's opinion, it was very likely due to the activation of the Savage Wildland. After the Savage Wildland activated, the nearby water became far more dangerous. If Feng missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance to buy it again. In the past, among the 5 shipyards available, 1 had been a medium shipyard, while the other 4 had been small shipyards. A smart guild would purchase the medium shipyard as soon as possible. This way, not only could it be used to craft small boats, which were a general means of transportation for players, but it could also craft cargo ships to do merchant work. Medium shipyard had far better facilities than their smaller brethren. The production speed medium shipyards was also 30% faster than small shipyards. Moreover, medium shipyards had a higher success rate when manufacturing small ships. With control of Ocean Viewing Town's medium shipyard, one would have control of nearly half of the town's maritime income, much less the Far Ocean trading firm's shipyard, which could produce a new kind of cargo ship. With that shipyard, Feng might be able to snag a share of the nearby town's market in addition to Ocean Viewing Town SIL by the new shipyard. Then, Feng said softly after suppressing the excitement in his heart hearing this. Joseph quickly and carefully responded, "Lord Protector, as we do not own this shipyard and it has only been consigned to us, the most we can offer is a 5% discount. You will have to pay a total of 28,500 gold." A city protector's status was the equivalent of a major noble's. Even Ocean Viewing Town's mayor had to address Feng carefully. Feng was not someone a town administrator could afford to provoke. Right. here's the money. Shifeng was not particularly surprised as he handed over the stated amount. A shipyard was not a land. Normally, a major noble would only receive a 10% discount when purchasing one. He was lucky to receive a 5% discount for a time-sensitive event like this. At the very least, he saved 1,500 gold. That was the equivalent of a poorly attributed epic item. However, he was now broke. He had less than 3,000 gold on his person. Shifeng suddenly felt as if he were drifting further and further away from his 150,000 gold target. A moment later, Senior Administrator Joseph brought Shifeng the deed to the Far Ocean Shipyard. After Shifeng verified the information, he rushed to the town's port. He decided to set aside the Far Ocean Shipyard's operations until Melancholic Smiles Group returned, unlike producing weapons and equipment, which only required one player. The construction of even a small speedboat required 10 engineers. Medium ships required 30 to 40 engineers. Moreover, the engineers could be no lower than intermediate rank. Otherwise, the success rate would be too low and would result in losses. It was not easy to operate a shipyard. It was not a problem that could be solved with enough money. One needed a small army of engineers. Moreover, apprentice engineers were utterly useless for this task. To run a medium shipyard smoothly, one needed at least 100 intermediate engineers. If one wanted higher production success rates, it would be best to have at least 10 advanced engineers producing the ship's core components. As for the new cargo ship the Far Ocean Shipyard had researched, it required even more than usual. The one ship required 50 intermediate engineers. In addition, the ship's core required 5 advanced engineers. Intermediate engineers did not qualify to touch the core component. Only after fulfilling these requirements could they manufacture this new cargo ship at the standard speed. Hence, Shifeng planned to wait until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. He needed 5 advanced engineers at the very least to begin the ship's construction. Otherwise, he would have to rely on small speedboats to earn money, wasting away the advantage of the new cargo ship. When he reached Ocean Viewing Town's port, Shifeng discovered many small fishing boats tied to the docks. Players could rent or purchase these boats only. They were somewhat expensive to purchase outright. Ordinary players couldn't afford them. Even the crappiest fishing boat, which could only accommodate a maximum of 4 people at a time, sold for 3 gold. A fishing boat that could hold up to 6 players cost 5 gold. As for fishing boats with a small sail, their prices were even more absurd, with the most common selling for 10 gold. However, one had to admit that it was worth every coin. Fishing boats with sails were 10% faster than those without. Moreover, they possessed the passive skill, sail along the wind. Players could increase their speed by another 20% with the wind in their sails. This way, players could escape sea monsters easily. Avoiding the risk of losing both their lives and their ship. Renting a boat was far cheaper than purchasing one. One was only required to pay a deposit of half the value of the boat selling price and a 5% rental fee of once every 3 days. If the boat were damaged, players were only required to cover the repair fees. In the event that the boat was destroyed completely, however, one was required to compensate the owner in full within a fixed time. If one failed to do so, the owner would place a bounty on their head. Moreover, the bounty contract would not expire, only letting the player rest once it was fulfilled. Hence, players were extremely careful with their rentals. At the same time, if they had the money, they would just buy one. Shifeng could already see quite a few small fishing boats sailing across the ocean. These boats all carried a party of players. With a full party, players had a higher chance of surviving while they explored the islands. Players rarely explored the islands by themselves in God's domain. Small islands were like party dungeons. However, there were both good and bad small islands. If players encountered a good island, they might find a treasure chest, instantly making a fortune. If players encountered a bad island, however, they might leave with nothing. Generally, the treasure chests on a small island could range from common to dark gold rank, though the higher-ranked treasure chests had lower probabilities of appearing. Generally, players only found common and bronze treasure chests on small islands. Even so, players could still profit off of them. They were even more profitable than raiding party dungeons or questing. That was why so many independent players were willing to brave the sea after reaching the port. Shifeng did not choose to visit the Boat Chartering Association to rent a boat. Instead, he walked towards the market beside the port. The market offered many items. NPC merchants from many countries had gathered here, offering more than those in typical NPC towns. After multiple twists and turns through the market, Shifeng finally stood before a two-story building called Dahl's Workshop. Hopefully, nobody has triggered the hidden quest yet. Shifeng inwardly prayed as he stepped into Dahl's workshop. In the past, the most famous quest in Ocean Viewing Town had been the chain quest that awarded a bronze speedboat back then. When the player had completed that quest series and received the reward, he had instantly become a target of envy. After all, most players at that time had still been renting fishing boats from NPCs. Even after guilds had purchased a small shipyard, the small ships they produced were only common rank. They could not produce bronze speedboats. After that player obtained a bronze speedboat, he had generously announced the method of triggering and completing said quest on the forums. Unfortunately, that quest was unique. After its completion, no other player could trigger the quest, much less obtain that particular reward. This quest could be triggered in Dahl's workshop. Chapter 1043, Godly Player. Among the many workshops in the port market, Dahl's workshop was not particularly eye-catching. However, it was the oldest workshop in Ocean Viewing Town and had been created by a Grandmaster engineer. The workshop had existed for over 300 years logically. Even if it were not famous throughout the Apocalypse Empire, a Grandmaster engineer's workshop should be the most famous in the Ocean Viewing Town. Unfortunately, its decline due to the workshop's inheritors, worse with each generation, letting the workshop to fall into its current state. At this point, almost nobody remembered Dahl's workshop's past glory. However, the workshop's current owner was quite talented. After inheriting the engineering notes from his predecessors, he had been obsessed with researching the notes to become a master engineer. Meanwhile, the hidden quest was helping the current inheritor of Dahl's workshop, Rodney, become a master engineer. If the player succeeded, they would earn a bronze speedboat in God's domain. The value of a bronze speedboat could rival that of an epic item. A common speedboat could carry up to 2 parties of 6, and it was 20% faster than fishing boats. Moreover, it came with the Accelerate skill and Braving the Winds and Waves passive skill. Both were necessary for adventuring on the open ocean. A bronze speedboat could hold a team of 20, and its speed and durability were 15% higher than a common speedboat. A bronze speedboat also possessed offensive capabilities. In terms of life-saving capabilities, the bronze speedboat was multiple times stronger than the common speedboat. The player that had obtained the bronze speedboat had formed a relatively good maritime adventurer group and had ventured into dangerous waters that other players had not dared to explore, becoming quite famous in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon entering Dahl's workshop, Shifeng discovered several other players waiting in the basketball court-sized workshop as well. When Shifeng entered the building, these players turned to him with hostile glares. Sure enough, others have discovered it. Shifeng could not help but sigh. However, after giving it some thought, he found this outcome to be reasonable. Ocean Viewing Town might not be particularly big, but there were quite a few players who traveled here to level. Among them, there was no lack of experts. It wasn't surprising that someone had discovered the hidden quest. The independent players inside the workshop were such experts. There were a total of 5 of them, and the lowest leveled among them was level 39, while the highest was a level 40 expert. These 5 people were clearly divided into 2 groups, with a level 40 ranger leading the group of 3, while a level 39 oracle traveled with 1 companion. These players all wore considerably good equipment. Despite being independent players, their equipment was all level 35 secret silver rank or above, with the majority being level 35 fine gold equipment. Their equipment could rank at the peak among independent players. Although 2 expert parties had already accepted the quest, Shifeng paid them no mind. Instead, he approached the level 70 male shopkeeper directly. "Hello, I wish to meet with your shop owner," Shifeng said. Smiling, any player could accept this hidden quest. However, only the player who helped Rodney become a master engineer would receive the final reward. The first step of the quest was to meet with Rodney. However, when Shifeng mentioned his request, the level 40 ranger snorted with amusement, trying to meet the shop owner from the get-go. Was a dream ordinary people would assume that the male shopkeeper was an ordinary shopkeeper. In reality, however, the shopkeeper was Rodney's apprentice. If players could not get past this apprentice, they would not be allowed to meet with Rodney. They'd spent 4 days gradually raising their favorability with the apprentice. Only then would the apprentice introduce them to Rodney to help fulfill the latter's wish. The moment the male shopkeeper's eyes touched upon the cloak Shipyard, he immediately stood up and responded respectfully. "Lord Protector, I'll notify my master right away. Please wait here for a moment." The major noble of the city. Even a true master engineer had to treat someone of such stature with some form of respect, much less an advanced engineer like his master. Rodney what? How can he meet Rodney so easily? The 5 waiting players' jaws dropped before they could react. Hasty footsteps echoed from the second floor. After a short moment, a middle-aged, brawny man with disheveled hair came running down the stairs. Didn't the shopkeeper say that Rodney was very busy? Crap, just who is that? Is he one of those godly players? The 5 waiting players were stupefied. They had come to Dahl's workshop to meet with Rodney. However, as Rodney had been manufacturing an item when they had arrived, they were forced to wait in the workshop until Rodney was done. Yet after an hour, they saw no sign of the man. On the other hand, Shipyard had only spoken a sentence to summon Rodney. Upon seeing Shipyard, Rodney's serious expression transformed into respect as he said, "Lord Protector, I am Rodney, the owner of this workshop. May I know why my lord has come looking for me? I have heard that you've been trying to get promoted to a master engineer for a while. I have a method that can assist you in transitioning smoothly. May I know if you're interested?" Shipyard was not surprised by Rodney's respectful attitude. The power of an advanced title was no trifling matter. Rodney could not hope to compare to his status. Hence, there was no need to waste time on courtesy. Fawning over the NPC hearing Shipyard's suggestion, Rodney's eyes immediately lit up. His excitement was obvious. "Lord Protector, if you can help me with my promotion to Master Engineer, I will pay any price." Rodney answered and bowed. Anticipation filling his eyes. Becoming a Master Engineer was his lifelong wish. Moreover, he wanted to revitalize Dahl's workshop with his own hands, following which, Shipyard heard the sound of a system notification system. Hidden quest, Master's Dream, triggered. Quest content. Help Rodney become a Master Engineer. Rewards unknown. Let's continue our conversation upstairs. Shipyard laughed, although his quest had a different name than the one in the past. The task was the same. "My lord, this way, please." As soon as Rodney heard this, he led the way that, "Lord Rodney, what about us?" The 5 independent players could no longer sit by. "Wait there for a while. I have matters to discuss with my lord." Rodney dismissed them. Annoyed, the 5 immediately fell silent, afraid that their quest would be revoked should they anger Rodney. Just who was that? He's impressive, even when accepting a quest. It would be great if I could make his acquaintance. I wonder if this god is accepting apprentices. Although they had accepted plenty of high-ranking quests, this was the first time they saw an NPC beg a player to accept one. After reaching the second floor, Shipyard noticed all sorts of precious materials scattered around the hall. There were also plenty of engineering tools about. After taking a seat, Rodney asked anxiously, "Lord Protector, may I know what I should do to become a Master Engineer?" Chapter 1044, Promotion Condition. Despite Rodney's excitement, Shipyard did not hurry to answer the brawny man's question. Rather, he observed the second floor quietly while there were various precious materials present. The place was considerably shabby. The room's mana density was too low. The environment was nothing like that of a proper workshop. Take Sayura's smithy, for example. Although the woman's smithy looked shabby on the outside, numerous magic arrays coated the building's interior, constantly gathering large amounts of mana and keeping the workplace's mana density high. Yet, the second-floor hall of Dahl's workshop did not have any magic arrays. The density of the ambient mana in here was the same as the building's exterior. Even a player would have a difficult time gaining the promotion to Master Engineer, not to mention an NPC. Yet, despite working in such an environment, Rodney had eventually become a Master Engineer in the past. Rodney's talent was obvious back then. Aside from relying on the super rare materials players had collected, Rodney had become a master engineer because of his excellent engineering tools. These were similar to the hammer and flames forgers used despite Rodney's inheritance of Dahl's workshop. His current tools were only bronze rank. Hence, the hidden quest's final phase was to collect a set of mysterious iron engineering tools for him. To put it bluntly, Rodney's promotion to master engineer had taken so long despite his great talent, because he was too poor. What would the deceased Grandmaster Dahl think if he learned about this? After catching a glimpse of Rodney's financial situation, Shifeng shifted his gaze back to Rodney and asked seriously, "Your promotion is simple, but before that, may I know if you are interested in consulting for my trading firm?" In God's domain, players were allowed to hire lifestyle NPCs in the same way that they were allowed to hire NPC managers to manage their shops. Only, hiring ordinary lifestyle NPCs was not particularly worthwhile. Lifestyle NPCs' production was slower than players. Although they had slightly higher success rates when producing ordinary items, which already had considerably high success rates, speed was the focus. With the few items an ordinary lifestyle NPC could produce in a day, the profits wouldn't even come close to covering the employment costs. Hence, when players hired lifestyle NPCs, they usually only hired NPC masters, as they could craft rare and valuable products. The income from these products was enough to make up for the NPC's slow production speed. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to employ an NPC master. Every NPC master possessed status roughly on par with city's major nobles. For example, when Xianxia was a master, even Weissman, White River City's Tier 4 magistrate, had to take her seriously. However, after Xianxia became a Grandmaster, her status surpassed Weissman's. Even Starmoon Kingdom's king had to treat Xianxia with respect. Because of this, it was extremely difficult to hire an NPC master generally. There were only two methods to employ such an NPC. The first method was very direct. Players simply needed to offer conditions that could even tempt NPC masters. However, very few individuals or guilds were capable of this method. The second method was to recruit and invest in a lifestyle NPC who was still at the advanced rank but had the potential to become a master. While this method was much cheaper than the first, luck would determine whether or not the NPC reached the master rank. Since Shifeng already knew Rodney's potential, he could not let this chance slip away. Whether it was manufacturing boats or the bronze engineering locomotive, a master engineer could achieve them with ease. If he had the help of an NPC like this, he could earn all the money he needed whenever he needed. Hearing Shifeng's proposal, Rodney's passionate gaze immediately cooled. Determinedly, he said, "Lord Protector, as the inheritor to Dahl's workshop, my only wish is to revitalize this workshop. Please allow me to refuse your offer. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm not asking you to join my trading firm. I just want you to help me with producing some items." Shifeng had not expected it to be that easy. Hence, he took a step back and loosened his condition. "No matter how I look at it, Dahl's workshop will need a lot of money to grow strong again. I'll pay the normal employment rates, even after I help with your promotion." This, Rodney hesitated. After pondering for some time, he said, "If my lord helps me become a master, I will promise to work for my lord for 3 months. How about it?" "All right then, 3 months it is." Shifeng sighed helplessly. He had to admit that Rodney was a tough nut. If he hadn't had the city protector title, Rodney probably wouldn't have even offered 3 months. However, during these 3 months, by on the holy city of Titan, the Candlelight trading firm should be able to give birth to a master engineer. With Rodney's help, they could make it through the next few months, following which Shifeng took out a set of mysterious iron engineering tools and an old design that was as large as a table. He gave Rodney the tools to ensure a high success rate with the new items production. As for the design, it was the basic mana gathering magic array. This was something he obtained when he had killed Stone Forest Town's ruler, Xianxia. When activated, this item would increase the mana density within an area of 30 by 30 yards. However, it had an operating cost of 50 magic crystals per hour, and barely 2 players had enough room to spar within its coverage. Using it to train one's combat techniques regularly was too much of a luxury. Hence, Shifeng had never bothered with it now. However, the magic array was the perfect item to make up for Rodney's poor work environment, following which Shifeng spent 50 magic crystals to set up a basic mana gathering magic array in the second floor hall before using the design to activate the magic array immediately. The floor's mana density began to rise. In a short moment, the mana density surpassed that of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. What a high mana density! Rodney could not help his surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such dense mana. Even a casual breath cleared his mind. He could maintain his calm and focus like never before. Try creating something now, Shifeng said as he pointed towards the workstation a short distance away. Before this, Rodney lacked both good tools and a good environment. Now that these deficiencies have been supplemented with Rodney's talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a master engineer. Thank you, my lord. Rodney repeatedly thanked Shifeng. He then went to his workstation and attempted to create an item. Sure enough, half an hour later, an ecstatic expression brightened Rodney's face. He had successfully created a boat's power source. When Shifeng looked at Rodney's details again, the latter's introduction text had changed from being an advanced engineer to a master engineer. Suddenly, the sound of the quest completion notification reached Shifeng's ear system. Unique quest master's dream completed, following which Shifeng's experience bar increased by 15%, pushing him to 19% of level 44. The awarded EXP surpassed Shifeng's expectations. Lord Protector, truly, thank you. I finally have the chance to revitalize Dahl's workshop. I don't have much to offer as a show of gratitude, so please take this ancient speedboat. Lord Dahl crafted this speedboat personally, and it has always been treasured in the workshop. I hope that my lord will accept it. Rodney revealed a palm-sized glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a miniature speedboat floating on a layer of water. Pulsating magic patterns decorated the speedboat's body. At first glance, it was obvious that the speedboat was extraordinary. Wasn't it supposed to be bronze rank? Shifeng was thunderstruck when he saw this speedboat. He couldn't take his eyes off of it. Chapter 1045, Tyrant of the Seas. What rank is it? Shifeng had seen the awarded bronze speedboat in the past. The speedboat back then had not possessed any magic patterns. Yet this one did in Shifeng's memories. Any ship that possessed magic patterns had been at least mysterious iron rank, following which Shifeng accepted the glass bottle and checked the speedboat's attribute. Swift Dragon Speedboat, secret silver rank, an item created by a Grandmaster engineer. Maximum capacity 30 people, durability 500/500. Additional active skill 1, Dragon Cannon, range 1,000 yards. Deals a devastating blow to a radius of 15 yards. Cooldown 15 seconds. Additional active skill 2, Energy Pulse, paralyzes all enemies within 50 yards. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional active skill 3, Accelerate, instantly increases movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Magic Barrier, envelopes the ship in a magic barrier, granting immunity to all spells and reduces physical damage received by 60% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Braving the Winds and Waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected as expected of a Grandmaster's creation. Shifeng was shocked. He had seen many high-ranking speedboats before. He had even seen fine gold speedboats. However, speedboats of such rank were impossible for ordinary guilds to obtain. Only super guilds had any hope of owning their own. Meanwhile, the Swift Dragon speedboat skills was in no way inferior to fine gold speedboats in the past. The best speedboat Shadow had obtained had only been mysterious iron rank. Compared to the Swift Dragon speedboat, that speedboat was garbage. With this speedboat, even delving into dangerous sea zones could be possible. As Shifeng held the Swift Dragon speedboat, he recalled numerous islands that had been famous in the past. These islands had offered extremely abundant resources. God's domain's sea was vast. Its islands were like secret locations or super large-scale dungeons that contained countless treasures, such as ancient secret lands, treasure chests, super rare materials, and various kinds of ore. Hence, maritime exploration was no less important to the various large guilds than land exploration. However, maritime exploration was different from land exploration. Not only did maritime exploration test players' strength, but it also had stringent hardware requirements. If a player's hardware did not meet those requirements, they would not be qualified to explore dangerous waters. This was because sea monsters were different from the common monsters on land. They were not easy to defeat. Even the weakest sea monster was the equivalent of a chieftain on land. As for their HP, it was multiple times higher than land chieftains. In addition, the water greatly enhanced these sea monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players were restricted and couldn't use their full strength as a result. Even a full party of players had to flee if they encountered a common sea monster of the same level. Fortunately, there were very few sea monsters in normal sea zones. Those players weren't nearly as dangerous. In the more dangerous sea zones, sea monsters were far more common. Parties of ordinary players were guaranteed to lose their lives. At the very least, one needed a bronze speedboat to approach dangerous sea zones. This was also why he had come to Dahl's workshop. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there was a small island hidden in a dangerous sea zone. The island contained a manatite vein. Moreover, it was a slightly rich vein. When the vein had been discovered, it had caused a commotion throughout the Apocalypse Empire, inciting a war between the Empire's various large guilds. The war then had sent tremors throughout God's domain. After all, magic crystals were important. Regardless of the era, over 50 guilds had participated in the contest for the manatite vein, with the weakest being third-rate guilds. The war had been between three factions led by Battle Wolves, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Miracle. The maritime battle had incurred tremendous losses for all three, with the death toll reaching the millions. Moreover, these were not the deaths of ordinary players, but guild elites. Currently, God's Domain had only launched a short time ago. It was still impossible for current players to reach that island. Hence, before completing the hidden quest, Shifeng had planned to try traveling there if he succeeded and claimed the manatite vein. The development issues that would plague his future city would vanish. One could not complete a city by simply constructing an empty shell. The money and resources involved in a city's operation were astronomical. Even super guilds could barely afford to run a city, much less the current Zero Wing. The most important resource, of course, was a mana crystal. Unlike the magic tower, whose daily operation only cost 500 magic crystals, the mana tower cost 4,000 magic crystals each day. There were also many other establishments that required magic crystals as a power source. Now that the town's safety had been dealt with, he had to deal with the city's construction and developmental problems. He needed to claim a manatite vein. Originally, Shifeng had not been particularly confident of reaching the island. Now that he had the Swift Dragon speedboat, however, his confidence grew, following which Shifeng signed a contract with Rodney, stipulating that Rodney would work for Shifeng for 3 months. The first task he assigned to Master Engineer was to construct the power source of his shipyard's new cargo ship. After settling his affairs with Rodney, Shifeng left Dahl's workshop and prepared to make a trip to the savage wildland. As soon as Shifeng reached the docks, he discovered many players shouting to form parties for waiting for two. We already have a boat ready. The route is guaranteed to be safe. We'll set off once we have 2 powerful level 39 DPS. Requesting companions to rent a boat together. Level 37 Cleric looking for a party. Level 39 Powerful MT looking for a strong party. Hundreds of players were trying to form parties. The scene was quite lively. Moreover, their requirements were high. This was nothing like White River City's party-forming area. Most of these parties were looking for players level 39 or above. Moreover, members must have secret silver rank equipment or above. Fellow brother, are you looking to sail? Since you are alone, why don't you join our party? Once we reach an island, we'll split the items equally. As Shifeng was walking towards the sea, a level 40 male elementalist suddenly approached and sent him an invitation. Although Shifeng wore a black cloak, he had used the demon mask to adjust his appearance and displayed himself as a level 40 swordsman. Even among this crowd, players who had reached this level were rare. Originally, Shifeng had thought of rejecting the invitation. However, When his eyes landed upon this male elementalist's name, a surprised expression briefly appeared on his face. Hovering Feather. In the past, everyone in the Apocalypse Empire had known this name. He had been known as the Tyrant of the Seas. Although he had only been a Tier 5 Grand Wizard during his peak, even Tier 6 God-rank players had tried not to provoke him, and it had all been due to this man's ownership of 2 legendary items. Tier 6 God-rank players have been no match for him, particularly out at sea. Chapter 1046, Ancient Ruins. Shifeng had heard about many of Hovering Feather's miraculous deeds during God's Domain's early stages. Hovering Feather had been an independent player. By relying on his extraordinary strength and luck, he formed a considerably powerful adventurer team. However, for some unknown reason, he had provoked the Super First-Rate Guild. Miracle as a Super First-Rate Guild and one of the Apocalypse Empire's 3 major powers, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate a single adventurer team. Sure enough, without any suspense, Hovering Feather and his team had been massacred. However, as if he were blessed by heaven, Hovering Feather had obtained a fragmented legendary item while exploring an island. This boosted his strength, in addition to the fact that he was an independent player, making him very difficult to track. Even Miracle's experts had not been able to do anything to the man. Despite the guild having dispatched its apex experts numerous times, not only had they allowed Hovering Feather to escape every time, but the latter had also caused some damage, as Hovering Feather had risen to prominence in the Apocalypse Empire. One of his fellow brothers had sold him out and given his coordinates to Miracle. In the end, he had been surrounded, and the guild's experts had killed him. Not only had he lost his fragmented legendary item, but he had also lost nearly half of his equipment, decreasing his strength sharply. He lost the strength to contend with Miracle. As for the brother that had betrayed him, he had joined Miracle officially and became one of its core members. On the other hand, Hovering Feather's life in God's Domain had hit rock bottom. Everyone had assumed that Hovering Feather had been finished. However, sometime later, the Elementalist had appeared in the public eye once again. Moreover, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation as he managed to defeat over a dozen Apex experts from Miracle in a row, instantly becoming famous throughout God's Domain. This incident had enraged Miracle. In response, the guild had dispatched a party led personally by an old monster to annihilate Hovering Feather. Yet no one had expected Hovering Feather to survive and escape from the old monster's pursuit. However, this incident was precisely the reason that everyone had learned about Hovering Feather's secret. It turned out that, while the Elementalist had hidden from the public eye, he had come across a legendary item. It was this legendary item that had allowed Hovering Feather to escape the old monster afterward. Hovering Feather had learned how to play wisely. He would not ashore unless absolutely necessary, practically living out his time in God's Domain out at sea. The sea was both vast and extremely dangerous. Even Miracle could not reach the Elementalist. Sometime later, the Battle Wolves took a fancy on Hovering Feather's potential and extended an olive branch. To exact his revenge on Miracle, Hovering Feather agreed to join Battle Wolves and became one of the Super Guild's mainstays. In the end, he had harassed and caused Miracle plenty of trouble during the guild's maritime exploration. Many independent players had lauded Hovering Feather's exploits as classics in God's Domain. Shifeng then glanced at the 4 players watching Hovering Feather from a distance. Among these 4 players, the lowest leveled was a level 38 Oracle, while the other 3 were all level 39 players, including a level 40 Elementalist like Hovering Feather. The party was quite strong. Which island are you guys heading to? Shifeng asked. Based on the previous timeline, Hovering Feather should only be starting to form his adventurer team right about now. Although it was somewhat difficult to rope him into Zero Wing, there was no harm in getting acquainted. If his route happened to pass by Hovering Feather's destination, he could let the Elementalist party tag along. Our destination is the distant Golden Sands Archipelago. Although the way there is somewhat dangerous, very few players have headed that way. The resources are still abundant. Even if we don't find treasure chests or special party dungeons, we can harvest quite a lot of materials for money. As for the route to the archipelago, our party already has a safe route from the secret pavilion. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen on our way. Hovering Feather explained quickly when he noticed Shifeng's interest. The Golden Sands Archipelago? Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he looked at Hovering Feather. Shifeng had visited the Golden Sands Archipelago in the past. The archipelago was a medium-sized island and only a short distance away from the savage wildland. The archipelago was also very close to a dangerous sea zone. With players' current standards, the trip was very risky. However, Hovering Feather's achievements in the past had most likely been closely related to this risk-taking behavior. Had he played God's Domain like other ordinary players and only operated around the islands close to Ocean Viewing Town, he'd have to be absurdly lucky to achieve any notable feats. Risk and opportunity came hand in hand when exploring the sea. Meanwhile, the Golden Sands Archipelago included considerably resource-rich islands. The most famous were the ancient ruins in the archipelago's core. There was a mysterious merchant inside these ancient ruins. Every week, this merchant would sell rare items. If one were lucky, they might even find the merchant while he had epic items for sale. However, the only form of currency this merchant accepted was magic crystals. Moreover, the conversion rate was not even half of the market price, making the exchange not worthwhile. Although, the merchant sometimes sold items that were worth the harsh prices. Shifeng had planned to make a trip to the Golden Sands Archipelago after he finished constructing the Magic Tower. However, making a trip to the archipelago before heading to the savage wildland wouldn't be a bad idea. Either I can tag along with you. However, after we arrive at the location, I want to go off on my own. Will that be all right? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. Hovering Feather nodded and said, I have no issues with it. In reality, reaching the destination safely by working together was the purpose of forming parties before a voyage. As for whether the party disbanded or not afterward, that was not important. After all, players could simply use the return scroll to teleport back to town, following which Hovering Feather led Shifeng to convene with his other party members and introduced everyone. Currently, Shifeng did nothing to disguise his name. He simply used his ID of Yi Feng. His name might be famous in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Apocalypse Empire, no one knew it, aside from the major powers experts or first-rate guilds' upper echelons. Hence, Shifeng did not bother to mask his name leader. You really are impressive. You even convinced a level 40 expert to join us. With this, we'll be much safer out at sea. A female oracle sporting a ponytail joyfully praised the man. Other three members also welcomed Shifeng's participation among the players forming parties on the docks. The majority consisted of level 39 players, while level 40 players were extremely rare. Once players reached level 40, they could equip level 40 equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 39 players were inferior to level 40 players by a large margin. If a party had a level 40 player, it would increase the party's overall strength significantly. With two level 40 players, even if they encountered a common sea monster, they could buy enough time to escape. With this, their party would have a much higher chance the Golden Sands Archipelago alive. Since everyone's here, let's rent a boat. I suggest we rent a fishing boat with sails. We encountered a sea monster the last time, went out on a boat without a sail. If not for our scapegoat, we would have shipwrecked. If we choose a smaller boat this time, with my current reputation, we should be able to rent a boat for 4 gold. Since you're as willing to sail with us, Brother Yi Feng, you don't need to pay for the deposit or rental fee. Hovering Feather said nobody in the party had any issues with Hovering Feather's proposal. In Ocean Viewing Town, those who reached level 40 were extremely powerful experts. Normally, convincing such an expert to join their party was nearly impossible. How could they possibly ask Shifeng to pay for the boat rental as well? As Hovering Feather was about to rent a boat, Shifeng stopped him and said, Please, wait a minute. I have a boat, so we don't need to waste money renting one. Chapter 1047, Empire's Focus. You have a boat? Hovering Feather asked, slightly surprised. Like mounts, boats were considered luxury items currently. An independent expert would be lucky if they had 1 or 2 gold coins on them. The better equipment an expert wore, the more costly their repair fees would be. Naturally, their expenditures were higher than other players as well. Moreover, there were concerns such as potions and scrolls. In the end, It wasn't easy to save a lot of money, hence, in Ocean Viewing Town, despite some players having reached level 40, they could not afford to buy a common mount. Hovering Feather had wanted to form an adventurer team for a while now. He had also been quite lucky recently, having found several treasure chests in a row. After selling his harvest, he had quite a bit of spare money on hand, so he planned to splurge a little today and rent a fishing boat with sails. He had never imagined that Feng was rich enough to own his own boat leader. You've really found us an expert. We got really lucky this time. I wonder when our adventurer team will have our own boat. If we had one, we could reduce our costs when we go adventuring. The party members turned to Feng enviously, following which, under Feng's lead, the party reached a slightly less populated section of the portus. Everyone wondered why Feng had moved them so far away. Feng retrieved the glass bottle containing the Swift Dragon speedboat from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation to release the speedboat. A dark mist began to flow out of the glass bottle. Hovering Feather and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets as they watched generally. The mist from glass bottles holding ordinary fishing boats only expanded to about 10 yards. Even if it were a slightly larger fishing boat, the mist would at most expand 20 yards, yet the mist from Feng's bottle stretched out over a full 40 yards. That was double the size of Ocean Viewing Town's best fishing boat. I am not seeing things, right? This is a speedboat. It looks so cool. Look at the ship's bow. It even has a cannon. Crap, the entire ship's covered in magic patterns. That's not right. Even the high-ranking speedboats I saw NPCs use didn't have magic patterns. Hovering Feather and the others were captivated by the Swift Dragon speedboat's elegance. Let's go. Feng was quite satisfied with the speedboat. The Swift Dragon speedboat had a streamlined appearance. Faint lights also circled its hull. It was the most elegant speedboat Feng had ever seen. Moreover, its engine was made of two parts. Without the engine, it relied on the wind and its sails. If he were not satisfied with the boat's speed, he could use magic crystals as a power source to gain more speed. However, this mode cost 1 magic crystal per 10 minutes, which was the equivalent of 25 silver every 10 minutes. That was practically a day's income for an ordinary expert. When Feng finished admiring his speedboat, he led the party to the boat's deck. As Feng released the Swift Dragon speedboat, the distant passers-by were stupefied. What kind of boat is that? Could some Super Guild's expert team have come to our Ocean Viewing Town? That boat looks amazing. I wonder which Apex Adventurer team that is. I have to join them. Swiftly, word of the Swift Dragon speedboat caused a commotion throughout Ocean Viewing Town. Upon hearing this news, members of the various adventurer teams and guilds began to ask around for information on the speedboat. When players began to approach to take a closer look, Feng activated the vessel. The magic patterns around the boat's hull emitted a light blue glow. As if a sharp sword had pierced the seawater, it parted away from the speedboat. Following which, the Swift Dragon speedboat began to move as a gust of wind blew by. Compared to the Swift Dragon speedboat's movement speed, the fishing boats with sails looked like snails. In the blink of an eye, the secret silver speedboat passed these fishing boats, no slower than bronze mounts on land. Rapidly, the Swift Dragon speedboat grew smaller in everyone's view before disappearing as if it had never graced Ocean Viewing Town. It a little too fast. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? How can a boat be that fast? Don't tell me we've encountered the legendary ghost ship. That shouldn't be it. I saw a few players boarding the ship a moment ago. It must be a speedboat that some god-ranked experts own. I wish I had a speedboat. I'd buy one even if I had to go bankrupt. With your pocket change, you can't afford that boat's rudder, much less the entire thing. The players on the docks gaped as they watched the Swift Dragon speedboat disappear, shuddering with an indescribable excitement. At the same time, news of the Swift Dragon speedboat had spread to the ears of the various large guilds, upper echelons in the Apocalypse Empire. A high-ranking speedboat? Find a way to contact the owner immediately. Our guild must have that speedboat. Almost every upper echelon of the various guilds gave out the command to find the speedboat's owner. The resources on God's Domain's islands and sea were far more abundant on land. However, exploring the ocean was too difficult. This difficulty wasn't due to players' lack of strength. but their ship's lack of strength. Fishing boats couldn't contend with sea monsters. It was even more impossible to rely on fishing boats to plunder treasures in dangerous sea zones, however. It would be a different story if their guilds had a high-ranking speedboat. If they formed a team of experts to explore with said speedboat, their harvest could be even greater than raiding large-scale team dungeons. Unlike islands, large-scale team dungeons had a cooldown once they were raided. Moreover, players needed far more time to explore and raid large-scale team dungeons. Now that income from dungeons had hit a bottleneck, the Apocalypse Empire's various large guilds needed to transition their development towards the sea. Big Sis Rain, news just came in. It seems that a high-ranking speedboat has been sighted in Ocean Viewing Town. Moreover, it seems that the speedboat is of an even higher rank than NPCs. Upon receiving this news, Blue Phoenix contacted Phoenix Rain immediately. She also forwarded the images and videos of the Swift Dragon speedboat. Upon seeing the video, Phoenix Rain's expression turned serious due to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ownership of the Town of Beginnings. The pavilion had begun placing greater importance on maritime exploration. Phoenix Rain had seen plenty of speedboats on the ocean. However, those speedboats were nowhere near as fast as this blue. Begin an investigation on that boat immediately. While you're at it, spread word that the pavilion is willing to purchase that speedboat for a high price. Phoenix Rain commanded Dial, get it done right away. Blue Phoenix nodded repeatedly. Interesting. If Miracle has the speedboat, we can complete our quest in that dangerous sea zone. Send someone to Ocean Viewing Town. Find a way to get that speedboat. Use whatever means necessary. A man in his 50s growled, although this man was already in his 50s and looked as if he had survived many of life's vicissitudes. His body radiated a frightening aura that caused the level 40 Apex experts around him to shudder involuntarily. These experts lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured, we will complete this task, the several Apex experts declared. While Sure Feng sailed towards the Golden Sands archipelago, without his knowledge, he had become a focus in the Apocalypse Empire. Practically every guild in the Empire discussed his Swift Dragon speedboat. The Swift Dragon speedboat really is fast. This should have been close to a 20-hour journey. Now, we can reach the archipelago in 5 hours. I wonder how fast this boat moves if I spin magic crystals? Shock filled Sure Feng's herd as he watched the outline of the Golden Sands archipelago appear on the horizon. Chapter 1048, Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1048, Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. So fast, Hovering Feather could not help but rub his eyes as he looked at the massive mountain range in the distance. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing was true, although he could tell from the strong winds pushing against his face that the Swift Dragon speedboat was moving rapidly. He never imagined that the speedboat would actually be this fast. It was definitely much faster than the fishing boats they had used before. Time was money. This was a saying that the gnomes of God's domain loved, saying the most. This saying was perfectly appropriate for adventurer teams like theirs, which made a living on the seas. Ordinary players might not understand this, but as a veteran player who frequently fought on the seas, Hovering Feather was quite aware of the terrifying consequences this sort of time savings could bring. Many islands possessed extremely abundant resources. Even the high-resource maps on dry land could not compare. However, they had a very severe drawback. The journey to these islands was simply too time-consuming. Generally, players could remain in God's domain for only 30 hours or so and use the rest of the time for work, studies, and such activities in the real world on land. Guild players might need only 5 or 6 hours to travel to a high-resource map to level up. Afterwards, they would have over 20 hours to spend grinding the map before having to return to a city to rest. On the other hand, Maritime players usually spend around 20 hours just searching for a high-resource island, leaving only 10 hours to grind monsters. Yet, despite this gap in actual grinding time, Maritime players still managed to keep up with Guild players' levels. One could see just how effective it was to level up on high-resource islands. Meanwhile, players could also come across rare materials and good weapons and equipment more readily on high-resource islands. If one's travel time at sea got shortened to around 5 hours only, they could spend over 20 hours grinding on a high-resource island. With this, their leveling speed would be 2 or 3 times faster than that of players grinding at high-resource maps on land 2 to 3 times the leveling speed of guild players. Just thinking about it excited Hovering Feather. At that time, it would be child's play to overtake the leveling maniacs on the Apocalypse Empire's ranking list for now, though he merely fantasized about this situation. An item like the Swift Dragon Speedboat was simply too rare. It was not an item he could get his hands on. Just who is he? Hovering Feather could not help turning to look at Feng and gulping at this moment. Even if he was a fool, he could tell that his party had encountered a true expert. Otherwise, how could Feng possibly possess such a powerful speedboat? Hovering Feather wasn't the only one who realized this problem. The other members of his party had likewise come to a similar appreciation, so this is a real expert. I've always thought that such experts were arrogant and aloof bastards. I never thought that experts were actually such approachable people. I wonder if he has a girlfriend already. I want to introduce him to my younger sister. What? You have a younger sister? Why don't I know about this? What kind of friend are you? We've known each other for so long, yet you didn't even introduce her to a handsome man like myself. Scram. Although she isn't related to me by blood, I can't possibly push her into a pit of fire. All right, enough. Be serious. The expert is walking over. Only after Hovering Feather interrupted their hushed discussion did everyone notice that Feng had already walked over to them at this moment. When they looked at Feng again, they suddenly felt that Feng's figure seemed bigger than before. They also felt a heavy pressure bearing down on their bodies. We've arrived. I had a very good time chatting with you all during the journey. However, I still have some matters I need to attend to. So let's part ways here, Feng said. He could not help but smile as he looked at everyone suddenly taking a cautious attitude towards him on their way here. They had not encountered any danger. Even when they met with sea monsters, it took very little effort to shake off the monsters with the Swift Dragon Speedboat speed hints. During their 5-hour journey, they had mainly been chatting and joking with each other through their conversations. Feng had also learned much about the Apocalypse Empire. The information that interested him the most was the Empire's maritime situation in the past. As he mainly operated around Starmoon Kingdom, he did not know much about the Apocalypse Empire, particularly the Empire's current state of affairs. The Apocalypse Empire was a coastal country. Its development path was slightly different from Starmoon Kingdom's, which mainly focused on land. This divergence was considerably beneficial during the mid-late stage of God's domain. After the game entered its mid-late stage, the competition on land became increasingly intense. The reason for this was the sheer scarcity of high-level maps. Moreover, high-level maps were usually located at the borders between countries, prompting the guilds of various countries to wage war for resources. With so many guilds fighting over a limited number of maps, one could just imagine how little resources each guild could obtain. However, it was a different story for the sea. There were far more islands than there were players and guilds to occupy and harvest them. For coastal countries that had long since developed their maritime power, gaining a large amount of resources and continuously improving their own guilds did not take much effort. As for guilds that realized this only then, how could they possibly contend against these coastal guilds? Hence, it was extremely important for Zero Wing to develop its strength at sea. However, developing a guild's maritime power was not an easy task. This endeavor required massive amounts of resources and manpower. At the same time, said guild also needed to have territory along the coast. The Apocalypse Empire had a total of 26 NPC coastal towns and cities. Of these, 3 were cities, while the remaining 23 were towns. Ocean Viewing Town was the most inconspicuous one. The 3 major powers of the Empire had already claimed the 3 coastal cities, leaving no room for other guilds to intervene. Fortunately, these 3 major powers did not pay much attention to the 23 coastal towns. Although other large guilds were contesting for control over these towns, it was not entirely impossible for Zero Wing to try and get a share of the pie. From Hovering Feather and his party members' conversations, Feng had found out that 6 of the 23 towns remained ownerless. Hence, he decided to have Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate guild, come and develop at these towns. In any case, Sindhart, the guild leader of Immortal Light, had yet to decide where he would develop his guild next. Hence, he might as well serve as Zero Wing's spearhead. If Zero Wing abruptly expanded its influence into these towns, it would no doubt attract the attention of the three major powers. In that case, even before Zero Wing could start developing, it would have already been squeezed to death. However, Immortal Light was different. It was a small guild that was not even considered a third-rate guild. None of the local large guilds would pay attention to it if it expanded into these towns. As for the three major powers, Immortal Light's existence was no different from air to them with Zero Wing's current foundations. It was definitely possible to let Immortal Light take advantage of the situation. If Immortal Light could establish its roots at these coastal towns, its presence would be of great help to Zero Wing's development in the future afterwards. Feng added Hovering Feather and the others as friends. He also mentioned to them that he was willing to purchase any rare materials the party found for a high price. He was even willing to exchange using high-quality weapons and equipment. This offer fanned Hovering Feather's gratitude towards him. To independent players like them, the most difficult things to obtain were high-quality weapons and equipment. If they had these things, their adventurer team would have a much easier time developing in the future after parting ways with Hovering Feather's party. Feng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a small cabin beside a lake. This mundane cabin was none other than the most famous Golden Sands exchange shop, located in ancient ruins in the Golden Sands Archipelago's core area in the past. This place had been crowded with players. Practically every large guild in the Apocalypse Empire would send people over daily to snatch up any rare items in the exchange shop as soon as they appeared now. However, there was nobody here to compete with Feng over these rare items. He could take his sweet time making his picks just as Feng's hand grasped the handlebar and was about to push the cabin's door open. The sound of a system notification entered his ear system. Congratulations. You are the first person to have discovered the Golden Sands exchange shop. Do you wish to pay 10,000 magic crystals to become a member of the exchange shop? Chapter 1049, Popular Battle Arena. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1049, Popular Battle Arena. Become a member? Feng's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he received this notification. The exchange shop, operated by its mysterious merchant, had 2 modes of exchange. One mode was available to all players. The other mode was limited to members of the exchange shop. In the past, Feng had yearned to become a member of the shop. Unfortunately, obtaining membership was not that easy based on his understanding. There were 2 ways to become a member of the exchange shop. The first one was very normal, and that was to achieve a certain number of transactions and trade volume with the exchange shop. One needed to make 30 consecutive transactions with the shop, as well as attain a total trade volume of 5 million magic crystals. The number of transactions was not calculated based on the number of exchanges made, but on the number of times the Golden Sands exchange shop refreshed its stock. The exchange shop would only refresh its stock of rare items once a week. In other words, one needed to visit the shop for 30 weeks in a row and make a huge purchase every week. If one were to stop even once midway, their count would have to start all over again. However, the number of transactions was only secondary. The key point was that the required trade volume was ridiculous in reality. Even if a player visited the exchange shop 30 times in a row and purchased plenty of items on every visit, they would still have great difficulty achieving the required trade volume. This was true even when they encountered valuable items up for exchange. There also weren't a lot of useful items up for exchange in the shop. Hence, unless one was willing to take a loss and purchase useless items at above market price, it was practically impossible to achieve the required trade volume. Moreover, magic crystals were a strategic resource to guilds. It would be foolish to spend them wastefully. Hence, Feng had never managed to become a shop member in the past. The other method to become a member was through killing the boss monsters inside the ancient ruins, which had a chance of dropping fragments of an ancient stone tablet. If one could complete a set of the fragments and hand it over to the mysterious merchant, one would likewise become a member of the exchange shop. Only the drop rate for the tablet fragments was criminally low. In addition, there were very few bosses in the ancient ruins. The time they took to respawn was also very long. It was practically impossible for an ordinary large guild to gather enough fragments to complete a set. Shurfeng could still clearly remember that in the past, a single tablet fragment had been worth at least 1,000 gold. Even so, the supply was far from enough to meet the demand. As long as a tablet fragment went up for sale, the various large guilds would buy it almost instantly, so there's also such a benefit for the first person to discover the exchange shop. Luckily, I came here before anyone else did. Shurfeng inwardly celebrated players who became a member of the Golden Sands Exchange Shop would enjoy very excellent benefits. The first benefit was that members were allowed to enter the second floor of the exchange shop and exchange for the items. Therefore, the second benefit, members would receive a 20% discount on all items on the first floor. For the third benefit, members would receive a teleportation crystal. In the future, they would no longer need to waste time traveling to the shop. Instead, they could teleport directly to it. Though the crystal had a cooldown of 12 hours, it would still provide great convenience. It could also help players travel quickly to the Golden Sands archipelago, allowing much more time for players to spend on leveling up, following which Shurfeng clicked agree to become a member of the exchange shop system. You do not have the required number of magic crystals. You have 48 hours to collect 10,000 magic crystals. If you are unable to collect them in time, it will be considered as you forfeiting this opportunity. What a short time limit. Shurfeng smiled bitterly. Currently, Zero Wing's income from magic crystals was indeed considerable. However, its expenditure of the precious resource was also very high. He had prepared only 3,000 magic crystals for the trip this time, having no other choice. Shurfeng took out the Abyss pendant and set a teleportation marker in front of the small cabin. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and activated it along with a white flash. Shurfeng disappeared from the Golden Sands archipelago. Starmoon Kingdom, Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's residence. Why are there so many players here? Shurfeng was surprised by the crowd of members in the main hall. Currently, Zero Wing's residence was extraordinarily lively. Normally, there would only be several hundred guild members lurking around the first floor hall. Now, however, Shurfeng could see more than 1,000 present. Today's PvP match was awesome. Since coming into the game, this is the first time I've managed to achieve such a high standard with my techniques. I know, right? If I could spar at the battle arena for a few more hours every day, it won't be long before I can give the Trial Tower's 4th floor a try. At that time, I'll become an elite member of the guild and receive a 20% discount when I visit the battle arena. Forget about it. Didn't you see how many players were crowding into the battle arena today? If not for us being Zero Wing members, we wouldn't get a turn even after queuing up for a day. And you want to fight several times a day? Didn't you notice the looks those independent players were giving us when we enter the combat room? If looks could kill, we would have died multiple times back there. I was just thinking about it. I wonder when our guild will occupy another town? It'd be fine even if the town's surrounding environment is poor. As long as the guild sets up another battle arena there, we would be able to have some fun there too, every day. Guild members were chatting merrily in the main hall. When they spoke about the battle arena, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They could not help but wish they could spend more time training there. Unfortunately, there were simply too many players trying to get into the establishment. Hence, the battle arena had limited every player's usage of its combat rooms to no more than 1 hour per day. Moreover, the original price of 1 silver per hour had also risen to 2 silver per hour. Even so, an endless number of players still waited to enter the battle arena. There just was not enough combat rooms to go around. This situation relieved Shurfeng. He could not help but admit that the battle arena was worth every coin he spent on it. Even without him doing anything, the advanced NPC managers would automatically deal with everything related to the battle arena. For example, the NPC managers would make adjustments to the pricing based on market conditions. Moreover, they would also provide corresponding preferential treatment to Zero Wing's members. The NPCs had even set up a membership system for the battle arena. Those who became a member of the arena would enjoy priority entry into the establishment. They would also receive discounts on their expenditures. Meanwhile, in order to become a member of the battle arena, one needed to pay a registration fee of 100 magic crystals, which was non-refundable. If one wanted to get back their magic crystals, They could only do so by buying each crystal back for 20 silver personally. Shifeng felt that the membership fee of 100 magic crystals was a little too steep. However, the NPC managers had obviously done their market research, because after they promulgated this rule, over 100 players had promptly registered to become members. At this point, the battle arena already had over 300 members. Just like the treatment that the normal members of Zero Wing received, these arena members had priority in entering combat rooms. At the same time, they also enjoyed a 10% discount when using the establishment's services due to this benefit. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing had also exploded currently. Word had already gone around that becoming a member of Zero Wing was equivalent to gaining 100 magic crystals. No other guild could offer this treatment. If one managed to become an elite member, the treatment they received was even more amazing. Not only did they receive a 20% discount, but they also received even greater priority in entering combat rooms. Just as Shifeng stepped out of the residence's main entrance to take a look at today's magic crystal income, a notification came from the system informing him that he had received a message. It seems they're finally unable to continue sitting still. Shifeng's lips curled up into a smile as he read the message. Chapter 1050. Town's Frightening Transformation. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1050. Town's Frightening Transformation. Stone Forest Town, Blue Moon High-Class Bar. As the only high-class bar in Stone Forest Town, the Blue Moon High-Class Bar hardly had any ordinary players patronizing it for entertainment, as the prices here were extremely high. Generally, only wealthy elite players would come here occasionally. Now that Stone Forest Town's player population had skyrocketed, even the high-class bar was not spared from the traffic increase. However, compared to the ordinary bars in town, the Blue Moon was still a quiet establishment with few customers, just as the elite players inside the Blue Moon were excitedly discussing the newly opened battle arena in Stone Forest Town. Two people, a man and a woman, suddenly entered the high-class bar. The instant these two people appeared, the entire building fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on this pair of the two. The man was level 41. The equipment he wore actually gave off the glowing effect unique to epic items. A dazzling sight to elite players. However, the more eye-catching one between these two people would still have to be the heavenly beauty standing beside the man. Although the woman wore blood-red armor, the armor itself failed to conceal her perfect and enchanting curves. Just looking at her body could cause one to fall into a reverie. She had a delicate, oval face and beautiful eyes. Every one of her movements also exuded a natural elegance. In addition, she carried a long sword that radiated a golden glow on her back. No one in the room could pull their gaze away from her. Who is that beauty? Why don't we go get acquainted with her? Sure. Speak softer. To think that you guys actually dare have designs on her. Are you all tired of living? We're just going to make her acquaintance. Is there need to be so careful? Do you know her? Who is she? Do you not see the guild emblem she is wearing? That's the secret pavilion's emblem. Her name is Purple Jade. She is one of the pavilion's top experts and has been named a peerless genius by the pavilion. I heard that she managed to defeat Sacred Temple's Swordmeister, Ruthless Sky, a few days ago. Apparently, her next challenge is Miracle's sword freak, Miracle Dragon. Why is a genius like her here? Who knows? Maybe she's here to experience the battle arena. The players in the hall began discussing Purple Jade, who had suddenly appeared. As for Xianxia, who stood beside her, he got ignored by everyone. After all, the feat of defeating the Swordmeister Ruthless Sky was simply too amazing. The Sacred Temple was a super guild. Meanwhile, Ruthless Sky was an expert who had been famous for many years now. Practically nobody in the virtual gaming world was unaware of him. Nevertheless, this young and peerless beauty actually defeated such an expert. This news was far more shocking than if Ruthless Sky had lost to some random nobody. After taking a look around the room, Xianxia could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he said, "There are too many people here. Let's go upstairs." Purple Jade simply gave a silent nod in response. As for the gazes everyone inside the bar was directing at her, she paid no attention to them whatsoever. Or, to put it in another way, she had long since learned to treat these players as air. After all, she had become the secret pavilion's most dazzling star the moment she joined the pavilion. Normally, there was not a single moment when she was not under close observation. She had grown used to receiving such gazes long ago. Stone Forest Town really is becoming increasingly amazing. I never thought that even a genius from the secret pavilion would come here. I know, right? Just a while ago, I saw several well-known experts of Starmoon Kingdom inside the battle arena. I'm betting that it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes the gathering place of expert players. I've decided, from now on, Stone Forest Town will be my main base of operations. I wonder when Stone Forest Town will sell personal houses? Even if I have to bankrupt myself, I must buy one. Stop dreaming. If Stone Forest Town really starts selling houses right now, those experts would buy them up in an instant. I heard that if you want to obtain a personal house in Stone Forest Town, there is currently only one way to do so, and that is by participating in the Battle Arenas tournament. As long as you rank within the top 5 of the 4th floor tournament, you'll get to enter the 5th floor and receive a personal room. Also, I heard that if you rank within the top 10 on the 5th floor, you'll even receive a personal advanced combat room. You don't need to tell me that. I've long since signed up for that tournament. Only, the registration fee is somewhat steep. It actually cost me half a magic crystal. If I can't survive 3 rounds, I won't even get to earn back my registration fee. I'm not aiming high. I'll be happy as long as I can survive 5 rounds and earn some money. As for reaching the top 5, I don't even dare think about it. Most likely, only those famous experts in the kingdom will be able to fight for those positions. Players like us have no chance at all. While everyone was raving about the battle arena, Yuan Tiexin, who walked by them, could not help but sigh inwardly when he overheard their conversation, a somber expression on his face compared to ordinary players. He was much more informed about Stone Forest Town's situation currently. Even ordinary players were optimistic about Stone Forest Town's prospects. One could just imagine how much development potential the town had some time ago. Stone Forest Town's value was nothing to the secret pavilion. However, due to the construction of the Magic Tower as well as the increasingly popular battle arena, the town now had an immeasurable future. Even Yuan Tiexin had to admit that, hence, he and Purple Jade had also come to Stone Forest Town despite their having been gone for only a few days. Stone Forest Town had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Even he had received a fright when he arrived in town. Just now practically all the players roaming the streets were at the standard of elite players. Among them were many level 38 and level 39 experts. At this stage of the game, this was a scene that could only be found in the imperial capitals of empires. Yet such a scene had now appeared in a player-owned town. Yuan Tiexin found this situation utterly inconceivable. Yuan Tiexin could already tell that a lot of experts would definitely be gathering at Stone Forest Town in the future. He had to admit that Zero Wing was truly wise to construct the battle arena. Not only could the guild earn magic crystals this way, but this method also allowed the guild to recruit expert players more easily. In addition, the battle arena had attracted many elite players to join Zero Wing. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right now, even the secret pavilion was incapable of such a feat. Uncle Yuan, do you think Zero Wing will really agree to the guild leader's conditions? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Yuan Tiexin relax. Since the guild leader has already said so, he naturally is confident, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, I don't think Zero Wing will refuse the offer either. It is indeed true that Zero Wing has grown a lot stronger. However, its foundations are still too poor. Not to mention, the Blackwater Corporation is fully intent on getting a share of God's domain. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing to continue developing in Starmoon Kingdom. But there are also quite a number of experts in Zero Wing. Previously, I watched Zero Wing's members training at the Battle Tower. Those people have very good potential and strength. As long as they're given some time, it won't be impossible for Zero Wing to make a comeback, Purple Jade said. She could not help but recall Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other members of Zero Wing who had trained in the Secret Pavilion simulation training system. The speed of their improvement had shocked even someone like herself. In addition, Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary equipment in God's domain. It still wasn't guaranteed that the Blackwater Guild could do anything to Zero Wing Yuri entertaining such thoughts, because you still don't know how fearsome the Blackwater Corporation actually is. There is a reason why the corporation can boast its current achievements in the fighting industry. Not to mention, Zero Wing no longer has much time left, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He could not help pitying Zero Wing could only blame itself for its bad luck. Of all the countries in God's domain, the Blackwater Corporation just had to choose Starmoon Kingdom to be its staging point. Zero Wing simply had no chance of surviving this predicament. Just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing, a knock came from the doors of the VIP room. Yuan Tiexin then released the lock on the doors. As the doors opened slowly, a figure that was not particularly tall appeared before Yuan Tiexin's and Purple Jade's eyes. How can this be possible? Yuan Tiexin's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this figure, his expression turning very grim. This figure belonged to none other than Shifeng, whom Yuan Tiexin was familiar with. Only, right now, Shifeng was actually level 44. Chapter 1051, Monster Army. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1051, Monster Army. How is he so high-leveled? Purple Jade's eyes flashed with shock as she stared at Shifeng, slowly walking over to them currently. Even the highest-level player in the secret pavilion was only level 42. Moreover, that person was the pavilion's famous leveling maniac, who was also the #1 player on the Firewing Empire's ranking list. Sleepless Star, however, aside from Sleepless Star's personal strength, the reason he managed to come out on top in the Firewing Empire was the resources the secret pavilion supplied him with. Yet, Shifeng, a member of Zero Wing's upper echelon who was frequently busy dealing with guild affairs, had actually managed to reach level 44. This was truly inconceivable. However, rather than Shifeng's level, what surprised Purple Jade the most was the danger she picked up from him. Moreover, her alarm bells rang increasingly louder. The closer Shifeng got to her, a terrifying monster. Yuan Tiexin was much more experienced than Purple Jade, so he could tell very clearly just how much Shifeng had improved since they last met. Smiling bitterly, he could not help shaking his head as he said, "Jade, it seems it will be impossible for you to test Yi Feng's bottom line this time. Right now, he is no longer just strong. His strength is already at an entirely different level from ours." Previously, when Yuan Tiexin had met Shifeng, the latter had contained his aura exceptionally well, proof that the use control over his body had already reached a realm of perfection. However, this time, Shifeng failed to contain his aura that well when he moved. What did this mean? The only explanation for this was that Shifeng's power was so strong that even an expert like himself could not adapt to it properly. Hence, he was unable to contain his aura completely. When Purple Jade heard this, disappointment flashed across her eyes. In reality, her purpose in following Yuan Tiexin to Stone Forest Town this time was so that she could spar with Shifeng and hopefully learn some of his techniques. However, if the gap in strength was too wide, Shifeng could easily defeat her even without utilizing any profound techniques. With this, rather than a spar, she would simply be asking for a beating. "Uncle Yuan, may I know why you have come looking for me this time?" Shifeng asked unhurriedly. Truthfully, he already knew why the secret pavilion had come looking for him. With the popularity of Stone Forest Town's battle arena right now, even a transcendental power like the secret pavilion would not be able to sit still and do nothing. Currently, Stone Forest Town's development was still in its early stages. Aside from its geographical advantage, which allowed players to save up on travel time, it did not possess any actual advantage over other towns. This made it very difficult for the town to turn a profit and attract players. Establishing a money-making venture like the battle arena to draw players to the town represented a much more advanced business model. Only operating a successful battle arena would be very difficult without the magic tower the secret pavilion wishes to conduct a trade with. Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said as he retrieved a prepared contract from his bag. He then handed the contract over to Shifeng and said, "The conditions stated inside are definitely what Zero Wing wants the most right now. Meanwhile, what the secret pavilion wants in exchange is the Magic Tower design. What Zero Wing wants most. Feng could not help but take a curious look at the contract after spending several minutes to scan through the contract. Feng realized that it was indeed just a simple trade in summary. The secret pavilion would provide a kingdom for Zero Wing to develop, and so that it could avoid annihilation by the Blackwater Guild. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was hand over the Magic Tower design to the secret pavilion. The contract had other minor conditions, but that was basically the long and short of it. This is the condition that the secret pavilion is offering. Feng asked strangely after he was done reading the contract. Although Zero Wing's foundation was not comparable to the Blackwater Guild's, the current Zero Wing was no trifling opponent. It would not be so easy for Blackwater to remove Zero Wing from Starmoon Kingdom. It was especially true now that Stone Forest Town had the Magic Tower. Feng truly could not understand why the secret pavilion held such an optimistic view of Blackwater's prospects. However, the secret pavilion's information gathering was matchless in the virtual gaming world. Since the pavilion was so assured of Blackwater's victory, it definitely had reasons to believe so. Feng just did not know what those reasons were. That's right. This is the condition the secret pavilion is offering. This is a trade that will bring only good and no harm to Zero Wing. Yuan Tiexin said determinedly. I understand what you are thinking. It is impossible for Zero Wing to lose. But what will you think after looking at this? Saying so, Yuan Tiexin sent a few video recordings to Feng. Feng promptly clicked to view the videos, and he was stunned when the first video started playing. The video had been recorded from the top of a mountain using a magic mirror. Meanwhile, the location displayed was none other than Black Ridge Town, which the video showed as being infested with monsters that were level 50 and above. There were even level 60 and above lords and great lords among them, as well as the one-horned humanoid monsters that Feng was extremely familiar with. Only, there was a huge disparity between the numbers of these humanoid monsters shown in the video and the report he received from his subordinates previously. There had only been several hundred humanoid monsters residing in the town. Now, however, there were over 4,000 of them. Moreover, a few of these humanoid monsters had even reached level 60 already, their HPs breaching 30 million, equivalent to a level 60 Great Lord. And there were actually 5 of them. The development speed of these monsters made even Feng shudder. Aside from these monsters, Feng could also vaguely make out a figure wearing a black cloak. Meanwhile, the next few videos showed a mysterious cloaked person conversing with Blackwater's guild leader, a Bandwave. Unfortunately, as the person recording these videos had been too far away, the video did not include the contents of their conversation. However, the appearance of this mysterious person was somewhat similar to the figure wearing a black cloak in Black Ridge Town. Are you trying to say that these monsters are under the Blackwater Guild's control? Feng asked Yuan Tiexin. That's right. Although we're not sure what kind of relationship the two possess, those monsters should support Blackwater's overall direction. Moreover, just recently we've also received news that Blackwater has secretly joined hands with Pantheon. Knowing this, how long do you think Zero Wing will be able to hold on? Moreover, the longer this stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for Zero Wing. After all, those monsters are simply developing too quickly. Yuan Tiexin said earnestly not to mention Zero Wing. Even the secret pavilion might not be able to hold off all those monsters. The common beast-type monsters might be manageable, but those one-horned humanoid monsters were a different story. They possessed not only very high combat standards, but also similarly high intelligence. It would already be very troublesome dealing with one of those humanoid monsters at the level 50 Lord standard, let alone a level 60 Great Lord with 5 of these Great Lords leading them. The 4,000-plus humanoid monsters could easily flatten a player town. What was more, there was still the endless horde of beast-type monsters. This was a force that current players simply could not contend with. In addition, the Blackwater Guild had its own forces. Combined with the monster army, Blackwater was practically invincible in Starmoon Kingdom. The only way out for Zero Wing right now was to shift its base of operations to another location. Avoiding a confrontation with Blackwater was the best option. Chapter 1052, War Approaches. Hellscythe _Vampire Cat Chapter 1052, War Approaches. Yuan Tiexian had anticipated seeing an expression of fear on Shi Feng's face after his explanation, however. Even after some time had passed, Shi Feng's expression remained unchanged. "Aren't you worried about Stone Forest Town's safety?" Yuan Tiexian asked. "You should know that Black Ridge Town is only a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. If those monsters take action, they need only 10 hours or so to gather at Stone Forest Town's entrance with the strength of those monsters in addition to Blackwater's various experts. It is impossible for you to hold them off without level 150 guards, using just the defense turrets you built. I believe you also know that the attacks of those turrets are very easy to see through and are short range. At long distances, elite players will be able to avoid their attacks. Not to mention, even the most inferior of those monsters possesses the standards of elite players. The turrets will pose practically no danger to those monsters whatsoever. You should understand what those monsters are capable of if Blackwater takes action now. Stone Forest Town has no chance of winning. If Zero Wing sells the Magic Tower design to our secret pavilion, we can provide you with a kingdom with a very safe environment to develop in. It will be enough to let Zero Wing recover back to its peak within a short time. Right now, the longer you delay your decision, the greater the losses you will suffer. Hopefully, Zero Wing makes a decision soon. If you wish to negotiate the conditions, contact us at any time." Following which, Yuan Tiexian left the VIP room together with Purple Jade. In Yuan Tiexian's opinion, Shi Feng could not make a decision on such an important matter. The youth definitely needed to discuss things with that mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. "Uncle Yuan, has Pantheon really joined hand with Blackwater?" Purple Jade could not help but ask. Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. If it had indeed entered into an alliance with Blackwater, Zero Wing would have no chance of victory whatsoever in the upcoming war. Although Zero Wing had a lot of powerful experts for an upstart guild in front of Pantheon, a guild whose history spans several decades. That number of experts was not worth mentioning. The war this time would be different from when Zero Wing went up against the Star Alliance's elite army and the experts of the Flower of Seven Sins previously. Zero Wing's weapon of war had caught the Star Alliance's army by surprise. The Star Alliance's elite army had no way at all of defending against it currently. Pantheon could easily annihilate Zero Wing's experts by dispatching any one of its core legions. Moreover, Pantheon's resources were far superior to the Star Alliance's. The Super Guild would have no problem taking out a few weapons of war. In fact, just recently, Pantheon had relied on weapons of war to take down a town heavily protected by the Dark Forces, instantly establishing its position in an empire. Right now, Zero Wing's future was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. This information has already been confirmed. As long as Blackwater starts moving, Pantheon will dispatch 3 of its core legions to support Blackwater. If Zero Wing doesn't come to a decision in time, it will suffer even greater losses later on, Yuan Tiexian said, nodding. Hopefully, Zero Wing decides as soon as possible. It seems I've truly underestimated the Blackwater Corporation. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile as he scrutinized the information from Yuan Tiexian several more times, not to mention the current Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, despite the corporation having had such a late start in God's domain, it had still managed to develop a super guild within a short time. Moreover, he never imagined that Pantheon would actually stick a hand in Star Moon Kingdom's business with Zero Wing's current state. The guild truly did not possess many means of retaliation. It could only rely on the Magic Tower to defend Stone Forest Town now. However, defending against so many monsters was impossible with just a single Magic Tower. Fortunately, the situation was still salvageable at the very least. He had found out the Blackwater Corporation's trump card in advance. Even if Blackwater decided to take action right this instant, its armies would need over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town, following which Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed, "Melancholic, have everyone return to the Candlelight trading firm right now. I have something that I need you all to do." "But, guild leader, we still have quite a lot of time remaining. It would be a huge waste if we return now," Melancholic Smile argued. Reluctance written her face. Living in Titan's city felt like heaven. Their technical skills improved significantly every day. Advanced lifestyle players also emerged in their group, one after another. It would truly be a huge loss to leave the holy city before their time was up. Relax. You all still have chances to visit there in the future. Hurry up and have everyone return. Shifeng could very much understand what was going through Melancholic Smile's mind, however. They were in a race against time. In any case, he had the evolved Holy City's emblem. There would be many more chances to send players to Titan's City really. Melancholic Smile immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. All right, I'll notify the others right away. After Shifeng was done dealing with matters on Melancholic Smile's side, he immediately instructed Aqua Rose to begin collecting the building materials needed for the Magic Tower. As for the necessary funds, he had her sell off the lands near the teleportation house. Although the value of those lands had yet peaked, he had purchased them very cheaply back then. Once they all sold, he should be able to earn over 10,000 gold at the very least. After Shifeng left the Blue Moon high-class bar, he rushed to the battle arena without hesitation, as advanced NPCs were responsible for the entire management of the battle arena right now. The income of the establishment was stored inside the battle arena itself. If he wanted to use the funds, he had to make a personal trip there to collect them. Currently, the battle arena was crowded with players. From afar, Shifeng could see many players surging into the building. Due to this scene, he suspected that had he not made the battle arena large enough back then, the structure might really have burst apart by now. After Shifeng entered the battle arena, he noticed that the establishment's original interior layout and decorations had transformed beyond recognition. The place looked nothing like when he had first constructed it. The splendid scene was reminiscent of the auction house in the kingdom's capital. Many window counters dotted the first-floor hall, with a sweet and beautiful clerk manning each counter. Among these window counters were some specialized ones that catered only to members. Members of the battle arena could simply use these empty counters to register for a combat room, instead of braving the absurdly long lines at the regular counter. Shifeng did not stop on the first floor. Instead, he headed directly to the fifth floor. The fifth floor of the battle arena housed not only combat halls and personal rooms for tournament winners, but also a warehouse and meeting room controlled by the NPC managers. These places were off-limits to outsiders and ordinary NPCs. After entering the warehouse, Shifeng turned towards Cook, the middle-aged man currently taking account inside the warehouse, and asked, "How is the operation of the battle arena coming along?" Cook had 78 points in wisdom. Among the 10 advanced managers Shifeng hired, Cook had the second highest wisdom. In terms of management capabilities, he was superior to even Aqua Rose. For example, he had negotiated the prices for the interior decoration of the battle arena all by himself. In the end, the NPC managed to outfit the battle arena with the most luxurious decorations using the least amount of money in the shortest possible time. If this task had been left to players to handle, they would have needed more than 2 days to achieve similar results. Chapter 1053, Master's Insignia. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1053, Master's Insignia. Upon hearing Shifeng's question, Cook immediately took out a list boss. This is all of the battle arena's income and expenditures, as well as the expected future income. With our current income, I recommend constructing an underground floor. This way, we will be able to handle more customers. Cook suggested. Shifeng nodded after giving the proposal some thought. All right, go ahead with it. Buildings in towns could be constructed both upwards and downwards only. The cost of extending a building downwards was much higher than the opposite. Just constructing a single underground floor required 2,000 gold, which was 1,000 gold more expensive than a normal floor. Hence, Shifeng had never considered extending the battle arena downwards. However, the popularity of the battle arena exceeded his expectations. If they constructed a basement floor, they could also make it more spacious than the first floor hall. With the battle arena's current popularity, it would take only a short time before they earned back their cost, following which Shifeng passed 2,000 gold to Cook and had him arrange for the construction of an underground floor. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself took a look at the list of accounts Cook had given him. It's been less than a day, yet we've already received so many magic crystals. Shifeng gaped in shock as he looked at the list currently. The battle arena already had 416 registered members. Shifeng found this situation truly inconceivable. With the prerequisite registration fee of 100 magic crystals, he had obtained a total of 41,600 magic crystals from the 416 members. He had earned many more magic crystals from the registration fees than he had from Raven. There was also the profit of 539 magic crystals from combat room rentals. If they constructed an underground floor now, there would be additional combat rooms available for players to rent. The battle arena's income at that time would become even more frightening with this. Shifeng now had an extra 42,139 magic crystals on him. If he invested this amount into the teleportation house, just thinking about it exhilarated him greatly. However, he had no intention of investing that many magic crystals into the teleportation house. After all, he simply had too many things that he needed to spend magic crystals on right now, following which Shifeng took these magic crystals and directly teleported back to White River City. White River City Teleportation Hall. The moment Shifeng returned to the city, he could see many teams of guild players who were all very high-leveled. The players leading these teams were even level 40 experts. Among these guilds were first and second-rate guilds based in other kingdoms and empires. Why would so many large guilds from other kingdoms suddenly run all the way to White River City? Shifeng was stunned as he looked at all the guild players crowding the teleportation hall. Could they be here to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament? However, Shifeng promptly rejected this thought of his currently. The Blackwater Guild was only planning to deal with Zero Wing. It had not actually started taking action yet. As for the matter of the monsters at Black Ridge Town being under Blackwater's control, this was something he had learned from the Secret Pavilion only because the latter was trying to negotiate with him for cooperation. Hence, it was practically impossible for the large guilds of other countries to have found out about this matter. As for Blackwater's alliance with Pantheon, Pantheon obviously intended to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, it would have long since caused a huge commotion in Starmoon Kingdom Leader. I just received news stating that Zero Wing is willing to sell the lands around the teleportation house. Excellent. We'll hurry over there immediately. As long as we obtain a plot of land there, Freedom Wind will be able to dispatch many more members over. Our guild will then gain more opportunities at the ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. A tall level 40 ranger with an erect bearing said, his eyes glowing with excitement at hearing this news. The ranger wore dark gray armor and carried a blue longbow on his back. Without hesitation, the ranger led his 100-man team out of the teleportation hall. Why is Freedom Wind here as well? Shifeng was astonished when he overheard the conversation of these players. The guild, known as Freedom Wind, might be foreign to the players of Starmoon Kingdom. But for those residing in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, near the central region of the continent of God's domain, it was definitely a household name. The reason for the guild's fame was the thrashing it gave the only first-rate guild to settle down in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom. Despite being only a second-rate guild, this feat instantly crowned it the overlord of the entire kingdom. This could be considered a legend in God's domain. Many large guilds had even suspected that Freedom Wind possessed a powerful corporation behind it. In fact, as far as Shifeng knew, Freedom Wind's backers included not only a major corporation, but also a well-known dojo in the real world. The guild could nurture experts rapidly, batch after batch. Even a relatively strong first-rate guild would readily fall to Freedom Wind. However, the Sacred Hymn Kingdom was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. The distance between the two kingdoms was even greater than that between Starmoon Kingdom and the Apocalypse Empire, which made the teleportation fee extraordinarily expensive. Despite that, Freedom Wind had still dispatched a team of 100 players over ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Shifeng could not help but silently ponder on the words of Freedom Wind's members. If we're talking about ruins that can attract so many large guilds over, it seems the heaven-worshipping maze has been activated, then the Twin Towers Kingdom was very close to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, he was quite knowledgeable about it. There were not many ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In fact, Shifeng could count them on the fingers of both hands. If he had to name the ruins that current players could explore, then it could only be the heaven-worshipping maze. Since the heaven-worshipping maze was ancient ruins, the drops inside were naturally impressive. Particularly, players could exchange for mounts inside the maze. This was one of the methods for obtaining high-ranking mounts. However, entering the heaven-worshipping maze was not that easy. The maze had a very high requirement for players' individual strength. At the very least, players needed to be capable of clearing the Trial Tower's 6th floor in order to enter the maze. This requirement was impossible for many expert players. In other words, only large guilds could dispatch some players to the maze. As for small guilds, they could only stare at the maze from outside. That's right. There's still the heaven-worshipping maze. An idea popped into Sure Feng's head. The heaven-worshipping maze was divided into 3 layers. The layer with the lowest difficulty was the outer area. Players could obtain tablet fragments, which they could then exchange for high-ranking mounts from the monsters killed there. After the outer layer was the Black Fog area and the temple area. At the Black Fog area, players could exchange for siege weapons used during ancient times, as well as for even better high-ranking mounts. Although these were no match for current siege weapons, they were still much better than low-end tools like the defense turret. The only problem was the large number of tablet fragments required to exchange for these siege weapons. Thinking up to this point, Sure Feng continued on his way to the Candlelight trading firm. Currently, the meeting room on the Candlelight trading firm's 7th floor was filled with lifestyle players who had just returned from the holy city of Titan. At first glance, Sure Feng discovered that the number of advanced lifestyle players had already increased to as many as 40. The rest might have been able to become advanced lifestyle players as well, if not for them having been asked to leave the holy city ahead of time. As for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and the others who had already been advanced lifestyle players, they had experienced plenty of transformations as well. Despite them having been separated for only 2 days or so, the auras surrounding their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. A Master's Insignia? Chapter 1054. Odds. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1054. Odds. Sure Feng was astounded when he looked at a tall and thin youth named Burning Abyss. On this young man, Sure Feng noticed a lion head emblem that was giving off a golden glow. This emblem was none other than the symbol of lifestyle masters. The master's insignia. Aside from being a symbol of one's status in God's domain, the emblem also had some good additional functions. Among them, one function increased the wielder's production success rate. Although the master's insignia was not comparable to the black steel insignia Sure Feng obtained through a quest, it still provided a 3% increase in success rate. In addition, when producing items of the same level, one's production would be 10% faster. When producing items of lower levels, the increase in one's production speed would be 30% due to the existence of this master's insignia. The role of master lifestyle players became even more important. Guild leader. You couldn't have imagined it, right? Burning got promoted into a master engineer some time ago. Moreover, he is God's domain's first master engineer. We planned to surprise you with this news, so we didn't tell you all this time. Melancholic Smile said softly. In reality, she, too, was very shocked that Burning Abyss was actually the first player in the Candlelight trading firm to become a lifestyle master. She had expected it to be Cream Cocoa. However, like a dark horse, Burning Abyss improved by leaps and bounds as soon as he entered Titan City. He was able to create new items and tools one after another, shortly becoming a lifestyle master. On the other hand, she and Cream Cocoa were still researching the properties of various raw materials. It would still be a while before they could get promoted to the master rank. Regarding the surprise Melancholic Smile prepared for him, Sure Feng did not feel annoyed by it at Master lifestyle player. In shadow of the past, lifestyle masters were pivotal existences in the guild. Not to mention, Burning Abyss's talent was simply too awesome. He might have the potential to reach the Grandmaster rank. If he did, even super guilds would be helpless against the Candlelight trading firm. Right? What about the task I previously assigned to you all? Sure Feng asked in order to fulfill his agreement with the secret pavilion. Sure Feng had Melancholic Smile and the others ceaselessly produce strengthening devices and bronze engineering locomotives. Even if the engineering locomotives cost a lot of materials to make, they still had no choice but to manufacture them we've already completed it. We have to thank Burning for this. Without him, we really wouldn't have been able to produce the 10 bronze engineering locomotives in time. Melancholic Smile explained. Shurfong could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Very good. From now on, Burning Abyss will be the Candlelight trading firm's chief engineer and will enjoy benefits equal to that of Zero Wings Elders. Although there was still some time before he had to make the first payment to the secret pavilion, he did not know when the Blackwater Guild would make a move right now. If he could meet the stated quota ahead of time, the following matters would be much easier to deal with, following which Shurfong used his identity as Black Flame to announce Burning Abyss's promotion to the Candlelight trading firm's chief engineer. In the future, the youth could also use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted immediately. Many advanced lifestyle players inside the meeting room looked at Burning Abyss with envy. Not only would he get to use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted, but he would also enjoy the status of an elder in Zero Wing. As such, he would be able to choose a private room for himself in either the Candlelight trading firm or Zero Wings Guild residence. What was more, the Candlelight trading firm's private rooms were located on the shop's 7th floor, providing a view overlooking the entire trade district of White River City. That was a treatment that many people dreamed of obtaining. Since everyone's already here, I'll tell you what you all will be making next, Shurfong said. He then took out a very large design from his bag and placed it in the center of the circular wooden table. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the design, their breathing becoming a little ragged. A miniature ballista. This item might not be as popular as the bronze engineering locomotive among the masses, but to a guild its value is not one bit lower than that of the locomotives. The miniature ballista boasted an extremely long attack range of 3,000 yards, an attack range that no player could achieve. Most monsters did not have such a long attack range, either. Thus, the siege tool was the perfect weapon to raid towns. Moreover, it was very simple to operate, requiring only 3 people to move and use it. Guild leader, are we really going to make this item? Melancholic Smile asked in surprise. The miniature ballista was a considerably advanced tool. Even with advanced lifestyle players like themselves manufacturing it, the production success rate would still be frighteningly low. Meanwhile, the production cost for the siege tool was quite high. After a cursory look at the materials required, Melancholic Smile estimated that a single miniature ballista would cost at least 1,000 gold to manufacture. Meanwhile, she judged that their production success rate would be less than 20%. Even with Burning Abyss handling the ballista's core component, it would be fortunate if he could achieve a 20% success rate. In other words, there was a chance that they might not even produce a single miniature ballista after spending 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. Even super guilds would have to think carefully when spending 10,000 gold. If they lost this kind of money, it would greatly hamper their development speed, of course. Burning will be responsible for making the engineering portion of the core component of the ballista, while personally handle the forging portion of the core. Finally, Burning will handle the assembly of the ballista as well. If there are no problems, you all may begin working now. If you succeed in producing 5 miniature ballistas in 10 hours, depending on your personal performance, you might get another chance to visit Titan City. Hopefully, you all can seize the opportunity. Shurfong said, chuckling. A single miniature ballista could deal with only a lone boss among the monsters the Blackwater Corporation controlled. There was no lack of boss-ranked monsters. A single miniature ballista would not be able to make much of a difference if they had 5 miniature ballistas. However, the siege tools would be able to affect the war situation to a certain extent. Guild leader, will we really have another opportunity to visit the holy city of Titan as long as we perform sufficiently well? Many advanced lifestyle players asked excitedly at this moment. Even Burning Abyss, who had already become a master engineer, looked at Shurfong in astonishment after experiencing the benefits the holy city provided. It was impossible for lifestyle players not to look forward to enjoying the plentiful resources of the holy city again. Moreover, the benefits they had sampled on their visit was only the tip of the iceberg of Titan City's offerings. There were still many places that they had not gotten to see, of course. However, I'll say this first. The slots are limited, Shurfong replied, smiling. He then left the meeting room only after Feng was gone did everyone finally snap out of their daze. Immediately, every one of them rushed to check what tasks they were assigned to do, blood rushing to their eyes. Like maniacs, they then ran to their respective workshops to start working as for Feng. He entered a special workshop himself and directly used God's blessing to become a master forger through the aid of his various forging tools. It took Feng only a little over an hour to produce 15 core components that required forging. Fortunately, I have Icarus's heart. Otherwise, I really would be finished this time. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he looked at the core components. He had wasted nearly 40 sets of materials in order to produce these parts. Had he made them as an advanced forger instead of a master forger, his success rate would have been less than 10%. In that case, wasting over 100 sets of materials would not have been surprising. Chapter 1055, Town Trade. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1055, Town Trade. After completing the core components, Feng handed them over to Melancholic Smile. The manufacturing of the miniature ballista was extremely complex, requiring many components. However, aside from the core components, the other parts were well within the capabilities of advanced lifestyle players. As for the final assembly work, with Burning Abyss's standards, the master engineer would be more than capable of handling Ida's. For Feng himself, he still had many things he needed to do. Guild leader. Both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are buying increasingly fewer lightstones from us recently, yet the amount they are selling on their side has been continuously increasing. It is likely they have already obtained plenty of lightstone designs. Should we start lowering our selling price as well? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly after she had returned and took up the reins of the Candlelight trading firm again. She suddenly discovered that the trading firm's position in Starmoon Kingdom had become increasingly precarious, setting aside the fact that both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms possessed exclusive products. Just the competitiveness of the Candlelight trading firm's hottest selling product, the Lightstone, was already growing progressively weaker. In addition, unlike the Candlelight trading firm, which only had shops covering several of Starmoon Kingdom's important NPC cities, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had shops covering the entire Starmoon Kingdom. At this rate, it would only be a few days before they overtook the Candlelight trading firm. If that happened, Candlelight's income would take a significant hit, so even the Lightstones are unable to hold out any longer. Looking at the list Melancholic Smile handed to him, Feng smiled as he said, "Since it's no good already, it's about time we switch to a new main product." Change our main product? Melancholic Smile's thoughts shifted towards the strengthening device. The strengthening device was currently very popular on the market. However, due to its exorbitant price, only larger guilds could afford to buy it. In terms of market size, it was nowhere close to the Lightstone. Take this and have some trustworthy alchemists learn it. From now on, our main product will be this item, Feng said as he took out the alchemy secret journal from his bag. That exotic stamina potion recorded inside the journal possessed effects that all players dearly needed. Moreover, the materials used to craft the potion were not particularly precious. Hence, its selling price would not be very high either. Even ordinary players would be able to afford it easily. Guild leader, you're too amazing. You actually managed to get your hands on this thing as well. Melancholic Smile exclaimed in excitement after taking a brief look through the journal. If we have this potion, I want to see just how the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are going to compete against us. When consumed, the exotic stamina potion increased a player's maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery speed by 80% for 10 hours. This was a must-have item for players seeking to level up quickly. Moreover, the total cost of the materials required to make the potion was roughly only 2 silver. If advanced alchemists crafted the potion, they would have a success rate of 50%. In other words, the total cost of making a bottle of exotic stamina potion was around 4 silver coins with the excellent effects of the potion. Even if they sold each bottle for 10 silver, there would still be swarms of players willing to buy it. Meanwhile, at 10 silver, it would still be cheaper than the mana mixture introduced by the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. In addition, the exotic stamina potion was suitable for a much wider market than the mana mixture. With this, There was no way Blackwater and Heavenly could bring down the Candlelight trading firm. The players of God's domain earned a limited income every day. As would be expected, they could spend their scant funds on only a small number of items. Hence, when players were choosing which trading firm to shop at, they would naturally choose the trading firm with the lower prices and more useful products. Meanwhile, 10 silver coins was a considerable sum to ordinary players. Even elite players could just barely afford this price. Hence, if these elite players purchased the exotic stamina potion, they would no longer have any money left for other items, which would definitely have a significant impact on the business of both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms, following which Melancholic Smile happily took the Alchemy Secret Journal and left the special workshop to select people to learn the exotic stamina potion's recipe. As for Surephone, he used the Abyss Pendant's teleportation skill to return to the Golden Sands Archipelago. At the same time, 2 major incidents had occurred in Stone Forest Town. Moreover, both situations greatly excited the local players. The first incident was that Stone Forest Town's battle arena had constructed an underground floor housing combat rooms. Moreover, the new floor's area was considerably larger than the first floor, since the battle arena only had combat rooms set up for rent in the first 3 floors of the building. The addition of the underground floor was equivalent to increasing the capacity of the battle arena by more than 1/3. Meanwhile, the second and more exciting incident was that the first group of wandering merchant NPCs had finally arrived at Stone Forest Town. Wandering merchants were a privilege that only player towns enjoyed. This visit was something that would never occur in NPC towns. Unlike ordinary NPC merchants, these wandering merchants would sell rare items that were not available anywhere else. Even rare tools that were very useful to players, such as magic scrolls or special potions. However, attracting wandering merchants to a town was not an easy task. To do so, a town needed extremely safe trade routes. Otherwise, these wandering merchants, who were highly risk-averse, would not travel to said town. There's no stopping Stone Forest Town from rising now. Haha, I've profited big today. I only spent 3 silver to purchase a swamp scroll. With this scroll, if I party up with 2 more people, we will be able to thrash a field chieftain. That's nothing. Didn't you see that a guy managed to purchase a lucky potion for a mere 12 silver just now? I heard that the lucky potion will raise a player's luck attribute by 10 points for half an hour. He then resold that potion for 10 gold coins. What a pity. By the time I reached those wandering merchants, their products had already sold out. The arrival of the wandering merchants gave rise to discussions among the players in town about the NPCs. The merchandise of these NPCs completely surpassed everyone's imaginations. They had all kinds of rare and strange goods up for sale. The only unfortunate part was that they sold only a limited amount of the products each day. Moreover, the items they sold every day were not fixed. However, it was also precisely because of this restricted supply that many players chose to live in Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, this situation was a boon to Stone Forest Town, since it levied a 10% tax on all local sales. Although that was not a lot of money, the income from taxes would increase as the number of NPC merchants gathered in the town rose. At the same time, word about the wandering merchants also began spreading in Starmoon Kingdom's official forum. Stone Forest Town's thrilling wandering merchants purchased lucky potion resold for 100 times the purchase price. News regarding the wandering merchants immediately piqued the envy of many players throughout the kingdom. Ordinary players would consider themselves rich if they had 1 gold coin on their person, all the more 10 gold coins. If they could encounter such fortuitous situations several times, they would be able to buy a common mount for themselves by the time they reached level 40. Many expert players were too poor to purchase mounts even after reaching level 40. Starmoon City, Blackwater's guild residence. At this time, the elegant and beautiful Qin Miyun suddenly entered the guild leader's office. With a slightly gloomy expression, she said, "Guild leader, young Master Jing is already dissatisfied with your performance because of this matter regarding Stone Forest Town. He says that you need to settle this matter as soon as possible, if you can't get even such a small matter done." Chapter 1056, Grandmaster Magic Array. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat Chapter 1056 Grandmaster Magic Array. Abandoned Wave, who was seated behind his desk, frowned slightly when he heard Chi Miyun's words. In reality, he was also uncomfortable with Stone Forest Town's present situation due to the construction of the Magic Tower in Stone Forest Town. Many of Zero Wing's elite and expert members had gathered there, instantly raising the difficulty of raiding the town significantly. With the addition of the wandering merchants now, most likely, there would be many more independent players trying to join Zero Wing. As long as these players became Zero Wing's members, not only would they enjoy the membership perks at the battle arena, but they would also have the convenience of much shorter travel times to Stone Forest Town due to the guild transfer scroll. The time savings from joining Zero Wing had tempted many independent players with good standards and strength. He had already received news that soon after the battle arena appeared, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had started increasing exponentially. Moreover, practically every elite and expert player that recently joined Zero Wing had promptly migrated to Stone Forest Town to develop themselves. I understand. Tell young Master Jing that as long as he gives me a little more time, Stone Forest Town will very quickly become the Blackwater Guild's property, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. Also, tell Black Road that the sacrifices he asked for are already ready. He had to admit that Zero Wing's strength was ramping up quite rapidly. Unfortunately, the guild had the misfortune to meet him. Otherwise, there truly wouldn't be anybody in Star Moon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming its overlord. However, now that the Blackwater Guild had arrived, Zero Wing could only perish upon hearing Abandoned Wave's reply. Chi Mian turned around and left the office. At the same time, using the Abyss Pendant, Feng appeared once more before the small cabin inside the ancient ruins at the core of the Golden Sands archipelago. This time, Feng immediately opened the wooden door and entered the cabin. Although the cabin looked small on the outside and appeared to have only a single floor, stepping into the cabin was like entering a completely different world. The inside was just like a player-constructed building, where the internal space was usually larger than what was visible on the outside. Only, the disparity between the wooden cabin's frontage and interior space was much more grandiose. Upon entering the cabin, Feng came upon an elegant hall the size of 2 basketball courts. Exquisite glass cabinets dotted the hall. There were all sorts of rare items on display inside these cabinets, and no lack of items that could tempt even expert players. Meanwhile, 10 level 200 NPCs stood guard around the hall, with 4 stationed by the staircase leading up to the cabin's second floor. In addition to these guards, there was also a handsome and beautiful young man who seemed to be the manager of the establishment. The youth's appearance could fascinate even men. When Feng looked at the youth, he could only see the youth's name, Harold, displayed. He could not see any other information about him. However, if one used an advanced identification skill on the youth, they would discover that the young and beautiful Harold was not a human at all. Harold, High Elf, Grand Wizard. Level? HP? / In the past, many players often discussed which NPC in God's domain they thought was the strongest. They would also make strength rankings for NPCs according to the NPC's tiers. In other words, only NPCs of the same tier would be compared with each other. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 NPC, Harold's strength had always been a mystery to everyone. After reaching level 200, many players had attempted to use extremely powerful identification skills to examine Harold. In the end, however, they still failed to discern Harold's level and HP. In addition, nobody had ever seen Harold's true strength, although there had been 6 Tier 5 experts who had attempted to rob the Golden Sands exchange shop in the past. Harold had instantly annihilated them in a single move. After those experts died, not only did they each lose 10 whole levels, but they also got jailed for over half a month. From then on, nobody else dared to provoke Harold. They only knew that this high elf was exceedingly puissant. After all, it was simply impossible for an ordinary Tier 5 NPC to defeat 6 Tier 5 players so swiftly. Even the Windbreaker, Kite, had not possessed this kind of strength at his peak. Hence, Harold's strength had always been a mystery. Regardless, his strength was publicly acknowledged to rank within the top 5 among the various Tier 5 NPCs of God's domain. After Shifeng entered the exchange shop, Harold slowly made his way over to him in a very friendly manner. Harold handed a delicate corolla flower-shaped emblem over to Shifeng and said softly, "Sir, congratulations on becoming a member of our exchange shop. Here is our establishment's member's emblem. In the future, you may use this emblem to visit our shop anytime you want. In addition, you may visit our shop's second-floor hall. The items up for exchange, they're all treasures carefully selected by our shop." "Thank you. I wish to take a look at the second floor, then. May I know where the best products available for exchange this week?" Shifeng asked, speaking as if he were an old customer after storing the exchange shop's member's emblem after he had obtained a large quantity of magic crystal from the battle arena. He had directly paid 10,000 crystals to the system. Although he had felt a slight sting at the loss, compared to using the other methods to become a member of the exchange shop, it was already the best option. "Please follow me, sir," Harold said before leading Shifeng upstairs. The size of the second floor's hall was somewhat smaller than the first floor's. Moreover, the number of glass display cabinets here was only 1/10 of that of the first floor halls. Even so, the 30,000 plus magic crystals Shifeng had on him right now was most likely insufficient to buy even 1/10 of the items displayed here. Even the cheapest item on display was priced at 2,000 magic crystals. Taking a casual glance around, Shifeng had also discovered many items priced above 10,000 magic crystals. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place for normal people. Shifeng was rendered speechless by what he saw currently. 100 magic crystals could be used to exchange for 25 gold coins on the market. 10,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 2,500 gold. In other words, among the items displayed, there were many valued above 2,500 gold, 2,500 gold. With that kind of money, one could already purchase an epic item, sir. Of the many products that have arrived in our shop this week, these 5 items are the ones our shop is proudest of. Hopefully, they're to your liking," Harold said very confidently as he brought Shifeng over to a glass cabinet protected by a magic array. "This is a Grandmaster magic array." Shifeng could not help his shock when he saw the magic array protecting the 5 items. He had done his fair share of research into magic arrays in the past, and could even draw intermediate magic arrays. Although he was not a master of crafting magic arrays, he could more or less discern their standard. As for the magic array Shifeng was currently standing on, he had only seen the likes of this around the palaces in imperial capitals. Even a group of Tier 5 NPCs would have difficulty breaking through a Grandmaster magic array within a short time. If it were an even more powerful Grandmaster magic array, those Tier 5 NPCs might meet their end yet. Right now, one such Grandmaster magic array was actually being used to protect 5 items. This was entirely too extravagant. Chapter 1057, Divine Beast Descent. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1057, Divine Beast Descent. "Sir, it seems that you are considerably knowledgeable about magic arrays," Harold addressed Shifeng, who had focused on the magic array protecting the glass cabinet for quite some time. Chuckling, he continued, "If you're interested in magic arrays, we happen to have a few designs for sale at the moment. I believe that you will be satisfied with our selection." Hearing this, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. Hurriedly, he turned to Harold and asked, "You actually sell magic array designs here?" In God's domain, magic arrays were considered secrets. Normally, players could not purchase them. At most, players could purchase some unimportant magic scrolls or gain some basic understanding of them in libraries. Players almost never found an opportunity to encounter magic array design. Shifeng had only obtained the 9-star Polar Domain magic array design. By completing an epic quest, he had never imagined that he could purchase magic array designs on the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's second floor. Shifeng had known that he could buy such items in his previous life. He would have tried to become one of the exchange shop's members regardless of the cost. Magic arrays might not help players much during the game's early stages, but as players reached higher levels, their impact would increase. This was especially true for guilds in guild wars. Only those who were at least elite players could affect the tide of battle. Ordinary players were simply risking their lives if they participated. They would only increase their guild's losses, however. As players understood more about magic arrays, their use became more widespread. Casting large-scale group spells was one such example. A single magical class player might not be able to use extremely powerful spells, but powerful magic arrays could combine the mana of tens or even hundreds of magical class players to cast an intensely destructive spell. Furthermore, producing such magic arrays was far easier than producing magic scrolls that contained Tier 4 or even Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Because of this, even during God's Domain's later stages, ordinary players could play a considerable role in large-scale wars. Although, how well a guild utilized its normal members depended on their magic array research. If one wanted to research magic arrays, they first needed enough of the designs. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds had tried desperately to collect all sorts of magic array designs. If he could obtain the designs for large-scale group spells right now, Zero Wing would not have to fear any guild in God's Domain. Current players had no hope against large-scale group spells. At the very least, one needed a Tier 4 Great Wizard on their side to counter such destructive power. Sir, are you not going to consider our shop's top 5 recommended product first? Harold asked, disappointedly glancing at the 5 items inside the glass cabinet before him. Shifeng shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the magic array designs are far more attractive." The 5 items inside the glass cabinet were as precious as Harold claimed. An epic staff even rested among them. Unfortunately, the prices were simply too high for Shifeng to accept. The exchange shop sold these items far above market price. Unless one needed these items urgently, they'd be a fool to purchase any of them. In the past, the 6 Tier 5 players had a reason for trying to rob the exchange shop. The shop's exorbitant prices for the items they sought had been precisely why they had taken the risk. Unfortunately, those players had failed in the end. Aside from being known as the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's manager, Harold had another title in the outside world, the Blackheart Merchant. Among the 5 items displayed, the cheapest cost 24,000 magic crystals, while the most expensive, the glowing black and white staff, cost 52,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that staff would be worth 13,000 gold. If the staff were only 1 or 2,000 gold above market value, Shifeng would have considered purchasing it. However, Shifeng was not willing to pay 13,000 gold. Seeing Shifeng's disinterest, Harold dismissed his hopes of promoting the items. Instead, he led Shifeng to a corner. 3 small glass cabinets occupied the corner, each cabinet containing a thick, solid book cast in gold. These were none other than the magic array designs. "May I know if you are satisfied with our products, sir?" Harold asked, smiling. Although the magic array designs were not as valuable as the 5 items, they were still particularly high-priced items in the shop. Among the 3 designs, the cheapest, the 13 totem poles, cost 8,000 magic crystals. It was a basic suppression magic array and required 13 magical classes to activate. It was superbly effective against lone field or dungeon bosses. The magic array belonged to the middle upper standard among basic magic arrays. The second design cost 12,000 magic crystals and was the double protection barrier. It was similarly a basic magic array, but of a much higher standard than the 13 totem poles. It required 100 magical class players to activate. When activated, it formed a defensive magic array that would block all damage from the outside. Among basic magic arrays, it was of the highest quality. The last design was also the most valuable, costing 24,000 magic crystals. This magic array was the Divine Beast Descent. The magic array concentrated the mana of 88 summoners to summon a divine beast to do battle. It belonged to the middle upper standard among intermediate magic arrays, as I expected of the exchange shop. It even has an intermediate magic array. Shifeng was shocked. Basic magic array designs were relatively easy to find in God's Domain. However, after reaching the intermediate rank, magic array designs became extraordinarily rare. Even large guilds found them quite difficult to obtain. Thus, it was truly surprising to find one in the exchange shop. Although the Divine Beast Descent magic array cost far more than its market value, the magic array would play a massive role in guild wars. The 9-star Polar Domain magic array he currently possessed was a suppression-type magic array. Its main purpose was to weaken bosses. In a war between players, its results were only satisfactory if used in narrow terrain. For siege battles and battles in broad, open spaces, the intermediate magic array was not particularly useful, however. The Divine Beast Descent was a summoning-type magic array, and players could utilize powerful monsters in battle. This was like a summoning scroll. Only, the magic array's conditions were much more stringent, requiring 88 summoners to maintain it. If the magic array were interrupted, the summoned creature would disappear immediately. Most importantly, it was extremely costly as it required 88 magic array scrolls to activate. These scrolls would also disappear after a single use. Even so, it was an extremely powerful tool of war. After all, ordinary players' role in these wars was simply too small. They were practically negligible. However, combining their power and transforming them into a devastating force would be terrifying. After all, ordinary players comprise the majority of a guild's members. Chapter 1058, Change in the Capital. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1058, Change in the Capital. Have any of these caught your eye? Harold asked Surefoam once more, still smiling, although there were only 3 magic array designs, and the most powerful was only intermediate rank. They were not easy to find elsewhere. Magic array designs were particularly valuable after reaching intermediate rank. Surefoam hovered between the 3 magic array designs, although the 13 totem poles was only a basic suppression magic array and far from being comparable to the 9-star polar domain. As a basic magic array, more players would be capable of producing it. Even now, Surefoam was the only person capable of producing the 9-star polar domain. However, when would he find the time to mass-produce the magic array? However, the guild had quite a few players who could produce the 13 totem poles magic array. With this, the guild's overall strength in dungeons would increase significantly. It would be easier to obtain a plethora of good equipment as, for the double protection barrier, as a defensive magic array, it was perfectly suited for siege battles. Aside from that, it did not have much purpose. Lastly, the Divine Beast Descent was a common type in large guild wars. All 3 magic arrays had their own uses. All 3 were also things that Zero Wing sorely needed. However, Surefoam could not afford all 3 due to their exorbitant prices and want the Divine Beast Descent and the double protection barrier. Surefoam announced after a moment of hesitation his current priority was to defend Stoneforest Town. He had no choice but to give up on the 13 totem poles with a limited amount of magic crystals. He had to use them on what was most necessary right then. The 2 magic array designs will cost you a total of 36,000 magic crystals, Harold said, following which, Surefoam handed over the last of the magic crystals from the battle arena. Only after including some of the magic crystals from the Candlelight trading firm's warehouse could he barely afford the total cost. This is truly fraudulent. Surefoam could not help but feel a slight sting as he handed the magic crystals over. With all of these magic crystals, he should be able to purchase 4 or 5 magic array designs from the market. Here are your magic array designs, sir, Harold said, his smile becoming even more cheerful after receiving the magic crystals. As you are a member of our exchange shop, for every 10,000 magic crystals you spend, you'll obtain 1 point. When you've accumulated 500 points, we can raise your membership status to an advanced member. You'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases on the 2nd floor hall and a 20% discount on the 1st floor hall. You'll also qualify to enter our exchange shop's main branch. Currently, you've spent 36,000 magic crystals, so you have obtained 3 points. If you spend another 4,000 magic crystals right now, you'll receive 4 points instead. For a moment, Surefoam was at a loss for words. He had to admit that Harold was a crafty merchant. Fortunately, he didn't have any more magic crystals on him. Otherwise, Harold might have persuaded him to purchase another item for 4,000 magic crystals. However, this revelation confused Surefoam slightly. He hadn't expected an additional membership rank, and the advanced members even had access to the main branch. However, as far as he could remember, there had never been any mention of an advanced membership in the past. Although rare, some players have become normal members of the Golden Sands Exchange Shop. Moreover, There was no real benefit in hiding this fact, excuse me. But can every member of the exchange shop be promoted to an advanced member? Shifeng asked curiously. Harold shook his head, chuckling before he explained. Not everyone receives this privilege. As you are the first heaven-blessed person to visit our shop, we have extended this benefit. Normally, members have to spend an additional 10 million magic crystals before we notify them of this option. So that's why nobody knew about the advanced membership in the past. Realization dawned on Shifeng, following which Shifeng took the 2 magic array designs and left the exchange shop. As for becoming an advanced member, it was too early to bother with. Although, if he secured the manatite vein in that dangerous sea zone, he could consider becoming an advanced member. Otherwise, not a single guild throughout God's domain could afford the promotion requirement of 5 million magic crystals. After leaving the exchange shop, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement to reach a distant beach. He then released the Swift Dragon Speedboat and traveled to his final destination, the Savage Wildland. As the Savage Wildland was very close to a dangerous sea zone, it was easy for players to encounter sea monsters. Although these sea monsters' levels only range between level 40 and level 50. The threat they pose surpassed that of ordinary level 40 to level 50 high lords. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's plan of using the Magic Tower to lure players to the Town of Beginnings wouldn't be nearly as effective as doing so with a town on the mainland. After all, traveling to the Savage Wildland was simply too dangerous for current players. However, this had allowed Shifeng to spot a business opportunity. Traveling to the Savage Wildland in a fishing boat was undoubtedly dangerous. However, if one used a speedboat, the danger would decrease significantly. What he needed to do was to open a sea route between Ocean Viewing Town and the Savage Wildland, starting a transportation business. If he charged each person 2 silver, a flood of players would brave the journey. Even if there were only 10,000 players trying to reach the Savage Wildland each day, he could still earn 200 gold daily. However, this was a conservative estimate. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Even though the town was over 10 hours away from the nearest teleportation point on foot, a large number of players made the trip. Moreover, by the time the Town of Beginnings developed into a medium-sized town and unlocked the Savage Wildland's true value, at that time, it would not be surprising if hundreds of thousands of players attempted the trip every day. The income he could gain from the transportation business might even match the income from the Town of Beginnings. Shifeng could still remember that. When the Town of Beginnings had developed into a small-sized city, the city's permanent player population had already neared 1 million. As for city's floating population, that was well over 5 million. If that came to pass once again, counting each day's earnings would become laborious. Time passed quickly. The trip, which should have taken over an hour, was over in only 10 minutes or so thanks to the Swift Dragon Speedboat. From a distance, the Savage Wildland looked like a new continent. At first glance, the island seemed to have no end. The island was roughly the size of a major city's jurisdiction on the mainland. However, even the island's outer region was not easy to reach, following which Shifeng found a place to dock before storing the Swift Dragon Speedboat. He then unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Phantom Kill. His doppelganger splitting from his body, the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement was quite convenient. However, he was no god. He could not remember the exact coordinates of the Otherworld Transfer Gate. He could only determine its general location on the map. But how dangerous was the core area? As a precaution, he could use the replace skill to avoid dying should he find any powerful monsters during his journey. As Shifeng was about to use space movement, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. This is bad. I just received a report from the secret pavilion stating that 3 of Pantheon's core legions have snuck into Starmoon City. Chapter 1059, Passage Established. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1059, Passage Established. On the semi-transparent screen, anxiety pulled at Aqua Rose's fair, dainty face when Shifeng had told her that Pantheon had joined with Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing. She had doubted his words. Moreover, even if it were true, it should have been quite some time before Blackwater attacked Zero Wing directly. She had never imagined that Blackwater would move this quickly. If Blackwater and Pantheon had truly come for Zero Wing, She was not certain that Zero Wing could hold its ground against the guilds after all. Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. She was not ignorant as she had once been. After experiencing the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system, she understood just how terrifying super guilds were. The strength these guilds normally revealed was the tip of the iceberg, however. This tip was more than enough to frighten any first-rate guild. It seems that they can no longer wait. The news didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. They could have flown under the radar if Stone Forest Town's popularity had been the only thing growing. However, Zero Wing benefited from the town's growth. Right now, the guild was continuously absorbing the elites and experts among independent players, increasing the guild's overall strength. If Zero Wing were given another 3 to 5 days, Blackwater would have to pay an even higher price to take Stone Forest Town down. If it were up to Shifeng, he would likely take action as soon as possible. As well, guild leader, should I dispatch men to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose asked. Try to do it as quietly as possible to avoid arousing their suspicion. Shifeng instructed after giving the matter some thought. Use the money we earned from the lands we sold to purchase the building materials for the magic tower and send those as well. This way, they won't realize that we're already on to them. Have some people start construction of the magic tower's framework. I'll try to be there as quickly as possible. This war was no trivial matter. Zero Wing could not afford to lose. It would be best if he constructed more magic towers to defend Stone Forest Town as a precaution. If he could not even defend Stone Forest Town, his future city would also be finished. He would also have to figure out how to defend his city without magic towers. Understood. Aqua Rose disconnected the call and quickly saw to the necessary arrangements, following which Shifeng immediately used space movement and crossed the savage wildland to its core area. However, as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the spatial tear, he came face to face with a Tyrant that stood over 10 meters tall. The vines that stretched from the Trent's body were like iron whips. Despite one of these vines just casually striking a massive rock, the stone shattered. Over 100 vines surrounded the Trent's body. Old Forest Tyrant, elemental creature, Lord, level 1, 10 HP, / When Shifeng saw this old forest Tyrant, his expression turned gloomy. Against a level 110 Lord, even a relatively skilled Tier 2 player of the same level would have to run for their life. Roar. Upon noticing Shifeng, the old Tyrant released an angry roar. Immediately, over a dozen vines shot towards Shifeng as quick as lightning. Pung, pung, pung. After the vines' attacks passed, the ground split into dozens of segments. The horrific scene looked as if an earthquake had shaken the island. Fortunately, Shifeng had managed to activate the replace skill in time, avoiding the intended execution. Shifeng's doppelganger, however, had not been as fortunate, as the vines had obliterated it instantly. That was a close one. Shifeng was shaken by his doppelganger's sudden death. Not only were the vines very fast, but their movements were also cunning. The vines had attacked from his blind spots, enveloping him. The only option to cope with the attacks was to face them head-on. However, if he chose to do that, he would end up as nothing more than a gory mess. The difference between their attributes was simply too large. Techniques could not make up for that gap. After 5 minutes, Shifeng used Phantom Kill once more. Readjusting his transfer coordinates, he activated space movement. With the knowledge he had gained from his first transfer and some minor adjustments, he accurately teleported to the Otherworld transfer gate. The transfer gate was massive. Standing over 100 meters tall, it looked like a towering skyscraper. Magic arrays, which had existed since ancient times, surrounded the transfer gate. With these magic arrays, even the final boss of the Savage Wildlands core, the demonic golden elephant, could not approach the transfer gate. As long as players entered the magic array, they would be in a safe zone. Monsters wouldn't chase them once they reached that point. However, the magic array had one disadvantage. Magic arrays could not be superimposed over one another. If Shifeng wanted to establish a teleportation array, he needed to do it outside of the magic array, protecting the Otherworld transfer gate. However, several monsters, all over level 100, drooled as they waited for him to leave the magic array's safety in God's domain. Setting the transfer coordinates for a teleportation array generally required 30 seconds. It was practically impossible to set the coordinates in a monster-infested core area in the past. Players had only established the coordinates for a teleportation array because Super Guild's members had cleared the area's monsters. Once the coordinates were established, Super Guilds had stationed experts near the Otherworld transfer gate to contain the monster population, allowing players to reach the transfer gate safely. Sure, Foam wasn't yet strong enough to kill the surrounding monsters, much less clearing them out periodically, although, sure, Foam wasn't strong enough. He did have a monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll would disperse the monsters within a fixed area. Once the monsters were gone, establishing the transfer coordinates would be easy. The only problem was that when players teleported here in the future, they still had to deal with the Guardian monsters. However, if players reacted quickly enough and could cross into the Otherworld in time, those monsters would be helpless to stop them scatter. Sure, Foam unfurled the monster repellent scroll immediately. The monsters around the Otherworld transfer gate began to flee, and the area fell silent. Taking this opportunity, Surephone immediately began to establish the transfer coordinates. With the transfer coordinates established, Zero Wings members could teleport here using a teleportation magic array and train inside an Otherworld to improve their strength. Even Super Guild's Apex experts didn't enjoy such perks. After Surephone finished with the transfer coordinates, he retrieved a return scroll and returned to White River City. Now that Blackwater had shown signs of movement, he needed to use what little time he had left to produce magic array scrolls. Unfortunately, when Surephone arrived before the Candlelight trading firm, Aqua Rose called. When the video call connected, Surephone noticed the woman's grim expression. What happened? I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but just a moment ago, our guild members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls to transfer to Stone Forest Town. Players in Stone Forest Town couldn't use their transfer scrolls to return to White River City either. Even their return scrolls have stopped working. Aside from that, Blackwater has surrounded the closest NPC town, and in Lakeheart City, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members have begun to slaughter ours. Gentle Snow's people have been badly pummeled. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious. Although she had sent a lot of the guild expert and elite members to Stone Forest Town, there was still too few members there right now. Now that their members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls, Zero Wing couldn't send more reinforcements. Chapter 1060, Action. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1060, Action. Shurfang's expression darkened upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. The guild transfer scrolls can't be used? Surephone pondered the situation. Could they have used a sealing magic array? The various large guilds had commonly used sealing magic arrays to raid towns and cities in the past. However, such magic arrays were extremely rare. Generally, players only had a chance of coming across one in level 60 and above secret locations. With the guild's current strength, it was impossible to obtain one guild leader. Should I lead some experts to take charge of the situation? Afterward, you can lead the guild's army to support us. I believe that, with Stone Forest Town's defensive advantage, we should be able to hold out until the army arrives. Aqua Rose suggested. Blackwater and Pantheon had acted too quickly. Although they had begun to prepare, they had never expected Blackwater to pull such a card without the advantage of the guild transfer scrolls. It would take a considerable amount of time for Zero Wing to reach Stone Forest Town. By the time the army arrived, the siege would be underway. However, there were very few Zero Wing upper echelons in Stone Forest Town right now. Without anyone taking charge of such a large-scale guild war, the town could easily fall. Hence, they quickly needed to dispatch experts capable of leading the defense. Alright, lead the members who have mounts and start on the town's fortifications. However, be careful of ambushes from Blackwater. Since they have gone to the trouble of sealing the entire map, they definitely have plans to prevent anyone from reaching the town, Surephone said. Nodding. Currently, mounts were still far from being common in God's domain. Even in super guilds, only very few experts had obtained a mount. Aqua Rose's group only needed to break through Blackwater's defensive line, and they could reach Stone Forest Town without trouble. Players without mounts had no hope of catching up to them at all. Moreover, due to a fortuitous encounter, Aqua Rose had obtained and completed a quest that had awarded her with a secret silver-ranked flame horse. With the speed of a secret silver mount, even Super Guild's players with mounts would not catch up to her. After all, secret silver mounts were very rare. After Shifeng finished assigning Aqua Rose's tasks, he entered the Candlelight trading firm's basic meditation room and activated God's blessing. Using the materials that Melancholic Smile had prepared for him, he began to produce one magic array scroll after another. Even if Blackwater's army traveled towards Stone Forest Town from the nearest teleportation point, they would have to run for over 10 hours. Moreover, after such a long run, they would have to rest before joining the battle. Otherwise, ordering an army that had nearly exhausted its stamina to raid a town would be the epitome of foolishness. Meanwhile, if Shifeng hurried towards Stone Forest Town, he could arrive far more quickly. The sealing magic array created mana fluctuations in the affected area and prevented teleportation magic arrays from functioning properly. However, Shifeng had the 7 Luminaries ring. Space movement was different from teleportation. Even if there were mana fluctuations in an area, the skill would not be affected. Hence, he could simply teleport to the nearest town and continue towards Stone Forest Town. In terms of speed, even someone riding a dark gold mount would be no match for him. He now had over 10 hours to prepare for war right now. His priority was to make as many magic array scrolls as he could. Everything else was secondary. As for organizing an army to reinforce Stone Forest Town, he had no intentions of doing so if it came down to a direct confrontation. Even if Zero Wing were 10 times stronger, it would be no match for Blackwater, as the latter controlled those one-horned humanoid monsters. Sending players against those monsters was the equivalent of sending them to their graves. Furthermore, how could Zero Wing outmatch Pantheon's expert count? Zero Wing's only hope relied on magic array scrolls and the town's defenses. Shortly after Blackwater sealed off the map surrounding the Stoneclaw Mountains, many players noticed the scent of gunpowder in the air. As Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's elite armies began pouring into the town nearest to Stone Forest Town, the various large guilds around Starmoon Kingdom realized that Blackwater intended to steal Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, a commotion shook Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. They're starting to fight already? I wonder who will win this war. Do you even need to ask? It will definitely be Blackwater. Didn't you see how many players the guild has gathered? Moreover, I heard that even Pantheon is getting involved. How could Stone Forest Town be that easy to raid? Don't forget that Zero Wing has stationed many NPC guards in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the town has the normal guards that belong to the guild's members, as well as the defensive turrets. Even if Blackwater has the advantage in numbers, it will still be very difficult to capture Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Zero Wing has the home ground advantage. Even after its members die, they can resurrect in the town. Blackwater's members, however, will have to travel for over 10 hours to return to the battlefield. You're right. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's forums were cluttered with conversations about the guild war. Many players had even eagerly rushed towards Stone Forest Town after receiving news. Wishing to witness this war with their own eyes. In reality, it wasn't just players who were eager to watch this war. Every guild in Starmoon Kingdom paid close attention to Stone Forest Town as well. After all, this could be considered Starmoon Kingdom's first siege war. This war's outcome was significantly important if Zero Wing failed to defend Stone Forest Town. After losing this gold mine of town, the guild would most likely be reduced to a second-rate guild. Blackwater might gradually devour the guild until the name Zero Wing no longer existed in Starmoon Kingdom. On the other hand, if Zero Wing repelled Blackwater's assault, after this war, Zero Wing's influence in Starmoon Kingdom would reach unprecedented levels. Within a short time, Zero Wing's strength would undoubtedly climb by leaps and bounds. Many players in Starmoon Kingdom had felt that the Blackwater Guild, which had the support of the Blackwater Corporation, had massive potential and thought that it was guaranteed to become Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Hence, many players and companies paid close attention to this war. If Zero Wing came out victorious, it would be impossible for Blackwater to organize further effective assaults in a short time. For a long time to come, Zero Wing would remain as Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Meanwhile, inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar in Sima Town, the town closest to Stone Forest Town. Pantheon has lost its mind. It would have been fine if it had just dispatched its core legions to deal with Zero Wing, yet it dispatched one of its 4 trump card legions, the Red Jade Legion, as well. It seems that Zero Wing has seriously offended Pantheon this time. Yuan Tiexin lightly clicked his tongue as he looked out the window at the 1,000-man legion marching through the street. Every member of this 1,000-man legion was level 40 or above. Moreover, they all wore exquisite white robes with an embroidered blood-red eagle. This blood-red eagle was none other than the Red Jade Legion's symbol. These players' unified clothing, in addition to their levels, frightened the onlooking independent players. Pantheon had many core legions, but the most famous were the 4 trump card legions. Most of the experts in these legions were experts Pantheon had nurtured internally. Outsiders who wished to join these legions had to pass multiple tests. These trump card legions generally dealt with super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Until now, Pantheon had never once used these legions to deal with smaller guilds. Chapter 1061, Divine Hand. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1061, Divine Hand. HM? Why is he here? Yuan Tiexin's expression froze when his eyes fell upon a middle-aged man standing with the Red Jade Legion. The middle-aged man's appearance depicted strength, and he carried a bough of bones across his back. Noticing Yuan Tiexin's suddenly stern expression, Purple Jade immediately followed his gaze from her seat beside him. However, she did not discover anything unusual. Yuan Tiexin didn't seem to be looking at anyone noteworthy. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Purple Jade asked, "Uncle Yuan, could there be someone from the Dark Blade among those people?" Even a super guild like Pantheon had its secrets. Hence, the guild had established a secret department called the Dark Blade. The Dark Blade specialized in tasks that others who walked in the light didn't want, such as assassinations and banditry. This department's members would also assassinate other guilds' upper echelons, disguising the deed as another guild's work and causing strife between other guilds for their profit. However, these tasks were secondary. The Dark Blade's true purpose was to assassinate enemy commanders during guild wars. To achieve this, when Pantheon nurtured these players, the selection of skills, weapons, equipment, tools, and attribute allocation were specially catered towards killing individual players. Although this was an extreme method of combat, it was suitable to deal with players who sought balance. In a one-on-one battle where both sides had equal combat standards and similar quality of weapons and equipment, the Dark Blade's members could trample such players. Of course, with such an extreme combat method, the members of the Dark Blade fared poorly against monsters in the field or a dungeon. This, in turn, greatly impacted their leveling speed. Hence, they needed other players to power level them. That's right. I'm familiar with the man wielding the massive bone bow. He is the vice commander of Darkblade, Divine Hand 9 kills. Yuan Tiexin said, rage filling his gaze as he watched the distant, bow-carrying player. The bow-carrying man's name was 9 kills, while Divine Hand was a title he had been given by others in the industry in a past large-scale virtual reality game. Due to 9 kills successfully assassinating the Secret Pavilion's 3rd vice guild leader at the time, the Pavilion had lost a major war against Pantheon. Yuan Tiexin had been one of the guards protecting the 3rd vice guild leader. In the end, however, 9 kills had pulled off the assassination attempt. Due to that loss, the Secret Pavilion had been forced to withdraw from that virtual reality game. That incident had become one of Yuan Tiexin's lifelong embarrassments, and he had hungered for revenge. However, the trail of Pantheon's Dark Blade members was too difficult to track. Yuan Tiexin had not expected to encounter the man here, although 9 kills had modified his appearance somewhat. Yuan Tiexin recognized him, so he is the rumored Divine Hand. Purple Jade carefully observed 9 kills as well. However, no matter how much she watched 9 kills, she could not sense anything special from the man. He looked like any other expert in the Red Jade Legion. Since 9 kills is making a move, the other members of the Dark Blade should be hidden among the Legion as well. Zero Wing has no chance of victory, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. Setting aside the army of high-intelligence monsters, Just the presence of Darkblade could ruin Stone Forest Town if the town didn't have any commanders. It would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to raid the town, although he believed that Foam was quite strong. The Darkblade's members, who had undergone special training to kill other players, were no trifling opponents. The Secret Pavilion's vice guild leaders were not just figureheads. Without sufficient strength and talent, it was impossible to achieve this position, not to mention becoming the third vice guild leader. Yet, even with 3 guards by his side, the third vice guild leader had been killed. Although the 3 guards had eventually killed the Darkblade member, their victory had held no meaning. Outside of Sima Town's entrance, a large number of elite members belonging to both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial waited for their orders. These players were all level 37 or above. The independent players watching from afar were shocked by this scene. There should be at least 100,000 players, right? 100,000? Aren't you underestimating Blackwater and Heaven's Burial too much? Both guild recruited that alone during their last 2 recruitment campaigns. Not to mention, Blackwater annexed Ouroboros. Many of the experts I know are now wearing Blackwater's emblem. What's going on? The Blackwater Corporation is supporting Blackwater. The guild isn't hurting for money at all. Moreover, the Blackwater Corporation is prepared to invest into God's domain fully. If one joins the guild and obtains a good position, their future could be limitless. The income of the guild's core members already rivals the Blackwater Dojo's newly hired instructors. Do you know how many people are vying to become an instructor in the Blackwater Dojo each year? It's a pity that only a handful of people get chosen. I guess you're right. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough right now. Otherwise, I would try to join Blackwater. I know, right? I have heard that, since Blackwater established its guild, several thousand of Starmoon Kingdom's independent players have joined. However, they only receive the treatment of elite members. It is extremely difficult to become a core member. This war is a good opportunity for them to display their skills. If they perform well, they might even be promoted to a core member. At that time, they could afford to live without worrying about basic necessities. I have also heard that the team leaders and vice team leaders among Blackwater's core members received incomes that rival the Blackwater Dojo's basic and intermediate instructors. If one manages to reach those positions, they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Just as the players in Sima Town discussed the current atmosphere, a row of players atop high-ranking mounts began to lead the elite army towards Stone Forest Town. Even the most inferior among these mounts was bronze rank. While the 2 people in the lead rode mysterious iron mounts, Miss Miyun, I have truly underestimated your Blackwater Guild. I had never thought that you would dispatch so many elite members. I believe that even Zero Wing will be surprised. Singular Burial, who rode a black cheetah, commented, laughing previously. Singular Burial had thought that Blackwater could dispatch at most 100,000 elite members. After all, the guild still faced many management issues after annexing Ouroboros. The guild still needed some elite members to maintain order in the towns and cities it ruled over. However, contrary to expectations, Blackwater had dispatched 200,000 elite members. It was very hard to imagine that Blackwater already possessed such strength, despite establishing only a short time ago in terms of the number of elite members. Even the Star Alliance was no match for Blackwater. Blackwater also had plenty of experts. If the guild were already this strong after recently joining God's domain, it was hard to imagine how powerful it would become in the future. Whether Zero Wing is shocked or not is no concern to Blackwater. In any case, ours won't be the main force raiding the town. We are simply here to pick up the pieces, Qin Miyun said indifferently. If Zero Wing uses everything it has against us, excellent. As for hindering Zero Wing's reinforcements, I'll leave that to Guild Leader Burial. Please, rest assured, Heaven's Burial will prevent Zero Wing's army from setting foot in Stone Forest Town. Heaven's Burial confidently declared, although Blackwater had dispatched an army of elite members, Heaven's Burial had dispatched quite a few of its own with a total of 120,000 elite members in addition to their terrain advantage. The town would have new owners before Zero Wing's army reached it. After that, Heaven's Burial simply needed to work with Blackwater to encircle and annihilate Zero Wing's army guild leader. A report just came in. Several cloaked players riding mounts have been sighted leaving Sima Town. By the looks of it, they seem to be heading towards Stone Forest Town. Daybreak Fog, who stood to his side, suddenly announced, "They should be Zero Wing's upper echelons. Should we dispatch some of our experts to get rid of them?" Chapter 1062, Forceful Breakthrough. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1062, Forceful Breakthrough. Hearing Daybreak Fog's deduction, Singular Burial fell into deep thought. Have Ghost Shadow's group stop them? Remember, don't let a single player escape. Singular Burial said, strictly weary, sending Ghost Shadow's group? Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. Aren't we making a big fuss over something so small? Ghost Shadow was Heaven's Burial's #1 expert. He was already considered a top-tier expert in previous virtual reality games. Now, during his time in God's domain, he had come across a fortuitous encounter which allowed his techniques and strength to undergo a qualitative change. Only, Ghost Shadow had been improving himself away from the public eye all this time, so not many people knew about his current strength. They had originally planned to use him to surprise Zero Wing's army, yet Singular Burial intended to expose Ghost Shadow's strength to hunt down a few players. I don't think so. Even now, Zero Wing has yet to arrange an army to head over to Stone Forest Town. Instead, they're sending a few experts with mounts over first. The only reason they would do so is most likely because there are no good commanders in Stone Forest Town right now. Among the Zero Wing members heading towards Stone Forest Town, a commander is likely among them. I believe that Ghost Shadow will be very interested in them. He might even come across Zero Wing's #1 assassin, Fire Dance. Singular Burial explained, of course. This was only a guess, however. To make their raid on Stone Forest Town easier, he would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 players than let one escape. I'll head over as well then. Daybreak Fog could not help her growing interest. It was a popular belief that Starmoon Kingdom's strongest female experts were in Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the most famous female player in Zero Wing. This was because she had once been an honorary elder of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Following Aqua Rose was Fire Dance, who had displayed frightening strength in several past battles. However, Daybreak Fog did not agree with this sentiment. Without having fought each other, how could she know which among them was the strongest? If she came across either one of these women, she would initiate a proper fight. They dare to rush at us with so few people. They aren't taking Heaven's Burial seriously. A strong, muscular level 40 assassin wearing a black mask owlet, sneering at the 5 players rushing towards him from a distance. "Leader, you must leave one for me. I want to show these people that the real experts aren't in Zero Wing. They are in Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow Legion." Although Heaven's Burial was an upstart guild, it possessed an extraordinary background. Otherwise, Blackwater would not have bothered to cooperate with the guild. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial, the Ghost Shadow Legion consisted of experts from many well-known workshops only. This matter was never made public. The Ghost Shadow Legion's members leveled up and trained in secret. The guild had even invited some of the virtual gaming world's apex experts to spar and train them. In the real world, the Legion's members specifically gathered in a training complex, which Heaven's Burial used to nurture its experts. There, members of the Legion sparred with other members and underwent all sorts of vigorous training methods each day. It felt like a living hell correspondingly. However, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. As for the experts who had made a name for themselves in Starmoon Kingdom, they paid no attention to these people whatsoever. After all, even the best among those experts was only strong enough to reach the 6th floor of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. On the other hand, even the weakest members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were 6th-floor experts, with many of them having reached the 7th floor. As for the Legion's commander, Ghost Shadow, he had reached the late stage of the 8th floor. He had long since surpassed the record Zero Wing's members had set. Only, he had kept his record hidden all this time. Sure, you'll deal with the magical classes. However, if there is a female assassin among them, leave her to me." Ghost Shadow laughed. In reality, he didn't care about the several Zero Wing members heading towards him. If not for Daybreak Fog stating that Fire Dance might be among these players, he would not have bothered coming during the rank competition between guilds in the Trial Tower. Fire Dance had humiliated him. He had been a top-tier expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. Yet this little girl had defeated him. After that incident, he had vowed that he would, sooner or later, pay back the humiliation he had suffered after a fortuitous encounter. Not only had his combat standards improved greatly, but he also wielded epic ranked weapons. This was why he was so confident of defeating Fire Dance. He had walked the line between life and death to complete that quest. He had even sacrificed the lives of thousands of the guild's elite members in his current state. He would even dare to challenge Eurowing's guild leader, Black Flame. Big Sis Aqua. I used Eagle Eyes and discovered a team of 100 players hiding along the sides of the forest path ahead. Should we circle around them? Minor Wind, Asked Heaven's Burial's army, was positioned all over the place. The guild had sealed off practically all of the official paths leading from Sima Town to Stoneforest Town. However, as the map was quite massive, it was impossible for Heaven's Burial's elite army to be everywhere. As long as they moved through the forest, their party could avoid detection. The only problem was that they could attract monsters' attention. If that happened, they would have to waste a lot of time. However, fighting Heaven's Burial's members would similarly put them in a bind. We don't have that much time. Moreover, they don't have a large group. We'll force our way through. Aqua Rose decided, oh yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Minor Wind said. Grinning Minor Wind rendered the other 3 party members speechless. It was obvious that Minor Wind had purposefully asked that question. The Ranger clearly wanted to test out the Advanced Mana Armor Kits. He had recently equipped 3 Advanced Mana Armor Kits, provided an increase of roughly 10% to one's basic attributes. To players with excellent equipment like themselves, that was the equivalent of an additional piece of level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Ready the Magic Array. Ghost Shadow commanded upon seeing Aqua Rose's party of 5 approach. Once they are within 50 yards, activate it. Don't let even any of them get away. Leader, rest assured, the Magic Array has an effective radius of 100 yards. As long as we activate it in time, they'll have no hope of escape. A level 40 Elementalist said confidently when Aqua Rose's group was within 50 yards of Ghost Shadow's team. The latter activated their magic array suddenly. A red magic barrier that was 30 yards tall and covered a radius of 100 yards appeared in the forest when active. The 6-star Crimson Array would lock an area within a barrier. It was a basic magic array meant for ambushing enemies. The only way to break free was to attack the barrier and deplete the caster's mana charge. Ghost Shadow shouted in the team chat, following which he activated his stealth skill and made his way to his targets immediately. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, hidden on either side of the small road, took the lead and charged at the enemy's mounts, hoping to knock Aqua Rose and her teammates down. Meanwhile, the range classes hidden a distance away began to launch one attack after another. Chapter 1063, The Power of 5. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1063, The Power of 5. The Rangers, Elementalists, Cursemancers, and Summoners hiding in the forest numbered several dozens. The spells and arrows they shot out formed a wall that drove towards Aqua Rose's party, leaving the 5 with no space to dodge at all. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions rang out, dust and dirt went flying into the air. Everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion felt a strong gust of wind blowing in their face. It's over. Daybreak Fog quietly looked at the dust cloud before her in doubt. Did I guess wrong? And these people aren't Zero Wings upper echelon at all. Although their frontal attack had been overwhelming, expert players could simply avoid them altogether rather than receive the attacks directly. After all, ranged attacks were not instantaneous. There was a small time lag between the launching and landing of the spell. Moreover, there was also the system-provided ballistic prediction lines, so they're just a bunch of trash. It seems Zero Wings experts only amount to that much after all. When the Ghost Shadow Legion members saw the rising dust cloud, smug smiles appeared on their faces. However, as the dust cloud dissipated, the faces of those who were still feeling proud of themselves immediately darkened after the dust settled. What appeared was a large crater in the ground. However, this crater was actually in the shape of a semicircle. At the flat end of this semicircle, as if an invisible wall stood before Aqua Rose's party. No damage had reached Aqua Rose and the others at all. It actually blocked all those attacks. Daybreak Fog's eyes turned serious as she took in this unbelievable sight with a closer look. She could faintly make out a translucent barrier erected before Aqua Rose's party. A moment later, this barrier shattered like glass, its fragments scattering to the ground before vanishing out of existence. Violet, this absolute barrier of yours really is strong. It actually managed to block off all those attacks. With this, we'll have to rely on you to block the ultimate moves of bosses in the future, Minor Wind said. Chuckling, my absolute barrier is only a tier 1 skill. It can block tier 2 skills at most. Right now, it is only useful in fights against other players, Violet Cloud said, shaking her head. Although Violet Cloud had said so, this feat had still dealt an enormous blow to the Ghost Shadow Legion's mental state. They had considered the possibility that Aqua Rose's party would directly dodge their attacks. However, they never imagined that the latter would actually be able to receive their attacks straight on at this moment. Daybreak Fog noticed that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was in the midst of chanting an incantation. Hurriedly, she shouted, "Not good. Everyone, scatter." As an elementalist herself, Daybreak Fog had a deep understanding of the class even without the spell's magic array taking form. She could tell what kind of spell it was just through the amount of mana the incantation was gathering. Even if it was a spell she was not familiar with, she could still judge the power of the spell. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog's senses were currently telling her that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was casting a large-scale destruction spell, and that it was already too late for them to interrupt the spell. Hearing Daybreak Fog's reminder, everyone in the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately broke into a sprint. At this time, the alarm bells in their minds were also going off, warning them that they would die if they did not flee. Don't you think it's a little too late to run now? The elementalist behind Aqua Rose giggled softly before pointing a finger to the sky. A blue streak of lightning promptly shot towards the clouds, following which a gigantic twofold magic array appeared in the sky, covering a 100-yard diameter. In the next moment, the blue magic array shot out a blue pillar of light that directly bombarded the rear line of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Then, the light pillar began expanding in size and devouring the escaping players one after another. Damn it. It's too fast. Although Daybreak Fog had used Blink to get away, she still could not escape the expanding light pillar. In the end, she had no choice but to use Ice Barrier, becoming immune to all damage. However, her body also couldn't move as a result. As the light pillar faded, it left a plot of scorched earth in its wake. Black smoke wafted up from the blackened ground. This scene stupefied the Ghost Shadow Legion members standing at the front lines. This scorched landscape was simply too terrifying. If not for them charging ahead, they would have already turned into ash and dust by now. I assent this a little too strong. Minor Wind fell breathless despite himself. Big Sis Aqua, just what kind of person is your friend? This was his first time seeing a large-scale destruction spell that could expand to cover such a large area so quickly. Just this single attack had annihilated over half of the 100-man team before them. Aqua Rose looked over her shoulder to give a luring smile a glance. Chuckling, she said, "She's just a battle maniac." Upon hearing this, Alluring Summer could not help but stretch out her hand and pinch Aqua Rose's waist. Not only had her friend forcefully dragged her all the way out here, but she also actually called her a battle maniac. Right, enough. We don't have much time to waste here. Let's hurry up and move. Aqua Rose said hurriedly as she tugged on her mount's reins. At this moment, the members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were already frightened stiff by Alluring Smile's attack. Although they had seen videos showing large-scale destruction spells in use, experiencing one in person was something else altogether. When they felt the might of the large-scale destruction spell, a feeling of helplessness overwhelmed their bodies. Everyone, get a grip. Large-scale destruction spells are extremely rare. They can't possibly have another one. Even if they do, as long as we close in on them, they won't be able to use it. Daybreak Fog shouted as soon as her ice barrier ended. Although Aqua Rose's party had caught them off guard, their advantage remained unchanged. Moreover, now, she was even more certain that someone of Zero Wing's upper echelon was definitely among the party of 5. Otherwise, it would simply have been impossible for them to use a large-scale destruction spell. As long as they managed to hold back these 5 players, they would have a much easier time conquering Stone Forest Town later on. At Daybreak Fog's words, everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately snapped out of their daze. The melee players standing at the forefront started moving once more. Charge. Previously, it was a wall of spells and arrows that had assaulted Aqua Rose's party. Now, it was a wall of players with shields defending them from attacks, and the healers in the rear line providing them with heals and protection buffs. Even Minor Wind's arrows could do little against them at this time. Shadow Sword, who was in front of Aqua Rose, took the initiative, saying, "Let me." Shadow Sword unslung the blood-red greatsword hanging on his back. This greatsword was the new weapon Shadow Sword had obtained after saving up guild contribution points every way he could. He had even traded in his previous weapon for this greatsword. Meanwhile, this greatsword was none other than the holy weapon Feng had obtained from killing the demonic Ape King. Crimson Moon. Currently, Shadow Sword had already upgraded Crimson Moon to fine gold rank. As a result, his level had dropped to just barely over level 40. If he were to upgrade the weapon to dark gold rank, his level would fall below level 35. He dares to come at us all by himself? Let's surround him and beat him to death. Seeing Shadow Sword charging towards them, the melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately sprang into action. As for the Bronze Warhorse Shadow Sword was riding, they paid no attention to it whatsoever individually. Their power might not be a match for the Bronze Warhorse. However, they could easily hold it back if several of them worked together. It would be just like fighting against a boss monster thud. Along with the sound of an impact, 3 MTs blocked the Warhorse Shadow Sword road just as the other melee players were approaching Shadow Sword from both sides. I was waiting for this. Shadow Sword grinned as he tightened his grip on Crimson Moon. He then abruptly swung it Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a Crimson Storm sent the 8 melee players approaching him flying. Even the 3 MTs blocking the Warhorse had to retreat 3 steps. Damage of over -2,000 points appearing above their heads. Such powerful strength. Daybreak Fog was stunned. The members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were not your ordinary expert. Whether it was in terms of combat standards or weapons and equipment, they were top-notch. Yet, now, Shadow Sword actually beat these powerful experts and sent them flying by as if they were common monsters. However, the Ghost Shadow Legion members were all experts. After their first assault got repelled, they coordinated their movements even more closely with each other for their second assault. Moreover, with Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash on cooldown, how is the Berserker going to defend against an attack coming from all sides? Scram! Seeing his enemies crowding around him once more, Shadow Sword brandished Crimson Moon again. Unlike the previous attack, Crimson Moon radiated a faint red glow this time, having successfully triggered the blood boiling effect. At fine gold rank, the blood boiling effect increased Shadow Sword's strength by an additional 1,000 points for 12 seconds. With Shadow Sword's current strength, even a High Lord of the same level would be no match for him this time. Although Shadow Sword could not attack using Whirlwind Slash, he could use the active skill that came with the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers, Bladestorm. In the next moment, a red storm raged. All players within a 15-yard radius got blown into the air, invisible wind blades cutting their bodies time after time. In the end, these players transformed into streaks of white light and disappeared one after another. Then, weapons and equipment rained down on the ground. Chapter 1064. The Few Cannot Fight the Many. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1064. The Few Cannot Fight the Many. Just who are they? Daybreak Fog's eyes stayed glued on the 5 cloaked figures. She couldn't guess the identities of Aqua Rose's party of 5 at Alamong. The information she collected, there were no records of such a powerful elementalist or berserker in Zero Wing particularly. The berserker's strength was truly incredible. With just a single attack, he had directly killed over a dozen nearby melee players, including several MTs with over 20,000 HP. The destructive force of the Bladestorm he used could practically rival the large-scale destruction spell used by the Elementalist before. With such strength, how were other players supposed to contend with him? faring worse than daybreak fog. The members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were stunned, speechless. Just a meager party of 5 had killed over half of their Ghost Shadow Legion in mere moments. Moreover, this party of 5 remained completely unharmed. If they recounted this situation in Heaven's Burial, nobody would believe them. Leave that berserker to me. All melee players, prioritize killing the 4 in the rear. Daybreak Fog commanded Shadow's sword was too powerful. It would be suicidal to have their melee players go up against him. Only a ranged player like herself could possibly pin him down. Obeying Daybreak Fog's words, everyone promptly avoided Shadow's sword. He was only a berserker. Even if he wanted to hold them back, he could detain only 1 or 2 people at most. The remaining dozen or so players could easily steer clear of him and charge at Aqua Rose, and the others get them. The dozen or so melee players that managed to get past Shadow Sword's blockade immediately charged at Aqua Rose, and the others, when only 10 yards separated Aqua Rose's group and the melee players, over a dozen arrows shot toward the berserker leading the charge. All the berserker saw were several streaks of light coming at him. Knowing that he could no longer dodge or block the oncoming attacks, he instinctively raised his battle axe and executed Whirlwind Slash. However, when the berserker's battle axe came into contact with the first arrow, the powerful impact forced him to take a step back, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, following which the remaining dozen or so arrows struck the berserker one after another. Every time an arrow hit, the berserker had to take another step back, his HP decreasing by over 4,000. He even received over -8,000 damage. The healers standing at the rear failed to keep up with the damage. After the 5th arrow struck the berserker, his body fell powerless to the ground. As for the remaining arrows, the remaining melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion barely managed to block them. They're just arrows, so why do they contain that much power? At this moment, the Legion members eyed the distant minor wind in fear. They no longer dared to charge forward recklessly. If they received a concentrated volley of arrows like the berserker had just now, they would undoubtedly lose their lives. They were no ordinary players. They were experts of Heaven's Burial from defending against minor wind's attacks. They fully realized just how frightening the Ranger was, although it seemed as if minor wind had shot these dozen or so arrows very casually. In reality, every one of these arrows was accurately aimed at their blind spots, which made defending against the attacks extraordinarily uncomfortable. Moreover, their reactions towards such attacks would be slower and delayed compared to defending against other attacks. If they had to go up against 5 of such blind spot attacks simultaneously with their standards, they could defend against 3 or 4 of them at most. The remainder would strike home. Of course, if they had to receive only 1 or 2 attacks, they would not mind at all. After all, they had healers who could quickly patch up the damage they received. However, the power contained within Minor Wind's arrows was extraordinary. As melee players, after they defended against 1 arrow, they would no longer have any power to spare to block the remaining attacks, with such a powerful ranger backing up Aqua Rose's party. Quickly approaching the party was simply impossible. Just as Minor Wind was suppressing the melee members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind Aqua Rose's group of 4 die. With Ghost Shadow in the lead, 4 assassins stabbed their daggers at Aqua Rose's group of 4 practically simultaneously ambush. Anyone struck by this skill would be placed in a fainted state for 2 seconds. To expert assassins like them, 2 seconds were more than enough for them to kill an MT of the same level. Not to mention non-plate armor classes. Seeing this scene, Daybreak Fog smiled while she acknowledged that Aqua Rose and the others were indeed very powerful. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were no weaklings. Either the commands she had shouted were simply a feint. Her motive for doing so was to divert the attention of Aqua Rose's group of 4 to allow Ghost Shadow's assassin group to display its fullest effect as long as the 4 ranged players died. Dealing with Shadow Sword would be a simple matter at this time. Aqua Rose shouted, "Thornbind." Thornbind was a Tier 1 curse. When activated, it would immediately restrain all enemies within a 20-yard radius with thorny vines for 4 seconds. Moreover, these thorns would connect with the HP of the bound target. If the target tried to forcefully break free of their bindings, they would receive a corresponding backlash. Green vines swiftly emerge from the ground one after another with Aqua Rose as the center. In the blink of an eye, the vines bound all 4 assassins. Not good. Everyone avoid them. At this moment, Ghost Shadow also realized that they had fallen for a trick. He activated Vanish right away and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The other 3 assassins also activated their Vanish skill without hesitation, rendering the bindings of the vines ineffective after Ghost Shadow's group disappeared. Violet Cloud used Soul Cloud, promptly sending attacks flying in all directions. Dang. 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 Along with a series of clashing sounds, Ghost Shadow's group of 4 appeared once more. Soul Cloud. So you're Violet Cloud. After Ghost Shadow defended against all the attacks, he glared at the cloaked Violet Cloud. Intense fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. She had similarly defeated him previously at the Trial Tower. This time, he would not allow a repeat, however. Immediately after Violet Cloud's attack, Alluring Summer used Flame Barrage and attacked the 4 assassins from their blind spots as if the 3 women were of one mind. Their coordination was seamless. Ghost Shadow managed to use his daggers to block the oncoming fireballs, but the other 3 assassins failed to do so, opening a gap in their defense. Seizing this opportunity, Violet Cloud immediately controlled her Soul Cloud to bombard the 3 assassins with black balls of mana if they were simply dealing with normal magical attacks. These expert assassins could still defend against quite a few, even though their stance was not ideal. However, Violet Cloud's Soul Cloud was extremely lively and flexible. Her attacks always managed to change directions abruptly at crucial moments. In the end, the 3 assassins could only block a small portion of the oncoming attacks and promptly lost their lives to the barrage. Only Ghost Shadow, with his nimble footwork and accurate judgment, was able to defend against the black mana balls. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he grew. How can this spell be so powerful? The power of the Soul Cloud Violet Cloud controlled was simply overwhelming. In terms of strength, the spell was practically equal to him. Meanwhile, he was wielding epic weapons. What was even more shocking was Violet Cloud's ability to control the spell. Her level of control had clearly already entered the refinement realm. This discovery astounded Ghost Shadow. Previously, when he had encountered Violet Cloud, he could tell that she was still far from reaching the refinement realm. Yet, just after a short time, not only had she entered the refinement realm, but her understanding of the realm had even achieved a considerable standard. She could not only control such a large number of attacks, but also manipulate them with ease. As Ghost Shadow was dealing with Violet Cloud's attacks, Aqua Rose and the others were assisting the girl from the sides as well. This support applied considerable pressure on Ghost Shadow. If he went one-on-one against Violet Cloud, he was still confident of defeating the girl. However, Violet Cloud had 3 experts with extremely high basic attributes surrounding her. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of energy right now. He needed to get away from this place first before launching another assault, following which Ghost Shadow activated Wind Steps and began retreating. Don't even think about getting away so easily. Violet Cloud smiled faintly. She then used Star's guidance on the retreating assassin. Immediately, Ghost Shadow felt a powerful force pulling him towards Violet Cloud. Reacting quickly, he used a control removal skill. However, during Ghost Shadow's momentary pause, a white arc of lightning pierced through his chest, following which Aqua Rose, Minor Wind, and Violet Cloud's attacks bombarded the assassin one after another. The 4 people killed Ghost Shadow instantly. Chapter 1065, War Erupts. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1065, War Erupts. Ghost Shadow's death was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The moment he died, the other members of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately fell into a panic. The momentum they had from before vanishing completely. The dozen or so melee players that originally were still rushing forward stopped cold. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Aqua Rose's group of 4. The reason why their legion was named the Ghost Shadow Legion was all because of Ghost Shadow's existence. If even someone as strong as Ghost Shadow got killed, what could they possibly do now? Looking at the current situation, Daybreak Fog gnashed her teeth as she reluctantly commanded, "Retreat." Although she was unwilling to acknowledge their defeat, if this fight continued, it would only end with their total annihilation. Rather than gift their enemies with more equipment, they would be better off withdrawing Big Sis Aqua. They're running away. Should we give chase? Shadow's sword asked eagerly. He still had not had his fill of fighting the battle this time. Was truly exhilarating, or to put it another way, he never had so much fun before. He felt as if he were in a dream. Right now, none of the Ghost Shadow Legion members were weaklings. Through his battle with these people, he could tell that they possessed bountiful combat experience and extremely high combat standards. Unfortunately for them, his combat experience still surpassed theirs in the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system. He had fought against all kinds of experts. Although the Refinement Realm experts there bullied him to no end, these fights allowed him to develop a penetrating insight. As a result, he could easily see through the weaknesses of attacks on the level of the Ghost Shadow Legion members. With that insight added to his huge advantage in basic attributes, killing the experts of Heaven's Burial was as easy as chopping up vegetables previously. He had been wondering whether or not he had improved at all. After all, no matter how many battles he fought in the simulation training system, they always ended with his defeat. Now, however, after tangling with these expert players, he finally realized just how much he had improved. No need. Heaven's Burial's members are everywhere. If we let them surround us, we'll have to waste even more time. Our priority right now is to reach Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head as she watched Daybreak Fog's group remove the magic barrier and escape into the forest, following which Shadow Sword and the others swiftly collected their loot before getting back on their mounts and hurrying toward Stone Forest Town. Shortly after Aqua Rose left, several assassins appeared from the forest. These assassins did not bear any guild emblems on their persons. They were all independent players who were planning on sneaking to Stone Forest Town to observe the upcoming war, the First Siege War in Starmoon Kingdom, one which pitted Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's joint army of 300,000 elite players against Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, was a major event. If they did not personally witness this war, they would surely regret it for the rest of their lives only. Due to them coming across Aqua Rose's party on their way to Stone Forest Town, they decided to follow after the party and take a look at what the party was up to. However, they never imagined that they would actually encounter such an expert battle on their journey. Did you guys record everything? Do you take me for a fool? Of course, I've recorded everything. What about your side? Relax, I didn't miss out any of the exciting moments. Our luck is really good. I never thought that we would come across such a fight. Zero Wings members are too cool. Just 5 of them managed to go up against a team of 100 experts. I really wonder just how strong are those 5 people. If I can become as strong as any one of them, I wouldn't have wasted my time playing God's Domain. Alright, enough dreaming. Let's hurry up and post these videos on the forums. This message will definitely shock everyone. Following which, these several assassins posted their recorded videos on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Moreover, they even gave their post a very eye-catching title. 50 Wing experts shockingly massacre Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team. Published along with this post were several video clips showing the fight between Zero Wing and the Ghost Shadow Legion from several different angles. The videos thoroughly reproducing the entire battle from before. As soon as the post was published, it immediately created a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Nobody would have ever thought that a measly 5 people would be able to turn the tables on an encirclement of 100 experts. Moreover, they had even done so in such an overwhelming manner. Whether it was the weapons, equipment, skills, or coordination of these 5 Zero Wing members, all were aspects that inspired everyone's admiration. Particularly, alluring Summer's large-scale destruction spell made the blood of all the viewers boil with passion. In addition, there was Shadow Sword with his horrific strength. The fight was truly an unforgettable one. This is simply inhuman. Over half a team of 100 experts were killed just like that. Who in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly stop Zero Wing now? Hooray for Zero Wing. It seems Blackwater will have trouble taking down Stone Forest Town this time. Due to the appearance of these videos, Many players who initially did not have an optimistic view of Zero Wing's prospects were stupefied. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that were happily and eagerly anticipating Zero Wing's fall could not help but start re-evaluating Zero Wing's strength now, however. The ones most affected by these videos would still have to be Zero Wing's members previously. They all thought that Stone Forest Town was finished. However, after seeing at the performance of Aqua Rose's party of 5, they finally understood the views that their guild leader, Black Flame, advocated quality was much more important than quantity. Due to this reason, Zero Wing had always walked the path of the elite. Zero Wing might not be a match for Blackwater and Heaven's Burial in terms of member count, but in terms of player quality, Zero Wing was definitely superior. Was it amazing to have a lot of people? Zero Wing only needed 5 people to trample over 100 experts. While everyone was discussing this topic on the forums, Singular Burial had an extraordinarily chilling expression on his face. Kill them. I want them all killed. Notify the teams in hiding. Think of a way to stop them. Once their whereabouts are discovered, gather at their location right away. Singular Burial commanded angrily originally. He had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion and Daybreak Fog precisely because he was worried that the regular experts couldn't take down Zero Wing's members. Now, however, Heaven's Burial had become the biggest laughingstock of Starmoon Kingdom. Those were 100 experts. The team even had apex experts, such as Daybreak Fog and Ghost Shadow leading it. He found it truly hard to accept that Daybreak Fog and the others would lose so miserably. However, from the battle video, Singular Burial was able to clearly identify 2 of the 5 players. One was naturally Violet Cloud, whom Ghost Shadow had also identified, while the other one was Aqua Rose. If the Cursemancer leading the party wasn't her, then Singular Burial truly could not figure out which Cursemancer in Zero Wing had the qualifications to command Violet Cloud as long as they managed to hold back Aqua Rose. Not only would they be able to repay the humiliation they suffered, but taking down Stone Forest Town would also be a piece of cake nevertheless. After watching the battle video, Singular Burial felt a deep chill crawling down his spine. Zero Wing's experts were improving much. Too quickly, the rapidity of their improvement was to the point of being staggering. Only after paying a huge price did Heaven's Burial manage to nurture a batch of experts. However, compared to Zero Wing's experts, those experts Heaven's Burial nurtured were practically garbage. If so many Apex experts had already appeared in the current Zero Wing, if they really gave Zero Wing a little more time, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, its pursuit and interception mattered very little to Aqua Rose and the others. Their speed when riding mounts was unmatchable by players running on foot. Moreover, the mount Aqua Rose rode was a secret silver mount. In the end, the party of 5 managed to arrive at Stone Forest Town safely, and they promptly began commanding Zero Wing's members in Stone Forest Town to take the appropriate defensive measures. As time went by, the atmosphere in Stone Forest Town also grew increasingly more oppressive. The usual liveliness in the streets was no longer present. To avoid getting dragged into the war, many players had chosen to leave Stone Forest Town and observe the battle from a distance. Only some daring players remained in town. Big Sis Aqua. The Magic Tower has just sensed a large number of creatures approaching Stone Forest Town. By the looks of it, they should be those monsters. Violet Cloud reported, her complexion slightly pale. The map displayed by the Magic Tower showed a swarm of creatures heading towards Stone Forest Town. The exact number incalculable, so they've finally arrived. Aqua Rose, who stood atop the town's defensive walls, turned to look into the distance. She knew plenty regarding this upcoming war. Rather than the player armies of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, their true enemies were the endless number of monsters. Immediately notify the guild leader. Inside the distant White River City's Candlelight trading firm, Shurfeng was still desperately making the magic array scrolls for the double protection magic array, and Divine Beast Descent V arrived already. After receiving the message, Shurfeng had to stop his actions, a slight frown appearing on his face. Blackwater's monster army had arrived much sooner than he expected. He immediately used a return scroll to teleport to the city's teleportation hall, then took a teleportation array to Sima Town.